Hello and welcome to day two of the Circuit Breaker Invitational, the largest invitational tournament, most competitive invitational tournament of the Netrunner calendar year. I'm Not Yeti, and I'm joined by, in person, my esteemed co-host, the UK regional champion, judge of the World's Finals, and the person who taught me to play Netrunner. It's CobraBubbles.
Good morning, Kota Kalimantan. How are we?
And then on the down the line, we're joined by the People's Champion, top of Swiss at Worlds 2024, one of the most competitive network players in the world. It's Jai.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? And I do wish people would stop calling me that.
He's retired. He's now full time commentary. If you watch the Metropole Grid, so
Oh man,
you guys excited?
Andre gave me a year full about that, but yeah, that's another story.
How are you feeling? Ready for this top 16?
Yeah, hi.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The thing that strikes me immediately, looking at these new pie charts that they've added to Cobra, is that 50% Wayland that we see on the corp side. I was not expecting that going into this tournament.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's a bit of a surprise, but Orb is a deck I've always said it can win any game and it can lose any game. And the same it seems is true for the other winner identities that are being played, primarily the outfit, and some spicy BTL that we might get to see later. So yeah, some players won some games with Wayland. They managed to get come out ahead, which is very exciting.
And a
I
little
think
more
all
tragically, we see on the other side an almost 50-50 split for both of the runner factions in the tournament. So
it's
uh,
all two runner factions,
all
as it were.
both runner factions are represented.
Yeah, there's always one player playing a mini faction in the big cut. That's how it goes,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's what I remember from the old days.
It used to be Adam, now it's Criminal. Um, and yeah, I'm feeling really excited. The three of us are going to be here for the first three rounds of this double elimination top cut. For anybody who doesn't know how this works, there are 16 players left in the tournament. They've played through three different Swiss pods to make top five in some of the kind of fiercest and toughest cuts that we've seen in a long time. And now they are playing a double elimination tournament, which means that if they lose two games across the whole day, they are out. And only one player will be left at the end of the day, and they will be crowned our Circuit Breaker. The Circuit Breaker is the person who doesn't lose two games, and those games will be randomly or will be paired up through the day. Let me show you our initial bracket, which I believe is here. So these are our 16 competitors, and they will fight their way through. Their side one picks were decided by placement, I believe.
Yeah, so it's what they call it, seeding, based on how they finished. The seeding for this tournament was switched around slightly to avoid players from the same pods playing at each other too much, and
Yes.
to avoid what they were calling the APAC ellipse, where all the APAC players would have ended up playing each other in the first round. So they've switched it around slightly, but the same is true if you finished in the top half of the bracket, or the top half of your pod, or you are the reigning circuit breaker, you get to pick this side for the first round.
And that's a big deal because not only have you do you get to pick whichever matchup is favoured in this tournament, or not something that I've known in my history of playing competitive Netrunner. You've had a week to prepare for that matchup, so it could be big. Jai, you're a tiebreaker. That's one of the testing teams. You've got three competitors in the tournament today. What's the mood been like for the last week? Has it been really focused on those matchups, nose to the grindstone, or trying to keep cool, calm, and collected?
Well, I think the mood has been pretty reasonable. A somewhat frenetic first couple of days of like matchup side testing, as it usually is. Uh, though I think it tapered off a little bit towards the end of the week, and then yesterday there was kind of the mood of, oh no, like the homework's due tomorrow. What are we going to do now?
That
But
makes
yeah, I
a
think
lot of
most
sense.
people are pretty happy with the sites that they've been dealt, at least going to this first round.
Interesting. Yeah, we had CobraBubbles and I are both players for the team EA Sports. So if you sense a bit of rivalry between us and Jai on this stream, you'll know why. And yeah, we had a pretty similar thing. I was there on Monday, caught the train up to Cambridge to do some in-person testing with Kikai, and yeah, a bit nervy, but a lot of practice has happened in this last week, I think. Which is going to make for quite an interesting one, and then all of that planning will basically disintegrate by the time we've hit like round 3, because if you try and do your like or your path predictions in this format, because you don't know necessarily what side you're going to play in each round, it basically becomes impossible to predict who or what you're going to be playing against. So yeah, do we want to take a look at some of the deck lists?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, I think players are now going to their tables, so we'll be getting started quite shortly. But we can throw up some deck lists real quick for the first match we're going to see.
Yeah, so our first match should be... Let me switch over. We should be watching Benvelopment versus The King. Now, which side do we know... Jai, you'll know this. Do you know which sides are being played for this matchup?
I believe that... it will be the King's Asa group against Benvelopment's Kit. This will be Inversificator Kit.
Yeah. Let's start with this kit list then. What are your initial thoughts, Jai?
So my first thought is, of course, that this Benvelopment might be like one of the few people in the world who is playing this kit ID without what most people would consider the signature card, right? Spark of Inspiration, instead of opting for Inversificator in a traditional Breaker suite. And I think against like the ice white, but not necessarily ice thick ice lineup of the Asa group deck list, it has like certain ramifications in that, yes, Inversificator can't let you like tunnel through like a 2 or even 3 deep server, like just riding along on a single ice as you would normally do. But like getting to swap around, for example, like a Gatekeeper or drafting one of those like small to medium-sized ice can be very good for Kit for checking multiple remotes in turn.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of that. There are some important cards in this list, and it will be very interesting to see how this goes. But there's also, with 3 Bravado, 3 Burner, there's going to be a lot of kind of raw power coming out of Kit, I think. And then in terms of, very quickly, if we talk about the Kings list, this is an asset group that I played some of during the week, and I was surprised by, most notably, 2 Malia, which is a real... Oh, interesting. We might actually be watching a different matchup. I will... which one do you guys want to watch? I was interested in Bridgman's game. Bridgman is playing a deck that was pretty hype when we saw bits of it on stream last week. If you guys are up for that.
Yeah, for sure. That deck really surprised a lot of people, I think. You see Bridgman and his association with the Built to Last deck that won Worlds 23 and then did very well at Worlds 24, which is a much slower, more Glacier deck. And this deck has a few surprises in it from what we saw on stream last weekend.
Yeah, let me very quickly bring up the deck list just before our players get started. So, Bridgman's list, if you look at this way, and it will be quick, the first thing you'll notice is the Eminent Domain Archer combo. So, by scoring this 3-1 agenda, we're able to pull out an Archer from the deck res without sacrificing an agenda. But also, there's all sorts of fun tricks in here. I saw last week Bridgman score a send a message on a Tucana to also pull an Archer out of the deck without sacrificing an agenda by ordering the triggers in the right way. We've got O-Birth Protocol as well, which can also again be popped with Eminent Domain, or you can just sacrifice one of those 1-pointers to get it. There's a lot of really interesting lines.
Or Standoff.
Standoff.
3 copies of the 2-0 with the famously bad text templating from the Red Sand cycle.
I'm just going to move us straight over into the game as our players get underway. So, In turn 1, Bridgman has ISIS remote, double ISIS remote, and installed a card in the root of that server. Now, what card do you think is in server 1 that you can afford to go down to 4 credits to get the double ice in?
I mean, Rashida would be the usual assumption.
It was an eminent domain.
Eminent domain. That was going to be my second guess, for what it's worth.
Amaram played the price, got a cleaver, and is able to just run this server. So you've got to think that maybe the Bridgman's feeling a little sad about some ice walls there.
Yeah, I think Cleaver might have been probably the best hit for Amaram of this turn 1 the price. Given the specific composition of Bridgman's ice suite, it looks like the only ice that would keep out Amaram on a turn 1 Cleaver install would be the single Hortum, I believe, especially on the remote. Right? I don't think you'd expect to see like Winchesters on server 1 on turn 1, especially.
Yeah, so I think you can make a fair read that that's a border control on the remote there somewhere. That was the plan to defend that eminent if the cleaver hadn't been hit. Instead, we have a standoff score.
Which is pretty exciting. We get that Largo trigger that's going to be pretty consistent card draw.
Oh, not anymore. It's gone to the standoff.
And interesting, Bridgman not deciding to trash any of this ice to get that standoff value. So it's a bit hard to read on stream because of how small this text is. But standoff essentially should read, in most cases, draw a card again, 5 credits. But not the case. We just trashed the Largo, which is very interesting. But we have already got through 10 cards of the deck, so maybe we're feeling alright.
Yeah, I mean, I played a deck quite similar to Amaram's last weekend. And personally, I love the Largo and I'm trying to hold on to it for dear life, but I'm not in the top cut, so Amaram has different ideas.
And what is the nature of Amaram's Hoshiko deck here? Because there are a lot of variations going around.
Yeah, so this is what's typically known as mulch, which is a phrase popularised by the QTM players around Worlds 23 to describe virus-based Anarch decks, primarily Hoshiko, which are playing cards like Cookbook, which you can see now, to make their virus cards into powerful and flexible effects that let them attack the corp from a number of angles. So we just see a Botulus getting the heap, so you can use viruses to break ice. We have a Fermenter, you can use viruses to make money. Lots of applications for those virus counters in the deck. And generally the idea is to quote-unquote mulch your deck, so to just throw as much of it in the heap as fast as you can, and then you can recur the pieces you need later with cards like Labour Rights and Symbol Chip.
But
what's interesting to me... Go on.
No, you
go. Okay. So what's interesting to me is that we saw, like, as you say, the Hoshiko mulch decks like rise up in the wake of Worlds 2023, and then eventually there was the slightly more streamlined and arguably more popular Lu version that popped up shortly after that. That I believe did quite well. Didn't win, but did very well at CBI 2024, almost exactly a year ago now. And I'm just wondering, now that we are starting to see the return of Mulch Hoshiko, even in the wake of like the Notguri bannings, what is the reason we are seeing it back on Hoshiko instead of like the Lu variations?
That's interesting. Just worth noting, Bridgman took a long time to think there before install, advance, gaining that credit from the BTL, and playing the hedge fund. Now, we have to respect Archer on this board state, and there's a few ways that, there's a lot of ways this could go, with Hoshiko kind of able to pull programs and ice-breaking equipment out of thin air, and that Symbol Chip, that's the way we see that happen most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get a look at the heap here, there's a Botulus ready to go, which will at least diffuse an Archer, because it will get an extra counter from the Cookbook. And there's an Audrey as well, but again, you're only breaking 2 subroutines with either of those options, so the Archer would still presumably end the run here.
But we could potentially just save a cleaver on an Archer face check as well.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, to return to Jai's question, I think there is some it's hotly contested whether
Surveyor,
never mind.
Ooh.
That's the ice now better known as being the name of a blog these days. Is seeing some occasional play, but it's getting Botulus here, and that's a big steal.
And the class set comes down.
Wow, okay. I really want to talk with Jai about why this deck is better in Hoshiko than in Lu, but this game is not giving us any time.
But no, continue on that thought. What do you think?
Well, so I've had this argument several times with other members of EA Sports.
There's a lot of people who at Norwich Pub Run are fans of Lou. Big fans.
People love Lou, and not incorrectly. He's a very attractive young man. But yeah, the Hashiko just gives you that like early game consistency. The Lou deck will find Imp in most games because it's 40 cards, but in the games where you don't have Imp on turn one, you're not drawing cards as consistently, right? And the thing that the deck needs is to get through the early game into once it has its Largo set up, its Class Act, maybe as we see here, its Kiko, its Cookbook, it's the pieces of the engine. You need to get them in play to have that unstoppable late game that the deck is trying to create. And I think Hashiko just smooths you out to getting there more easily and makes you a little bit of money along the way as well if you're managing your flips well.
And we see here back in the game, Bridgman re-jamming back in the
Yeah. Which, and I correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe this Bridgman list has any significant tag punishment, right? So there's only really one relevant subroutine on this surveyor. So this botch list should get us through. I guess it won't get us through twice.
Yes, and I suspect that's what probably Bridgman is counting on. I mean, the alternative is this could just be a NGO front buff just to burn the one botchless counter and force Amaram maybe to clear some tags to protect his cookbook.
Yeah, there are a lot of options for this here. Right? I think you could, install double advance behind 2 ice. Any netrunner player immediately reads that as a 5-3 agenda, right? Which would be the game here if Amaram can touch it. So you're tempting Amaram to come and run here. Obviously, Amaram has to think, as they are thinking, as they've said in the chat. What are the other options? And the obvious ones are NGO front, or this is an eminent domain disguised as a larger agenda that's going to get scored next turn with 2 clicks spare. Fetch something from the deck and give Bridgman potentially a really powerful setup turn.
I mean, yeah.
And it is worth... Yeah.
It's just worth saying that like this Hashiko deck can just produce the answers, and with a 9-card hand, like I wouldn't feel confident in any kind of push in this server, any real one.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if this was an agenda worth more than 1 point, but Bridgman is famously excellent netrunner player, and part of the way you get there is by making the plays your opponents don't expect you to make.
That is true.
It looks whether we'll see the border control pop here or not, and we'll see a border control pop. So Amar can, I mean, maybe just reinstall another simul chip on Botulus and get back in here if he wishes. And it's worth noting that he is on game point. The score is 4-0, so like another 5-3 excess here is the game.
Wow, okay. So we had the simul chip. We had the opportunity to get into that server if we wanted it. And we decided against.
So would Bridgman pop the border control to say,
and it was the game-winning agenda. Wow.
What a line. Okay.
So we do hit the cleaver and immediately pop the simul chip to save it. Or to save something.
Yeah, we're thinking about this simul chip here. Notably, between the various self-mill effects in the Hashiko deck, we've got all 3 simul chips in the heap already, which is something that you should be setting off alarm bells usually for multiplayers.
And 2 Laborites.
The 2 Laborites as well.
And the buffer drive.
So that last Laborites is actually really important. And if it's not already in Amaram's hand, he's going to be really reluctant about triggering this Largo in case he mills it and then has no recursion and no late game.
We see the Imp coming down. Imp is really the card that drives the inevitable late game, or this Audrey Imp combo really. What this is going to mean is that Bridgman, who still only has 1 res piece of ice, which is Botulist, is going to be losing pieces from hand until he can shore up HQ, and that's going to be very difficult against this AI breaker. You really are looking to set up a board state where you can ice all centrals, then purge maybe, but that's going to give the Hashiko a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think probably Bridgman's best draw here would be an NGO front as a way of just making a lot of money with relatively few clicks from the 1 credit he has to get him started on that game plan. But we're clicking to draw.
It is a difficult position to be looking at across from, but definitely not over yet. The Bridgman, worth talking about these 2 players. We kind of jumped straight into this game and didn't get a lot of opportunity. Bridgman is one of maybe the most decorated players in this field, with like multiple notable high placing finishes. I believe he was intercontinental champion at one point. He's had many world's top cut finishes. Maybe
Yeah,
more than
famously
ever
5 top cuts at Worlds in a row between 2023 and 2019. I guess that would be.
I think so. We're running this remote server. The Paladin's coming down, so we're going to have that Keiko Paladin credit kind of drip feed.
Yeah, you get 2 free credits a turn basically from those 2 cards together, plus 2 MU. It's pretty good.
It's not bad. And yeah, we see the border control and hedge funds going back into the deck. NGO front sniped out of HQ is probably very sad for Bridgman.
Yeah, this is definitely it's a credit trash, not using the imp counter, conserving for a future turn. Bridgman just going and jamming again.
And as CobraBubbles, as you said, we're declining to use Largo now as we're looking to try and get that last labour rights. Stall advance. Now, it's pretty fair to say that at this point, Amaram can get in wherever he wants, and Bridgman knows that. So it's more of a question of what can you put in there to waste resources, push your tempo forward, all of that. Those are good questions. Countering.
I mean, the unfortunate fact of the matter is that Audrey, like the presence of this Audrey and the fact there's only one ice on this remote means that the resource expenditure, as you say, for Amaram to check this remote every turn or so is not going to be very high at all. So Bridgman is going to have a very uphill task trying to craft some kind of server that he can push behind.
Yeah, and we see that twinning coming down, so the Central's pressure is going to also start to really ramp up. But Bridgman did get those 9 credits that he was looking for. What do we have any kind of virus tech in Bridgman's list? Are we looking at Mavirus? Are we looking at Magnet? Is there any of that?
No, not at all. The influence is all Master Chesfo, Spin Doctor, and BioVault, famous BTL tech, which works particularly well with our Birth Protocol, which is an interaction from the Red Sand cycle. Both of those cards have been in standard for a very long time. And I think Bridgman might be the first person to realise that BioVault and a Birth Protocol work so well together, which is quite exciting. There's a lot of still to do in this standard card pool, even though it's been a while since we've had changes.
Oh my, that's an Archer res.
Archer res, but we have the Audrey counters, we have the Boctus counters. We are going to get through this without losing any programs. But we do go down to that one hand size. The twinning, we see a hedge fund, we see a BioVault. That's 2 more trashes. Bridgman's hand now with 1 card in hand. Mandatory draw.
And I mean, it does look kind of miserable for Bridgman now, and it does really beg the question. Since Bridgman was, I believe, is that right? Was Bridgman Amaram was the higher seed. Okay, that explains a lot.
Amaram was the higher seed in this matchup. Amaram placed first in the APAC pod. I believe maintaining a clean sheet over the course of 7 rounds.
Yes.
And Bridgman came in via the EMEA pod.
And made it in on tiebreakers in 4th, I believe, in that pod.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because I can't imagine very many scenarios where someone would put themselves into this kind of situation voluntarily.
I don't think it matters what corp deck I would be playing. I don't want to play against a Sashiko deck, regardless.
Yeah, I've been putting Not Yeti through the grinder a little bit, testing this deck the past couple of months. But yeah, I do think a lot of this game actually will come back in hindsight to that turn 1 price into Cleaver.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just the Anarch way. You just play your I don't know what I'm going to get tool and you hit the thing you need.
And yeah, we've got some questions. I mean, just at this point, you can keep HQ kind of swept, keep everything out, or you can start spending these twinning counts on R&D and just try and close out the game, stealing one of the... I assume there are 3 or 4 more agendas. It's too early in the morning for my brain to do the maths it needs.
There's 3 more 5-3 agendas, which is what Amaram is really looking for. And we see the 3rd Labor Rights coming down, shuffling back 2 Labor Rights and a Simon chip. I don't know where that came from.
Okay, so yeah, them having drawn that is a big boon there because one of Bridgman's ways out of this game would have been somehow that card getting lost somewhere, and suddenly this March deck just fully stalls when it runs out of stack, which with the labor rights is no longer going to happen.
And Labour Rights is one of the cards that is rotating with the release of the next set, which is called
Elevation.
And I think that will be one of the major ones for Anarch. I think a lot of the successful Anarch archetypes, or almost every successful Anarch deck I can think of from the last year or so, has been playing some number of copies of it. So
yeah, it's a inherently like extremely powerful card. It's it's a card that looks like it's sort of a consistency card, fix what's in your deck, sort yourself out, but really it has the secret text. Play this when your deck runs out, search for 3 cards, and you get to use those cards over the next couple of turns, guaranteed, which is obviously extremely powerful, especially at 0 cost, and especially when you can use it to get more copies of itself, so that you're getting even more specific cards of your choice in the late stages of the game, as we see here. So that will be a big change to Anarch, I think, and maybe really make those tools like the price, which are a little bit more inconsistent on their face, actually that inconsistent in real play.
Bridgman's bought himself a couple turns with that purge, that manual purge that he did a little while back. But this Botulus on H2 is starting to rebuild up, and that twinning is charging as well. So I imagine that he's trying to engineer some kind of solution for the twinning suite that's, I assume, Amurum is going to be planning in short order.
Yeah, I think Amrum's played this last couple of turns since the purge quite patiently. Sometimes when you get purges of virus deck, the temptation is to just start running, try and find stuff that you can trash manually to get your Audrey going, even though your imp is now blank. But Amram didn't do that. They patiently used their labor rights to playing some setup. They've got fermented ticking, and yeah, he's going to really execute some kind of plan that he's been building up to over the next couple of turns, starting with this HQ run.
So we're breaking 3 of the subs. Are we going to allow? We are going to allow Bridgman to gain 2 credits. Very polite. And then we're going to see the imp come down.
Install
3 cards from HQ. Biovolt, manually trashed. Tucana, manually trashed. Eminent Domain. So Bridgman now back down to 1 card in hand.
Yeah, notably that.
Although the good news is not necessarily closer to winning the game.
Exactly.
But it is Bridgman further away from winning the game. He himself pretty much needs to score all of those eminent domains.
That's true. Yeah. Bridgman's ideal pattern from here would be to find and score the 3rd and final eminent domain to somehow secure the last 5-3. But it's going to be difficult now that all these Audrey counters are back. I wonder if he'll consider manually purging again.
The Archer at least does cost 2 Audrey counters, which often you're getting 1 back on a run. That might be less true now with the twinning and the number of trash balls we've seen out of Bridgman's deck. But you must expect that there must be a lot of ice in this deck, right? And Bridgman surely it looks like he's not drawn that much of it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's at least 2 more border controls. Master chess voles, very classic in BTL.
The interaction here between Cookbook and Simulchip is really, really important, right? Simulchip allowing you to recur any program from your heap for the cost of trashing one of these freshly purged. The Revolver coming down is big news.
Yeah, absolutely. This gives you a way just through the Archer, irrespective of how many virus counters you have, if you have enough credits, which is going to be potentially pretty important if Bridgman's plan was to keep HQ safe for at least a couple of turns.
Yeah, nobly it's 4 credits that you need. We are using the Simulchip. We're fetching. Is the Buzzsaw in the bin? You don't love to break a Horton.
It is in the bin. Well, I'm not sure if Amurum wants to be paying through this Horton with credits more than once.
You'd sooner Botulus this, I think.
Yeah, Botulus deals with it pretty cleanly. You could also fetch a fresh copy of Audrey, which comes in with a counter thanks to the Cookbook, although you might have trashed the first Audrey if that's what you were planning to do. Notably, with these three boxes in play, Amram is now full up on MU.
We're seeing 3 cards,
We're seeing 3 cards. Trash
and
Rashida,
that's the game.
and that is the
There it
game.
is.
Very, very well played from both players. Now, obviously, a lot of that game felt like it came down to quite a bold turn one, I think, from both players. Double ice on that remote, and then just having the counter to it was a tough situation. Now, it looks like a lot of the games in the round have already finished. Are there? What I'll ask my co-producer to do is look for a game that we might be able to spectate, because there's still quite a lot of time left in the round. Am I right?
Yeah, there should be about 15 minutes left in the round.
Okay.
And we have, I think, the game of Sebastian K versus Mr. Sticks. Looks like it could still have a decent amount of play to it. So
Can you just check if we've got permission
let's
to
pop it
draw?
over. Oh, good idea.
So yeah, and I think for my money, not that necessarily people are asking my opinion on these things, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Molcha Shiko was the strongest deck in the meta right now since the last ban list, with the Shaper bans coming in. It's not sure what happened there.
Yeah, I just had the same bug.
Oh, strange. JNet's misbehaving, but oh well. And so, what board state do we find ourselves in? This is an Arasana versus an Asa group.
Yeah, so we've got Arasana 4 points up here. And
On turn 11.
yeah, it's quite a lot of time passed. A lot of cards on the table for Asa. Potentially, we've got big fully operations in our near future or our recent past. And there's a conduit on the table which has presumably been purged by one of the two Mavirus in archives. But not a great deal of board state for Arasana at the moment, apart from the 7 credits on that Urban Art Vernissage, which could be put to good use potentially.
7 credits is a big number on the UAV. I don't think I've seen that many actually.
Yeah, me neither. I don't remember ever having to use more than one D6 to represent my UAV credits.
This is the thing that I always get slightly wrong about UAV, is that it's just used to install programs. It's not Trojans. You have to bounce back the Trojans to
It's
get
better
them
than that. You can use it to install any card.
to install any card.
Yeah. So if you draw a console, for example, that's often the best way to spend those credits. In this case, we've spent them on a cleaver to
Which
challenge this Hagen remote.
Which is a 3 credit break for Cleaver. So for Seb K, definitely doesn't feel like break the bank. Using the Arasana to install an Eka there, just to reduce that cost by 2. Although the Bran is still going to be a pretty hefty cost to break, but we can probably afford it.
Yeah, and Mr. Six spending 6 of his 9 credits remaining to protect this card fresh install and so on. That's not something you normally see in a deck, especially when we see as many fully operationals in archives as we do here. So we'll see what it is exactly that's worth protecting so hard.
Yeah, the usual assumption would be Rashida, right? But it could be an agenda. You're going pretty poor to score it there. It is the 3rd agenda for Seb K.
And using that Simul chip to reinstall the propeller to make the brand break relatively cheap has to feel pretty good. I think we spent a solid 4 credits on that run.
4 credits, yeah. Eva and propeller. It's pretty good.
It's an exchange of resources, though. That's the 2nd Simul chip. And unlike the Alloc deck we just saw, this deck does not have labor rights to recover those Simul chips easily. So there's only so many times it can pull tricks like that.
Ice HQ, that's an interesting last click from the wage workers. I do want to call some attention to the double upgrade on HQ.
Yeah, I was about to ask, what do you think that is?
Well, there are a bunch of upgrades in Styx's deck. We see 2 copies of the Hollow Man, 2 copies of Mavirus. We do see Trine Grid as well. Of course, that's not a legal upgrade to put on HQ. Notably, 0 copies of... Oh, yeah, of course, 2 Metagam Scampers, very classic in Has Pirate decks modernly. but notably 0 copies of Prism Grid, and I think this is an important call out because Sebastian K, in true Sebastian K fashion, has spent 10 of his 15 influence on 2 copies of Diversion of Funds in his Arasana deck.
Wow.
That explains it. So
That last
likely...
fully up going off there.
There's the fully up, yeah.
Maybe explains why we got that brown res. We have 8 credits, just straight back.
Yeah, likely a Managam on HQ to protect against potential diversion. And I would guess also a Hollow Man maybe hiding there, helped by the Managam to stick around until he's needed for some scoring. But still 0 points for Mr. Sticks, so this is playing the long plan here.
Yeah. And unless there are any more like Project Retrubus shenanigans. Ooh, we're clicking through this actually.
Ah, that's very sweet. And we'll have enough to steal an Ikora, I suppose, if we need to. Reza Spin Doctor. So this was quite a committal run from Sebk, although I suppose Urban Art Vernissage will bounce back this Peaches out.
Yeah, but it's a large portion of your turn to make this check on what turns out to be Spin Doctor, and not to mention the credits for the Hagen break. So, yeah, a pretty reasonable exchange for Sticks here.
Although I can't imagine Sebk is worried too much about money with that ENV testing with 3 counts on it set at the top of the table.
Good spot.
And interesting to me where Sebk here on the Conduit plan. That's something you haven't seen out of Shaper too much in the previous meta. And especially with Peaches out, my initial instinct would be to guess that we were playing Deep Dive, but if Conduits are win condition, I suppose Peaches out still does a lot of work if you're running the same server multiple times.
Yeah, I suppose it also works well with Diversion of Funds, right? If you can keep the court poor either by landing the diversions or forcing them to commit resources to HQ, then you get to drop your Conduit and run R&D a whole bunch. But yeah, that game plan doesn't seem to have quite worked out here. And in fact, we see a Diversion of Funds discarded by Sebk. So yeah, well respected by Mr. Sticks and defended against successfully, it would seem.
I mean, you speak about running like a certain server a whole bunch. I mean, observing right here that R&D has 12 cards in it, and there's still 14 agenda points, somewhere. And I am wondering if Sebk is thinking about like re-pivoting back onto R&D at some point.
Yeah, Seb's gonna have to get busy scoring or get busy losing here, or Sticks is rather.
With 3 fully up... Oh no, we used the Spin Doctor to shuffle back 1 fully up. So unless you have that in hand, you've got to feel like this 4th remote server feels a little strange. What do you think you might be installing there?
Oof, I don't know. You're the ASA player, Jai. What's your read?
They're putting me on the spot here. Just judging by what's been trashed already in archives, I would expect that server 6 is probably something like a powers that be, something you want the utility from, but don't necessarily want clogging your what I would take to be your main quote unquote scoring server in server 1. But it looks that Sebastian K doesn't seem that interested in contesting it this turn. I possibly made the same read that we have, but Sticks not taking the opportunity to score here with the space that Sebk has been giving him, but just a triple credit with a double install of the and this does look like the this scoring push.
And you are right, we are pivoting there to the R&D. We know we've got the Peach Sound hand, and that can come down clicklessly for Arasana. So there could be a lot of runs on R&D here.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of an MU issue, but that self-modifying code can exchange itself for a 1MU program whenever needed, so shouldn't be a problem. The ablative, though, Mr. Sticks also has some tricks for this run.
And it looks like we are installing a Mavirus in server 1.
Keep that conduit down.
Keep the conduit down. But this is currently, this server, we're looking at 3 credits to break. Mr. Sticks may not be able to afford to res much more, and we do see the Peach Cell coming from hand. The 1 counter propeller in the bin to make that work seems very reasonable. Something that can now also be flickered with Symbol Chip to be brought back if there is a hefty ice res here.
yeah, if we get yet another brand, assuming.
Although I suppose if we're
successful.
planning on running this server multiple times per turn, that may not be ideal. And we do use the server.
Preemptively getting an Euler here. That's interesting, considering we haven't seen any code gates yet.
Yeah, and a strange timing. Like there wasn't necessarily a need to on that board state, unless, right. So it's a 5 credit server, and you'll gain your click back. We're gonna see 1 card off the top of this first access and trash it. Play the show gamble, and we are just running back. This won't cost us with the conduit. This won't cost us any clicks. Essentially, we'll get that refunded by Peach Sal.
Yeah, it should go back to hand
And
here as
there's
well.
been 2 fresh cards unless Mr. Sticks wants to pop that Mavarus.
And that is a difficult proposition to spend 3 credits to deny a single access.
Yeah, I mean, like best case here, there are still 4 agendas in R&D.
And that's the game.
One of them.
Oh, that's one of them. That's GG.
Congratulations to both players. Very well played.
Okay, I think we now have most, if not all, of the results from the round.
Do you want to summarise what we've got? I might be able to switch us back over to the Cobra tab and take a look.
I'm seeing a lot of runner wins to start with. Not sure if they've been input yet. Yeah, so on top of those results we see there, we just saw Seb K win as runner as well. Oh, it's about even though, runner and Corp wins, it would seem. Notably, we have our reigning Circuit Breaker losing its first round.
And that's Tuno, first seed player, losing to 16th seed Daigen. So I can't remember all of the pairings, but obviously half of these players got to pick which side they were going to play. And
I do believe, just by my rough once over of the pairings, that I believe 5 of the 8 higher seeded players chose to play their runner deck.
Okay.
We saw Amarum in that round winning as runner, of course, and as well as I believe Sebastian K got to pick side as well.
I'm receiving word from our excellent TO Craw that there is still a bit of a display bug on Cobra at the moment, so the letters we are seeing may not actually reflect which side was won with. In fact, as we can see on table 1, Eugene did win that game, but as Corp, not as R.
And yeah, we also see wins from Not Again. We saw the win from Amarum. We see wins from Jonald. We see a win from Pouch of Lavender and a win from Kikai. So yeah, and we've only one more game to report. Did we want to cut to a break and go for round 2?
Yeah, happily.
By all means. Yeah, let's do it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for watching that first round with us. We'll be back with you in
5 or 10 minutes.
5 or 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome back to round 2 of day 2 of the Circuit Breaker Invitational. Just before we get into the game, we wanted to quickly take a look at the decks that we're going to be seeing. We are seeing Kikai playing Hashiko. And this is a different Hashiko than the one we saw in round 1. We saw a kind of mulch style Hashiko in round 1. And this is a kind of like newish brew. It's fairly reg, but that console is Anacam. And we're running some kind of crew, Amakua. We've seen a lot of this in the last year, often playing Patchwork. But this feels a new fresh. It's got things like Eye for an Eye, and a couple of other kind of like surprise includes. And of course, because it's Kikai, he is playing at least one card that is highly suspect, and that is Tread Lightly. I say this, he's a good friend. And then on the opposite side of this, Kikai would play against Pouch of Lavender's Ob deck, which is kind of that pretty classic facet style. We're seeing Eminent Domains for archers, but we're seeing it out of Ob with a lot of an ability to kind of just produce a hollow man out of nowhere and get to 5 points. There are, I think, 2 really interesting things about this one. One, we've cut an Azef protocol to play a slash and burn, which is really interesting. I think Azef is a really, really strong utility piece for Ob a lot of the time, and missing that is going to be interesting. And also, we have no copies of Audacity. So that slash and burn is our way of closing the game out fast. What I'll do you guys have any other thoughts on the decks, on the matchup?
Yeah, just to say that the Hashiko deck is based on a deck that was played at the New Year's Showdown by Torpedo Tyrus and OF15. OF15 came second with it, I believe, at that tournament. It's pretty impressive, and it famously plays Eye for an Eye, a card from Rebellion Without Rehearsal that has seen little to no tournament play since its release a little under a year ago. Yeah, OF15 took it to second place at a large tournament, and Kiko has brought it as well, although he's cut it down to just one copy in the deck.
Yeah, and really the interaction that you're looking at there is the synergy with Copulation, a card as well that really has kind of rocketed up throughout the whole of last meta, and we're seeing a lot of play. And especially it was seeing play in these Crew Hosh decks. And essentially, Eye for an Eye doesn't just let you trash one or two cards when you're doing access. You can trash every single card you access. So if you have additional multi-access, you can trash the entire hand. And I've seen Kiko do it multiple times in the last week.
Yeah, but you do have to trade your cards for theirs. So if you have a Steelskin Scarring to get you up on cards while you're doing it, generally much more effective.
And also with the Anacam and with the Largo Shelter, it's quite easy for Kikai to start his turn with 8-9 cards in hand. So all of that very much worth considering. It's not a silver bullet, and especially can feel, I think, a little painful in those matchups where you're naturally tagged, or you might end up tagged by the corporation. We did some practice for the NEH matchup, which Kiko won in round 1, and yeah, Eye for an Eye can be pretty tricky to play in that matchup sometimes. So there are drawbacks, but yeah, it's doing a lot. Right, I'm going to switch us over to the game as our players are now starting. And as we see here, a mulligan from Pouch of Lavender and a keep from Kiko. And I say we're off to the races, but we're having a think after our match.
It's a classic Ob turn 1. You've got a lot to think about already with this deck a lot of the time.
Yeah, and you're a big Ob player, isn't that right, CobraBubbles?
Yeah, I've played some Ob in my time. It's one of my favourite network cards of all time, I would say, as it is for many people. Very versatile, very powerful identity that somehow still produces decks that are often like right on the edge of not quite being good enough. But as we said at the start of the stream, a lot of Obs winning in the first weekend of the CBI. Well represented here. And yeah, Pouch of Lavender, no slouch, going undefeated, I think, and coming out on top of the pod that they played it.
I'm not sure if that's quite right, but did an absolutely amazing performance in the EMEA Swiss, I believe, where both of these players came from. And we see turn 1, it's draw, install, and then over to Kikai, who's similarly drawing. It feels like it's a slightly frosty, slightly tense start to the match, and we see a Maryland campaign on the table. It's an interesting one.
Imagine
it does a lot of work out of Ob, but it is a 3-credit trash.
I mean, I think if you're Kikai, I mean, depending on the contents of the rest of the hand, maybe you have some bounce back with strike funds and so on. But I would be tempted to trash an Unrest Maryland out of Op any chance I get. Yeah, it looks like that's what we'll be seeing here. Mystic Miami and a Barnhart coming down.
Very nice. It's a card that recurs itself whilst giving you the Ob trigger. It shoves itself back into the deck, meaning that you can just keep getting those Ob triggers to tutor for your one-costers. And Pouch of Lavender is playing a lot of one-costers compared to some of the other facet decks. We have notably a card that will be very important in the matchup against Kikai, one Wraparound, which against these Anarchs, many of whom aren't playing the Reg Breaker Suite, or at the very least aren't planning on installing it off the mat, will be really, really effective. Yeah, I think Kikai will be worried about that wraparound. So yeah, but the Banhart is going to exert a lot of pressure on this early game, and the main move is going to help a lot of money. Click 1, we've installed and res the Spin Doctor. 7 cards in hand, and
we're cooking, yeah. 7 cards is a lot of options in an Ob deck, when presumably like any one of those cards plus an extract can turn into any other one card in your deck. So even with just 2 clicks left this turn, there's a lot to think about here. Yeah, speaking of Pouch's Ice Suite, I'll be interested to see how that plays out in the game based on where Kikai chooses to commit his resources. So, what are you using Crew on? What are you using Devil Charm on? Because there are multiple archers here. So, if an archer gets fetched off an eminent domain, that's a prime target to get Devil Charm crewed. But if you waste all your Devil Charms killing archers and other large things, and then just the lowly wraparound behind something else to protect it from Bankar could cause real trouble for the Amakua plan here. So, yeah, really interested to see how this ice plays out.
This ice on the Spin Doctor is interesting to me. There are a couple of like implications that spring to mind over here. Firstly, that if Pouch of Lavender is so interested in protecting the Spin Doctor, that could mean that there's some kind of audacity, or I should say more like slash and burn, right? Slash and burn fast advance play coming down. Maybe if with an above the law to try and snipe a Banha.
That would be a pretty strong, I think, and fairly aggressive line at this point. But
yeah, there's also the possibility of expending the eminent domain instead, a lesser seen play, but to get us off the ground economically here, we might want to expend to get a different ice into play potentially. But we do have a server 3 install.
And Jaya, looks like you called it exactly right. And we see that slash and burn.
Pause here suggests Azef, yeah.
That's an Azef protocol, right?
Trashing that ice that we used to protect the spin.
And hits the crew out of hand. That's a pretty nice hit there for Pouch.
A crew and a dirty laundry.
Definitely cards that Kika would have much rather kept. Although you can think of it as, the crew traded for the ice anyway, just in a different fashion,
And neither of you paid any credits for the exchange, yeah. Interesting. Okay, so well, we know there's an agenda face up in archives, but there's also two other face down cards. This Spin Doctor ready to protect it, but Kikai is probably looking to make a run this turn, get that Hashiko flip.
Yeah, and the archives run looks quite appealing for multiple reasons, of course, right? Getting the Spin Doctor pop and the slash and burn shuffled back. Your leech counter, of course. Oh, and a second dirty laundry coming down.
Very, very nice for Kiko there. I think when I saw the first one go from hand, I was a little worried. Mamie has a habit of punching you in the face, I feel, a bit with this Hashiko deck. It can be difficult to get all of your value from it, but fortunately we got that there.
Well, so much for the leech counter, though.
There is a
we do see the Mavarus in archives, but again, on a pretty profitable archives run, now's a good time to find out that is there. Oh, and that leech going away completely to get the SDS of R&D. Not bad at all.
So that's immediately probably started to soothe Kikai's nerves a little bit, getting behind that early. And I played against some of these obs over the last two tournaments I've played in, and it is just impressive how quickly they can go from 2 points to 5 points. 5 points to 7 points, it really can kind of come out of you out of nowhere. So just being able to stay up on points is really good and important.
Yeah, although I would say that this orb is not presenting a lot of economic development in the early game. We've not resolved that early Marilyn, we've not drawn a hedge fund or another kind of econ card. So we're running on fumes really here, which is going to make it quite difficult to present those real scoring threats in the near future.
Yeah, Hollow Man, very powerful card, very expensive card.
Yeah.
I mean, you speak about economy and I think it's a very interesting topic and maybe a bit too large in scope for just a regular cast. But I noticed that many ops, not all of them, I think notably Benvelopment is still playing the Regolith mining license, but not many other op players are opting for the Regolith these days, more for the Marilyns and Sweetagors, etc., etc. And do you think that's what's causing all the economic knockoff effects?
Yeah, it's interesting, right?
We do get to resolve Rashida.
Oh, we get the Rashida here, which is the most important card for Ob, I would say, in the game. Because Wayland just doesn't have any card draw in faction, so you get an influence-free way to draw cards that you can search for with Ob, and that makes you some money along the way. Very powerful, obviously, in every card.
Wall-to-wall's a card.
Wall-to-wall is, I guess, a card. Yeah, it doesn't quite do the thing you want when you're trying to go fast. But yeah, I mean, the Ob ID is economy in itself, right? When you trash your border control to get a 3-cost card, not only is that put a card on the table, but it's also giving you 3 credits because you res that card for free.
And more if you're installing it further out, you know.
Yep, and you could save on install costs and all sorts. So yeah, it's actually secretly an ID that gives you a lot of credits. The problem is you need to get your first face-up card to start chaining from, which can be a really hard thing to do against, for example, Aracera's crew, a runner card that can just trash a face-up card as soon as it sees one. So yeah, it's the getting Ob Econ off the ground can sometimes be tricky, but usually step one is resolve Rashida, and we've done that here, so that feels pretty good.
And we're drawing up with 9 cards in hand now. You wonder if, what decisions we're trying to make. We know that there's good odds without installing extra ice that Kikai can get into most servers, and so really a border control could stop that, but not much else. So you've got to wonder about server 5 and what is, if you've got a Genesis HQ, where can they go?
I mean, given that click one draw archives is probably the correct answer to that question.
Yeah, that was kind of my guess.
Yeah.
We get that Mamie value. We're looking to make a Hashiko run this turn. I think Kikai, from the times I've played with him, is quite strict about getting that Hashiko flip up, flip down, which I like to see.
Yeah, it's easy to fall into the trap of staying on Mahu Shoujo, the backside of Hashiko, losing a lot of credits. You draw a lot of cards, you get through your deck, but you've got Anakam in play, you're going to be drawing those cards anyway. If you do have the time, as Kikai has here, to take a couple of turns off and flip down, keeps your econ a bit more well balanced.
See that compilation. And now, importantly,
Ooh.
it's very likely, I think, that Kikai is looking to custom a virus out of archives. It would be a bit aggressive on this board state, given that we do still have other open centrals. But yeah, we are doing it. And what that means is that's a card that can't get shuffled back in, but also, importantly, is going to give Kikai fairly safe centrals runs for a lot of the game, so that he can build up those Amakua counters, build up those Leech counters, and really stop it being too disrupted. Svetagor resident in the right side. I love this card. This is one of those cards. For a long time, we didn't see a lot of play in Ob, and I think Kikai will be disappointed to see that Mavaris going into archives there. But what 2-coster do you think we're fetching? It's a Maryland campaign.
Maryland campaign. Very reasonable.
We won't get credits off of that this turn, but we will next.
You will say that it is true that, not great to see the second Mavaris hit archives immediately after the first gets cupped out of it, but worth noting that Pouch 11 only has 2 copies of the card.
Oh, really?
In the deck. Yeah, so I think Kikai will be somewhat pleased to have located both of them this early in the game.
Yeah, there's very little chance of mid-run Mavaris, which is when you're most worried about it.
Yeah, and we're down 2 Spin Doctors as well, so there's only one more to put it back in if that's what Pouch decides to do. Oh, we get the Armed Asset Protection. So this is an econ card, speaking of econ, that, yeah, not widely played at all, but works as a 2-cost hedge fund here for +6 credits.
It's interesting. This card came out in the last set, I believe, or it might be in the first half of Liberation.
Was in
with that Nuvum theming, and obviously Nuvum puts cards in archives. It feels good, but often I find when playing Nuvum, it's difficult to get face-up cards in archives, which is what this cares about. Whereas with Ob, it's a much easier deal a lot of the time to get that money. And we are jamming something in this remote server and icing up. So unless Kikai has something else up his sleeve, Pouch of Lavender is going to be able to protect whatever is in this server.
Yeah. Over-installing the Svetagor, that's not something we see every day.
No, but with the Marilyn ticking, we might be thinking that we're okay for money.
Yeah, and if you have a window to resolve an eminent domain,
you just take it.
You try and take it, especially against a deck like this, which is going to be contesting your ice quite often.
So yeah, Kikai really will have some decisions to make here. If we're going to have any chance of flipping down, it's going to give a lot of tempo to the Corp, who's kind of trying to get away with something. But if we don't have the answers to the questions that Ob's answering, maybe the right thing to do is just to to sit back and money up. And it's interesting. It is an interesting board state.
So, of course, there isn't really a lethal Banha face check on this current board state. There's 0 copies of, I believe, 0 copies of envelopment in this particular op deck. Although it's worth noting that Archer is visible on this board state, and it will sting. It will definitely sting for Kika if he's going to Banha face check into that.
Although I think that losing 2 points is probably not a cost that Pouch of Lavender will be paying lightly.
Absolutely.
Janet there giving us a
How
slightly
much is it?
disco-themed Sphinx
Ooh.
excavator in the bin. It's flashing around. And we
There
see...
it is.
Oh, I insulted it at the start of the game and I've already been proven...
This is a pretty hot trend, Lily, isn't it? Like, I
Yeah.
don't think Pouch is going to be able to double res on this server unless it's like a border control.
Yeah,
or
I'd say, but
something.
a 7-credit border control probably feels alright.
Yeah, sadly, it doesn't work for Orb and let you fetch a 6-coster. Yeah, that's quite jammy of Kikai here to just manage to find the very unlikely situation in the matchup where Ob has 2 ice on a server and neither of them are rezzed. But fair play to him. It's paying off this last influence that he spent of the Tsushika deck.
We love to see it. And we get in. We're just getting in. Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
just-
eminent domain. Right.
Now, Mystic Mamie's still threatening to throw a tantrum. Are they like children, the companions?
No, they're like, I guess they're like soft AI, some kind. They're video game characters, right?
They're NPCs.
They're video game. Yeah, yeah.
They're your Final Fantasy party.
Yeah, in before the
And
NPC meme became a thing.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. That was a good point. Yeah.
And they will take a chunk out of you or your board, depending if they are left unsatisfied for too long.
Okay, so we
Okay,
are
raindrop
raindrops in HQ. Resing the ice wall. I think Kikai absolutely fine with that.
Yeah.
Would you go after his Marilyn here with your last click if you were Kikai?
Depends a lot
Ooh,
on what's in HQ, but he
Yeah,
does.
would
Yeah.
be very tempted to. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't play amazingly well with the HQ run because you could have had Ob start the turn on no res cards at
Yeah.
all, so you turn off extract value lines, but as it is, just the 1 cost means the options for extracting are pretty limited here. And yeah, getting rid of the Marilyn closes down a lot of lines that Pouch might have had.
1 Spin Doctor, 1 Rashida left in the deck.
Yeah, I was gonna say even so,
One
like
excavator.
just having this ice wall rest is good for Pouch Elemental, like in terms of
Yeah.
extract value, but what you're extracting to is a different story entirely. I do suppose that given the option, she would like to extract this into like the last Rashida, possibly.
Yeah, but it
like-
very much depends what's in HQ. It
Yeah,
won't
absolutely.
be providing a great deal of protection against this Banha, but again, Kikai may be looking to flip down next turn. You may just be able to get away with some stuff. The wonderful thing I find about playing against Toshiko is that you have that slightly telegraphed thing. What do I think they're going to do on the next turn? How do I think they're going to try and extract as much value as possible from their ID? Which, since the banning of DreamNet several years ago, has, I think, made Hoshiko a really interesting ID both to play against and as. Other people's mileage may vary.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on this one, but as we've said, there are many loose stands out there.
Yeah.
Let's make sure their voices are represented. We've got another jam in server 5 here, so yeah, the tread lightly is gone, so you don't have to respect it anymore, at least.
Yeah.
What
Oh,
does go? Yeah, put the Banha on server 5 here. Of course, he had the option to get a 3-card sweep of HQ with the calculation on the if he Banha the ice wall, but this is what he's going with.
now.
I presume that he doesn't expect this run to be successful anyway.
But you could see yourself drawing a
what
lot
I-
of cards.
That's probably what he's after.
And it
Wraparound,
looks like
right?
it will be successful.
But we found the wraparound, and it does have something in front of it for future pushes to protect it from Bankar.
Right. Cards an eye for an eye to the Banha damage, so he did have the option of going for like a full HU sweep.
Yeah, losing the eye for an eye is probably a little sad. Accessing the tranquility, that's very interesting. 4 credits to deny this trank? Hard to say.
I think I would. In this position, you're about to get 3 credit refund from your own drops.
True.
And 2 cards, I believe, because of Anacam. Oh no, Anacam already happened because of the net damage.
Has already happened, yes.
Yeah, but anyway, a decent refund here, and that trank grid can really carry. I mean, we see it with precision design all the time. It can really carry any corp that's looking to jam a lot in their remote through the whole game, and yeah, Kiko respecting it here.
Yeah, so without Narasaris crew, this wraparound will be a problem for Kikai. Stealing another Eminent off the top. This Mystic Mamie refuses to behave.
It's extremely insistent little companion, and looks like will be trashing something.
It hits the steel skin, we get the card draw.
Wow.
Never punished.
Look at that titanium rips go.
And yeah, with the crew charm, we now have an answer to that wraparound. We can Banhar our way in there, potentially, if it's not a board control. What do you think that outer ice is to not have been rezzed twice now?
It's a really tough one. I mean, I don't know that you res it to protect the trank. Like,
True.
Often, as Ob, you're looking to get some things rezzed to be your extract targets, but keep your like powerful run-ending options, like your Stavkas, your border controls, available for until later in the game. And especially if this is a Stavka, for example, you don't really want to res it to get it bank card. You'd rather have something in front of it first to make that happen. And to make a more impactful card than Trank Grid stick. But yeah, this server's now looking quite vulnerable with the Charm, Crew and Bankar together. You need to put together quite a lot of tools to keep Kikai out here.
Especially since, as we've talked about, we now know the location of where both Lavaruses in the deck are. Like, if there was a third, potentially there was a way to force a remote lockout on any given turn that Pouch of Lavender wanted. But in this particular scenario, there's no way to like force the leech counters off mid-run. Yeah. So this means that this crew charm will go through on wraparound.
And we see a draw, install for Pouch there. Hashiko, meaning that Kikai is going to start his turn on 0 credits. And the Sure Gamble is going to solve that. Mystic maybe.
That felt good.
Yeah.
Yeah, lucky not to lose that gamble to the Mamie damage last turn.
Or lucky to have drawn it off the...
Yeah, I mean, if that's a rip-off of Hashiko, Kikai continues to have a pretty jammy game here.
But I mean, Kikai's drawn 3 cards since the end of his last turn with the Steel Skin hit. It's crazy. Sorry, it's like quite wild how many cards that you can end up drawing.
Yeah, the velocity in this deck is really impressive. You just turn over cardboard.
And do you take a tag here to get into this server? Well, look, are we using a leech counter and the Devil Charm?
Devil Charm Crew trades for wraparound as predicted, so that's one less Devil Charm to use for archers if that should come up later.
Access the above door and win the game.
Big move from Pouch there, just saying you won, but Kikai did.
Kikai very credit poor at the end of that turn.
Yeah, I mean could have struggled if it wasn't for that sure gamble. So
Kikai, I spoke to a lot during the week, and I know that this was a matchup that he was quite concerned about going into the tournament. So we'll be feeling all right there. CobraBubbles is just going to look for another game for us to jump over into. What are your thoughts at the end of that, Jai?
I think this really demonstrates the power of the companions in terms of being able to like quickly react to changing board states, and this Banha card, what a card.
Well, one of my absolute favourite netrunner cards of all time. I am a big Banha fan.
Yeah, it did seem like Pouch of Lavender's deck, unfortunately, was, like, as you say, wasn't really able to get off the ground in like the first few turns of the game. We only managed to see like one Rashida fire, and after that with the unbalanced protection That was basically it. I don't even know if the Sphitogor excavator got any fires for value, which is a little bit of a shame. But other than that, yeah, well played to both players, and congratulations to Kika for punching. I believe this would be a ticket to the top 6 of the CBI.
That is correct.
Uh,
And we're going to swing down. We're going to head over to another Hashiko Ob matchup. But quite different. Both decks quite different from the ones we've seen in the previous round, and the board state also looking quite different. We see Davs 131 playing this Molt Shishiko, quite set up. We see the twinning of a counter. We've got the Buffer Drive, a card that, from my understanding, was laughed out of the room for a lot of its lifetime in Standard, but has really found its home in these Anarch decks. Against Biblum, who is playing this Rush Ob and is gonna score an Azef fetching a border control. So 4 points for Davs, 3 points for Biblum.
Yeah, we joined during a dramatic moment here of the Azef score fetching a border control off of an off of an envelopment.
And crashing 2 breakers there.
Yeah.
And hitting 2 breakers, yeah, interesting. And now we still have a Tucana trigger to resolve.
We should be back. I will hold on a moment for confirmation. A lot of dramatic stuff has happened in the moment that we weren't live, but it does appear that we are now back live. So hello and apologies for the disconnect.
Looks
So
like we are back.
what did we see on Davs' turn? We had an R&D run. We were able to fetch this magnet. Spend an imp to trash the audacity off the top of the deck, getting an Audrey counter. Now, for the Ob matchup, I'd say imping the audacity, one of the main things you're looking to do. We see a Trojan horse.
Ooh,
Now, with
that's
Trojan horse trace 4,
we are on the Untold Protagonist side. We do have a link on Hoshiko. The
and
math of this gets a
enough
little bit
credits to
weird.
stop any... Oh no, we're paying to increase the trace. Okay, so it is trace 5. So Beeblum going to 0 credits there to deal with the Audrey. 1 silver chip's in the bin.
Um, oh, that's interesting actually, considering devs had the option to pay 2 credits into the trace to save the Audrey. I believe.
Would Davs have had the ability to do that? If
Uh,
there was trace
Devs
5 and we
was
had...
trace 5 and he had two credits,
And
so
the
he
link.
could have gone to link 3.
But yeah, just deciding with the 2 symbol chip in hand, I suppose that we're
Oh
not
yeah,
too worried about it.
fair enough.
And we're going to get this Audrey down, get a counter on it.
And I do expect with this second simultaneous world, we bring back the imp back on the board, reloaded with 3 counters. Probably the only way to guarantee the Audrey counter reload as well. I know there is a math
We're
Mavaris
going
in
to
archives,
see 2
so
cards.
yeah.
Impian Extract and accessing an unseen card. Now, as
I do want
Beeblum,
to be blunt.
what's your
Are
route
they
to recovery?
interested in getting a manual purge?
You've got to think though, if you're manually purging, that could be rough. You're already on 0 credits. You're going to be spending another turn that low.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that the server 1 card isn't a Rashida. We do have 2 more in the deck somewhere. And the jamming a new remote. That's interesting. 2 credits. People don't know if they're going to be able to effectively defend this remote that they've created.
So Dav's playing a Labour Rights now to get 3 Symbol Chip back into the deck. It is really the most important card and really highlights the power of Labour Rights. You get to use your recursion cards to target 3 recursion cards to put them back in your deck and just give you all of those options. But with both of our players incredibly low on credits here, it is interesting. And we see that Light the Fire come down.
Light the Fire. Not going to be too great into this border control remote.
No, I don't know.
I mean,
What is it? Maybe just for the twin encounter.
yeah, I think it might just be for the twinning Keiko, of course, value.
Well,
But
Or
yes, it
actually,
does.
I think
Yes.
that Dav smells a spin doctor in this server too and wants
Oh
to go
yeah,
after it.
he might just go on this one. Huh?
also, it prevents Tucana getting a steal trigger potentially, although I don't know if Davs is actually getting into this server
I
one
say the
here.
border control would make that difficult for
The
now.
border control should stop it, yeah. But if it trades for a border control, that's not the worst trade. You can take the core damage in this matchup without fear, really.
With no action taken on the potential spin doctor, Davs is now having to have a think.
Yeah, I mean, it probably was a click for a twin encounter and make the Gorp think about something. And the Gorp has declined to do so, so Davs is doing the thinking here.
They are correct. There is about less than 10 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, we have about
Oh,
exactly
we
10
do
minutes
see the
left.
rectifier.
And we are going for more R&D. It looks like Davs is just trying to close this game out, getting every access.
We will get 2 accesses on this board.
Oh, thinking.
In for the hedge fund.
So yeah, it seems like Davs' plan is just get 2 access each turn and hope that we can close out the game before Beerblum recovers.
Yeah. It should be noted that we are 2 labor rights into the Hoshiko deck now, so Devs is kind of sort of running a little bit out of gas. And I think Beerblum is thinking, if hoping that R&D can hold on just a little bit longer while they manage to stabilize the economy.
It's the classic ob conundrum of how can I win this game before I lose an R&D for my high density, given all the cards you're pulling out of R&D that aren't agendas. You end up with quite a lot of agendas left in R&D at this stage of the game with only 19 cards left. And yeah, on Davs' side, we have those simple chips that have gone back in, but do we have the time and the resources to deploy them to actually get into service before people makes their next push?
And this is turn 11, right? It looks like Davs has been spending, every single credit that comes through. And I know that these mulch decks can fly low to the ground, but you've got to be thinking, it must feel a little tough. We're just going back for 2 more. No Keiko. Do you think Keiko would have been the big difference maker, or do you think it's just that being forced to rush, not being able to cook a fermenter?
Yeah, it's usually, if you don't have time to set up Kiko, it's usually because you've been forced to interact by the speed of the Gorp.
And
manages to steal the SDS
off the top. And that was 3 turns in a row of seeing 2 cards at the top of R&D. So you have to think, with the Corp that poor, it's understandable that why you'd pursue that line, but it could have all gone wrong.
Yeah, odds are good. Apparently there was an imp seamless earlier in the game that caused some problems. That would have killed with double Haza. Well, that would have been something.
Almost a shame that didn't happen.
Yeah.
And this was both of these players' tournament life. So
That's
people
right.
are unfortunately out of the cut at this point.
Yeah, which is a shame. I'm glad we got to briefly see some Beeblum Ob play. Always a delight to watch this player play.
Absolutely.
Ob. Truly one of the greatest Ob players in the world. I think unquestionably taking some lines in the tournament last weekend that I don't think any of us saw coming.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll have to see them in the next one. Well played to both players.
Indeed. And how long do we have left now? Not very much time at all.
We have a bit under 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
There are just a couple of tables still going. So might be... go ahead.
Do we want to see the third Op Hoshiko match in a row?
How long do we have left?
That match will have a little longer because it's Brandon.
I'm willing to do that if you guys are.
Yeah, I'm happy to go to that game.
Do you want to quickly jump in and ask?
Unless Jai has already done so, I will go and ask.
Not quite.
Okay, it's alright, I can do it. If Janet will behave. Nope.
It is true fact, half of this top cut was weathered, which as we said was unexpected. I think we weren't anticipating to see that much, but the it's like incredibly fun to watch Ob. All Ob games pretty much are a riot. And Jai, we've seen two of our teammates. This is two of yours.
Absolutely. Wow, this game is taken a much different turn than. I mean, it is another mulch against Orb, kind of pseudo rush Orb matchup. Although it must say that I must say that all Orb players definitely put their own personal touch onto the deck. It's like one of the most skill expressive or individuality expressive IDs out there. And John not only 2 credits, but 5 points up and with a Basalt token.
And an Audacity in Archive, so we are threatening to potentially just win the game flat out next turn with a 3-2 score. But we don't know how much Brandon knows about HQ here. Presumably there's some amount of knowledge about what cards John might have access to, where the agendas might be, as we've had quite a long game to this point.
Let's do this. We do have the option of using this board control here, and we are going to do it.
Wow.
So maybe that's Jonald with the win in hand, just looking to secure it out, or maybe what do you think?
There are a few options, yeah.
I mean, there were 5 cards in HQ at the start of the end of Jonald's last turn, of which the king saw 3 of them with the twinning multi-access, trashing the Hollow Man out of hand. So 2 unknowns still in HQ. So every possibility that Jonald has the win in hand.
But this could also be going for a Mavirus to disrupt the Audreys. Or it could be going for a Sandstone to force out more cards, given that the king is relatively light on cards in hand at the moment. And would need 2 to get through a Sandstone with Audrey.
There's a lot of things to consider, and clearly Jonald is considering them. Yeah, it's super fascinating. We are getting that Mavirus, and we're installing it on R&D, so the king is going to be forced to access this.
No, this run is ending once the trigger is resolved.
The Lego trashes a Simulchip from the stack.
That's tough to see.
It gets buffer drive to the bottom.
Yeah, there's been but 0 Simulchips installed this game actually.
Wow.
Really interesting. Okay, yeah, unfortunate draw for the king. Maybe this Largo came down a bit later than he might have liked.
Yeah. Definitely, he would have liked to see a Simulchip reload, or to fetch an imp out to probably get at one of these other cards in HQ, just to deny the possibility of the fast advance win, the Audacity. Although, as you say, with the Mavirus installed, yeah.
There's a little bit of a catch-22 with this face-up Mavirus on the table. If you leave it, Jonald's going to get to pop it on his turn, potentially fetch something that's tempo forward, maybe help him out from his economic situation. But if you run after it, you'll be taking a damage, but you will get to refill your Audreys. So it feels like last click here, yeah, you will run R&D, get that access first, and then, or which order do you access these in? Mavirus first, so you can trash
Mavirus first, just in case you can trash the top card to get like double Audrey counters.
We access an unseen card. We are thinking about it,
and that. Yeah, double Audrey counters is exactly it, because there are 2 Audreys in play, which is not something you see very often. But we just, given the lack of Simulchips, I guess we've had to opt for a less than optimal breaker solution here to get into servers. Seems to be working reasonably well. Oh, hello, we have a Basalt Spire being used on the end of the runner's turn.
Face down card, actually. Not the Audacity.
No, to add armed asset protection.
Armed asset protection.
Oh, armed asset
protection. Just needs the cash. Okay, so that suggests we don't have the win straight up here.
It's very interesting. I absolutely love the Basalt Spire. Every deck that I've played that runs the Basalt Spire, it has been like my favourite card. The decisions, the cost. I don't know if it's always been. I think Jonald's Ob is maybe the first deck I've seen that really like effectively utilises it, but Call Blimey is a fun card.
Really, really fun, yeah. But notably, it's a really difficult card to make decisions about when to use and what to use it on. And we see that the use on economy here, and it's a powerful economy card. This armed asset protection is giving netting 5 credits, so a 2-cost government subsidy. But now we don't have a basalt spire counter anymore, so the audacity threat is less real. There is a second audacity in the deck, however, and 2 slash and burns. So potentially still threatening reasonably good odds of winning the game in the next turn or two. But yeah, if the king can get into HQ, start hunting down those slash and burns, it's going to get harder for Jonald to close out without that basalt counter.
And notably, is Jai, am I right in thinking that Jonald's Ob here does have a kill threat, or has that gone away since UK Nats, where Jonald performed admirably with this deck?
Yeah, I do believe so. There are elements of the deck that stayed the same, but the urban renewals have gone up. We still are on a double MC austerity policy. If anyone's interested in getting any Azif fast advance kills,
And I love an Azef kill. It is really the most fun. Although with Jonald on 5 points, it's a little less relevant. 5 minutes left on the round. If you're the king here, as you just, me in the king's shoes at this point, I would be starting to get desperate just to get 2 points, maybe 3, try and just eke it out. But I guess you've got to be cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah,
I think it is somewhat interesting to me that John on the previous turn chose to put the virus on R&D, the undefended server, rather than either of the ice servers that he had, knowing that the king would likely run back into it. And I wonder what this says about the state of his hand at R&D, that he wasn't interested in pulling a 2-cost card at the start of his turn, for example, with another subsequent op trigger.
And also the fact that with that open R&D, we're deciding to ice HQ.
I mean, it could have been bait, right? Yeah. It could have been, as we were saying, usually at this point in the game, we'd expect the agendas to be in R&D. But if Jonald's holding 2 or 3 agendas here, then he puts the virus on R&D and says, "Come, yeah, this is where I want you to run. You're much less likely to steal points here." So it could have been a bit of a Dukem situation.
And the king not necessarily able to get into this server. I mean, we could force the border control trigger, but with only 2 cards in hand, making great use out of these Audreys could be kind of difficult.
Yeah, I mean, if we have the Buzzsaw for the Enigma, but we need 3 cards if this border control fetches a Sandstone. So it might have to be click for draw to run back here and end up running back last click. And so it's not impossible, but it depends on what John chooses to do with this border control.
We do throw out a Revolver, which we buff drive to the bottom of the deck. We hit the Enigma. Ooh.
Oh. Worth noting that there are 2 Mavarises in Archives, the only 2 Mavarises in the deck list. So fetching a Mavaris for a mid-turn purchase off the table for Jonald. Other 3-cost options are Prism Grid, not super relevant here. Possibly Afshar or Sandstone are the other options. There we go.
And the king can get through this.
Yeah, without needing to spend the click on the draw. If it had been Sandstone, I'm not sure how many Sandstones are left in the deck. They might both be out, but it is going to cost us about 4 credits here.
4 credits.
There's 1 Sandstone in the bin, and there could very well be 1 on the table. But yeah, it's expensive. But we will have this imp, and we'll potentially see 2 cards.
Yeah, and that's good. I mean, it feels like the HQIs here suggest that Jonald does have the win in hand. Because if you have the first,
am I right to say that Sandstone would have been enough to stop the run back?
We would be able to click to draw, I think, but we see an Audacity.
Audacity!
And just a sense, so...
Okay, but there are still 2 slash and burns in this deck that could...
There are 2 slash and burns.
There are 2 slash and burns, my friend. So
Jonald, I love this.
There's a lot of outs here. We're taking the R&D run here, though.
We're accessing a card, and it's not one that we can interact with. With only 1 credit, that might not be the biggest surprise.
Okay, let's see if Jonald has it this time.
Oh, the tension must be unbearable. on both sides of this table.
Yeah. Who's been doctors removed from the game already, so recursion options are
Install.
limited. Right? We're getting a Lego trigger. Another simul chip trashed off the top.
Back on the bottom. But that's now two
Spin
of them
Doctor.
very near the bottom. That is the spin.
It's last spin.
So this is not a win this turn.
And we have options. Almost certainly one of these two Audacities going back, one would expect.
Yeah. You potentially could see a case for putting the Hollow Man back in, but Jonald's probably too poor to deploy that. Then again, you might have time. Depends where you think the points are and how.
It could just be money.
The king could get accesses.
I feel like the king has like a pretty reasonable read that there's at least one agenda in HQ, given, as we've discussed, like the Afshar install.
But with only a minute or two left in the round, the king is going to be pretty desperate to... Wow! And we are expending the descent to shuffle an agenda into R&D.
Presumably, yeah. Let's see.
Oh, time in the round.
Time in the round. So that's going to be... That's tough. So Jonald is not going to get another turn here.
Okay, so it is fully on the king, starting his turn with 3 cards in hand, 0 credits. How do you get the win?
Well, so we shuffled a slash and burn into R&D, but not a 3-2, which is what we would have expected to be there given that the Audacity play was made. Now, I guess with the slash and burn and the Audacity, you could score a second slash and burn from hand.
Yeah, and I think given that Cora is called time in a round, it just makes sense for Jonald to cut his losses and get rid of any or all agendas that he can.
Or splitting them up. Yeah, R&D is undefended. So in some ways, potentially he's leaving one in HQ, putting one into R&D, splitting up where the agendas are, to make it a little less likely that Brandon can find them all with the minimal number of accesses he has. Installing a cookbook here on the last turn, which is interesting.
I think just to get that twinning count.
Of course.
I mean, the king has the option to make at least like 3 accesses on R&D this turn.
Accesses R&D.
Imping the first one and going back for a double.
Yep. We are accessing an agenda.
We're seeing
we're seeing 2 cards off them straight away, okay. Alright. Rashida, trash. So we won't be able to see 3 at minimum.
What do we see?
I'm thinking about this one.
Notably, no use of the Spin Doctor here.
Yeah.
Does it mean that there's another one in archives? Possibly.
It could be, yeah.
Oh, we're imping this figured also. We can go back for a single R&D. That's the last access they can possibly get off the top of the deck.
Still no shuffle.
We don't get it.
No,
and I imagine that the king wants to run the Spin Doctor now, right? We maybe run Spin Doctor. Then
you
still have a chance at an HQ access with Audrey, right?
Yeah, we don't have credits for Enigma for Buzzsaw, but we have plenty of Audrey counters here, so we can take a 1 in 5, maybe 2 in 5 shot at HQ.
Yeah, I think that's the best odds for tying this one up. Because there's nowhere else you can get a valuable access, I don't think, and this is the last click of the game. So.
Oh, it is the last click, right? It's not click 3, of course. So yeah, I think it has to be HQ because you can't run the spin anymore. That's not relevant. So you have to run HQ here. And yeah, I think Jonald is probably favored to win here, right? Given that this is only a single. And, yeah.
Yeah, but it only takes 1 access.
Yeah.
And the Brandon is going to get 1 more access here.
These things are incredibly exciting for just this reason.
We're going to be accessing with no clicks, no credits, and no cards left.
Oh, no, that is not correct.
I believe that's just a misclick there.
Yeah, seems like a misclick.
Yeah. Some sweaty palms.
My palms would be so sweaty if I was in this position.
Mum's spaghetti.
We're just going for it. So there's 18 cards out. You've got to feel that there's at least 1 in here.
Yeah, I mean, all the signs suggest it, right?
We get 1 access.
The center side.
Show hand.
Oh,
There is a one puzzle spoiler, and we access the ice
wow!
Great showmanship
That is
from John.
stylish. That is stylish. I tell you what.
That was wonderful. That was really good.
Wow, hell of a
3
game.
Hashiko Ob games. What a round!
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm not complaining.
I'm not complaining. What could be more fun?
And what was the Hoshiko tally at the end of this round? Hoshiko won the last 2. Is that right?
Yeah, Shiko won the 2 games that we saw before, and then
Lost this one, yeah.
Amazing.
Okay, that was the winner's bracket. So the king carries on now, moving to the chase bracket. And we'll get the rest of the results in. Should we take a quick break and then come back with the results from the first 2 rounds?
That makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome to round 3 of the top cut of the Circuit Breaker Invitational. This round we're seeing 2 very familiar faces if you've been following competitive Netrunner for quite a while. Actually, these are 2 of the more veteran players in the field. We have Bridgman and the King. Lat versus Asa Group. And with this first turn we see Asa with click for a credit, use our Asa ability to get double install and install on HQ. Nice and civil. We see the ASOPs, the self-modifying code, and the creative commission. Now, I'm assuming the use of the ASOPs means that we're probably selling this SMC or popping it to get a coalescence and selling that.
Yeah, more than likely using for coalescence, or probably I think that Bridgman could just about afford Muse into coalescence and then do the thing where you take the money off the coalescence before selling it at the start of the turn. But Rashida down for the King is always a good sign for us, a group. Worth noting that both players mulliganed at the start of the game.
Pretty good mulligans on both sides, right? The Usopp start and the Rashida start are about exactly what you want on both sides here.
And now, Jai, it would be fair to say that you're, as we mentioned earlier, a bit of a Asa expert. Have you been given the King a bunch of coaching for this tournament?
A little bit. But I mean, anyone who's like known the King for more than a little bit will know he definitely plays things his own way.
Can you talk to us a little bit about this specific list? Because there are a few things, I've played some of this in the week, and there are a few decisions that I was quite curious about. One of them, we have 3 copies of Cohort Guidance Program, which felt to me a little bold with all of this Anarch in the field. But then again, 2 Malia, which are a card you don't always see. It wasn't in some of these previous versions of the Asa list, which can be pretty useful against some of those Anarchs, but also could blacken ASOPs here. You know, what was your thought? Do you know what the thought process was there?
So I guess we can talk about the Malia first, which is I think a bit of an interesting tech include, and one I'm more or less sold on. Maybe not on the exact quantity, but you know, the idea is quite simple. There it is. Sorry, one more thing into the rest Malia. I'm not sure if the King would have wanted to do that before, after the SMC pop into the Muse coalescence. But yeah, Bridgman calling up what we're all thinking, pretty uncool thing to do, kidnapping defenseless small business owner.
I mean, yeah, usually when I'm resing Malias, it's usually an Eternal and the runner immediately dies thereafter, because I've blanked whatever card was keeping them alive. So yeah, this is a bit of a novelty to me, but yeah, a powerful use of the card. And as we say, you know, the Aesops is really the card that Bridgman wants the most in his deck in the early turns, so blanking that is very powerful.
And we are, so in the lily pad, we pop that SMC to get a Parisha, which we're chasing after this Spin Doctor. So Parisha pretty good against in the matchup, and the extra MU will mean that we've got space to keep it around. I'm sure this will pay out a lot of money over the course of the game.
Yeah, although fetching it before we fetch a breaker to get to that Malia is an interesting choice, potentially indicating that there's more search effects in the grip here.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the Malia itself, it is an interesting card, and I think it was like born of the necessity and like the arms race, so to speak, between Corp and Runner in terms of specifically in the Asa versus Banhar
Yeah.
Anak matchup, whereby a lot of times, especially in like those zombie style freedom lists that were around like in the immediate post-world period, where you would see like these freedom players going around with just Banha plus
Crew or
virus
Audrey.
breakers, whether the Audrey or the Omakua, right? And the normal response to that would be just getting a Mavaris down. And if let's say if they face check the drafter, if you have a Mavaris and without the Banha, you can just do what I like to call the Banha, the math shuffle, right? Where the drafter just reinstalls the math after you purge, and they have to just keep chasing it around until they find a solution. Now, Banha, of course, puts a stop to that because you just take the 2 net damage off of the drafter and go and trash whatever's behind and keep your trash engine going. So the Mala is the next step in that, right? If you have a Mala somewhere else, you blank the Banha and get your loop restarted.
In Bridgman here we see install Coalescence, drawing a card of Lilypad and netting 2 credits. Drawing a card, trashing this Nico campaign that was installed in the background, and installing a Stone Ship, which there's no threat of kill from this Asa deck, so that's going to be just a tempo draw at some point.
Yeah, it can also be credits using Coalescence.
That is true.
Needed to, yeah.
We see a Cohort Guidance Program res, so that's the King's money starting to come in.
Yeah, notably Bridgman getting lat draw for the first time in the game there on turn 3, yeah. Wasn't able to get low enough on turn 1, and then Brandon had the Spin Doctor to deny him on turn 2.
Now, it strikes me that this is the exact kind of board state where you would, as Bridgman hit, you'd love for a trick shot to come out, except for the fact that we don't have them. There's no trick shot in the format, and so this uniced R&D feels a lot safer. It's nice for the Asa.
Yeah, and it's a really difficult spot for Shaper, because the way Shaper tends to work is it's very good at finding particular tools for particular jobs for particular kinds of ice, but it doesn't have very many tools that can be applied to multiple situations. So where an Anarch might have a banker or a crew here and be able to threaten multiple of these servers, the Shaper is going to struggle to threaten all of these different ice remotes off of just one self-modifying card, for example, which can only fetch one kind of icebreaker.
We see the Symbol Chip come down. We are flickering a Coalescence, and we did see the Stone Ship used for draw. And we are.
It is interesting though, because Bridgman did have access to SMC off of that Simul Chip trash, and he could have, using this Parisia, gone after one of these Malia or Cohort remotes. I do think it is an interesting thought experiment to imagine what kind, or shall we say, if you are the Shaper player in this position, which remote would you preferentially go after, the Mali or the Cohort?
That is an interesting question, but we're going to go after none of it. We're installing DJ Sable, which leads me to believe that this is a deep dive deck from Bridgman.
This is another Conduit Shaper. This is
another Conduit Shaper.
There's no deep dive in this deck, which makes the Saber. When he installed DJ, I was like, wow, what could we go for? We could go for Lou here, we could go for Steve, we could go even for Quetzal. No, I've been duped, it's Sable.
Wow.
Which maybe suggests there's the Conduit in hand. And if Bridgman just is threatening here to just roll R&D mark, install Conduit, see
a billion cards.
So many cards on R&D, that's the threat here. And so, yeah, I guess no trick shot, but we still have ways of pressuring R&D, especially in this open deck lists game where the king has to know about that Conduit and decide whether he wants to respect the 1 and 3 on the Sable here.
And even with the ESOPs out with that gamble and creative commission last turn, Bridgman feeling pretty good on money.
Yeah, and honestly, maybe the better way to deal with the Malia is just draw a second copy of ESOPs.
Absolutely.
And install. Then the Malia is just sitting there blank. doing nothing except fuel fully operational.
Interesting. There's a spin doctor in the remote server there that the king didn't use to deny lateral, but is still resing. So maybe whatever we top decked there, causing us to sit and think.
Discarding. The court's been going for a couple turns now, 2 face downs in archives. Possibly, now that we know it's a spin doctor in this server 5, possibly indicating that those are agendas and the king's just trying to deal with some flood at the moment. This click one draw also slightly suspicious in that regard. We get the double install, but we'll still have to discard a single card at the end of the turn.
Could discard 2 if we want to here. Just click for a credit, discard 2 agendas to shuffle back.
Although you'd imagine the cohort was doing some of that work.
We're protecting server 5, so it looks like we're setting up some ice to potentially score behind in the future. Once the spin doctor's out of the way, I'm going to discard 1 here.
Which makes it look like server 6 is another kind of value asset, or potentially one of those tech pieces.
But this is how you get people with asset, right? Jai, you know this very well, I'm sure. In fact, I saw you do this when I was judging the cut at Worlds. You sometimes you make a play just like this, which says, oh yeah, I'm building server 5, I'm going to score an agenda. I'm installing an agenda next turn to try and score, potentially. But server 6 is in fact already the agenda you're already pushing. And it's very hard for the runner to make that read. Yeah,
and this kind of bait and switch is quite interesting to try and set up on a lot of boards, because like Cohort Guidance program, especially in this deck, right, plays double duty. It does like dump the cards you don't need right now, draw you to your fully operationals and your other good cards. It looks like we will see a spin doctor pop in all likelihood on this run. But anyway, the other thing it does is, of course, on these kind of like relatively seemingly innocuous boards, you can just force through a Vitruvius with a counter or an offload office or something of the sort.
So the archives run is forcing an agenda back. Does this give credence to the conduit play?
Potentially, seeing one of the 2 Maviros in archives rather than in R&D is also pretty nice for the conduit deck, but we see the Cleaver come down instead and the R&D run here, so maybe the conduit isn't quite ready to go just yet. Although we do have the R&D
last week run R&D.
We get a click back.
Click back, yeah.
Still able to steal Ikawa projects. Normally a good way to suss out what the Ikawas is to run last week, they'll just float to the top.
That's right, yeah.
And I suppose we're slightly too scared of Drafter to be able to challenge any of these remote servers at this point. I would be.
Yeah, yeah, that's always the threat, right? It gives Asa so much tempo, lets them pick up a card, install a card, and install another card from HQ using the Asa ability. That's a lot of value in 1 3-credit ice.
We see a Hush going to heap. Does that do anything in the matchup? Is there anything we're keen to hush? I don't think we want to be hushing Hargans or Brands.
No, generally not. You can hush Ablative Barrier if you do it preemptively. That can be a pretty hard read to make potentially. Or you can hush Gatekeepers to make them smaller strength on the turn they're rares. But fairly niche application, so having it in the bin for symbol chipping that's really needed is probably the place for it, I would say.
And a question, Jai, you might be able to answer this. The agenda suite, obviously, previous versions of this list were playing the Luminal Transubstantiation, which has since been banned. And so the question comes, what do you play in those slots instead? And the answer for this one is, we play an additional Ikawa project. We're now on 3 Ikawa project, 3 Vitruvius and 3 Offworld, I believe, as our agenda suite. Meaning we're on 21 points, a slightly higher agenda density than normal, which was very interesting to me. I would be playing around with Asa, experimenting with Elevagals and some other stuff, but I didn't consider 3rd Ikawa. Or just 3rd Ikawa.
I think in the 2 Asa decks that we see in the cut between the King and Styx, we see 2 different solutions to the Luminal problem. Styx, I believe, went with already was on 3 offworlds before the ban, and I believe went to, in addition to that, a single copy of Architect Deployment Test. I personally experimented, as you say, with swapping out for 2 copies of Elevagal Bifurcation. There we go, the 3rd Spin Doctor.
I'd say, and also 3 incredibly important cards to see there. 1, The Price, a card that I don't think anybody had anticipated was going to be seeing splashed into Shaper, but seems like a good way for a deck that I think Bridgman said before was sometimes struggled in the faster matchups to find all of the pieces it needs. Very, very nice. And we see the second Aesop's come down, so that Malia no longer doing work, but also we see that Hannah come down, and that is going to be big, especially once we're able to challenge this ice. Just those extra clicks are gonna be absolutely massive for checking potentially multiple threats in one turn, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, agreed. Bridgman is the kind of player who has said often on his stream and in other places where he talks about the game that having loads of money as the runner is just a good solution to any problem. And the reason that stealing the Ichor here, well, that's another way to do it. Just rip the points. But yeah, the reason Bridgman is able to kind of enact that philosophy in this case, prioritizing, as we saw the Usops there, off of the price to get his econ rolling, and taking some other choices like chipping back the coalescence earlier in the game, is because he's very good at playing runner. The part of the game that is use your resources correctly and make the right choices is the part he's already very good at. So what he needs his deck to do is give him lots of money and give him the tools he needs at the right time. Things like the price are one way to get there. It's his most recent choice to do that with. And yeah, the Hannah is a useful include as one of those tools that's going to help him get over the hump here of catching up in this game. Helped as well by that 3-point rip off R&D.
But with 16 credits, 5 remote servers, and we haven't seen a fully op yet, this cohort's been ticking and there's a lot of threats on the table. I would be surprised if the king doesn't manage to score some points this turn, but has a lot of decisions to make.
Yeah, I mean, judging by the spin doctor line earlier a couple of turns ago, we can read that there was some agendas in hand.
Ice R&D.
Yeah, but then we're playing the defensive game as well, which I do like here. I think while Bridgman is going to make a lot of money as the game goes on, right now he's not hugely liquid and he doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with ice.
Yeah. Yeah, and what's the Sentry Breaker in Bridgman's list?
The Boy Tata.
Oh my!
Yes,
Boy
I was going to get to that actually. Like, we were talking a little bit earlier about like Bridgman like possibly using the SMC to face check particular remotes, and then I went to check looked at the Boy Tata and looked at his numbers into draft. I was like, yeah, I kind of see why he went for the coalescence now.
What does Boy Tata break a drafter for if you've got the trash?
If you've got the
like
trash,
3 credits, right?
Okay.
It's not the worst. Or is it 4? It might be 4.
It's 3 credits if we have the trash. Of course, not. This isn't counting the SMC tutor and install, which is another 5. So I imagine like Bridgman wasn't that interested in paying 8 credits for a drafter face check.
Notably, Boy Tata is maybe the only Sentry Breaker in the game. Certainly the only I've seen recently that can break a drafter for just 1 credit once you have the turbine online. Even Echelon still costs you 1 per subroutine, whereas Boy Tata has that magical text, break up to 2 Sentry subroutines on it, which is a rare line of text indeed.
We roll the archives mark, which gives us, and there it is, gives us the free check of archives, which is relevant with this cohort on the table.
Quite useful.
And yeah, now it's just going to be a question of keeping that Boy Tata online. There's still a lot of ice that can keep Bridgman out here. Gatekeeper, fantastic bit of HP ice. What we can do when that rotates? There's all sorts of great stuff in this ice suite that will still do a lot of damage. And we're at threat 3, so ablative barriers will also be firing additional triggers.
So we are okay.
We are raising the wage workers and the powers that be.
Here we go.
An off-world office. Not unhappy to see that. That's just going to refund the whole play. And what do you think we get back here? It'll be a Nico campaign, or something
it's
from
either
hand?
Nico from Archives. No, we're getting something from HQ. Okay, this is I think the play that I expected more. Given that I don't think that the king has or wants to spend the 2 turns that it would take the Nico to fully pay out.
Yeah, and we're good for money. It's something that I underrated about the powers that be, and only really appreciated when playing this deck, is just how often you can use it to just save a click on installing an agenda, be ready for the push next turn. It doesn't have to be a recursion piece, it can just be a tempo piece.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
And Brandon really threatening here to just wheel out 7 points over the next few turns. He's got the money to raise ice, he's got cohort and wage workers ticking to help him pay for the advancements, and he's got powers that be to install. So he's got a very click efficient engine set up here that could win the game within 2-3 turns.
Yeah.
So Bridgman really has to make decisions about how he's going to respect that and how he's going to respond.
Sable, we're on the HQ mark here, and there are a lot of cards that Bridgman could pull out of the deck to help get there. We've got Muse. I don't know how many copies of Muse and or Simulchip are we on in the deck. Not Muse and or SMC are we on in the deck?
3 and 1, 3 Muse, 1 self-modifying.
Okay, so the early self-modifying code we saw was the only one, so it will be a Muse if it's anything, but we are absolutely not worried about MU.
Well, it can happen. I mean, ideally, from this board, we still want to find our decoder, which is Buzzsaw, our turbine, and probably our conduit, which would be 3 more MU, and then you don't have room for a ton of muses in that setup.
Click 1, install
It is interesting,
a
right?
turbine, reducing the cost by 1 drawing card.
Yeah, I do think Bridget wants to find a decoder access before making any strong challenges to any of these remotes, but particularly server 5, given that I think the king is on multiple copies of MIC, and that is not something you want to
face check.
Not something you want to face check. Yeah, especially at this stage of the game.
But we are on. There are 14 cards left in the stack. We've seen no Muse. We've seen no Overclock. So there is a real chance that Bridgman could just have some of the pieces he needs right here with 15 credits.
It seems like he's gone for the first click to draw functionally.
Install it all from hand.
There it is.
What does Muse does it have text?
Well, yeah, we're running HQ here, and
It's the mark.
It is the mark. That's a good spot. And often when the corp is trying to windmill agendas into the remote, go from 0 to 7 quickly with a setup like this, the place to catch them is HQ, right? Maybe this server 5 is a score that Bridgman might not feel he's able to contest, but if he can steal the next agenda out of HQ, that's going to buy him a turn or two at least.
Likely, and we've got Hannity's, we've got there's still a world where we take a lot of additional clicks here, and the King's 15 credits could disappear pretty quickly.
Yeah, the King is respecting that remote threat with Hannah by not raising on HQ here. We just see a Hagen.
Would you Hannah run this remote? Server 5?
Oh, I think I would, right? I mean, given you've got basically your full rig out already. Not really afraid of any face checks at the moment. Even Bran is still just a 4 credit break. You've got 11 to play with. Not a big deal.
Are we at that fabled 1 credit break for drafter?
Yes. Did we trash something this time?
We did. That was a coalescence, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, we are. And yeah, we've got. Well, if we Hannah run, we'll have 2 clicks, so we can respect both Nick and Ikawa.
Are there any? There's no border control, nothing that we expect to suddenly end the run. We are going to draw, then Hannah running.
We gamble.
Oh, gamble. Sorry, get the money. Makes perfect sense.
So the only thing that probably could trip Bridgman up here is if maybe there's some Tattoo Bowler into Manigam Skunkworks play that the King could pull on this remote. But even then, I think Bridgman probably has the credits to pay through this.
Yeah, the question is how many times can he contest this remote in a row? Because no doubt the King is going to keep trying to drag him through it if he can indeed get through.
Yeah. I think it's worth noting that we're like basically halfway through the deck already on the Corp side, and we haven't seen a single fully operational. And the King has been setting up for this for like the past 3-4 turns, I want to say. The wage, the powers, the cohort remotes, even the Malia, chipping in at this point.
And yeah, if we did have it in hand right now, we could afford to res everything with the confidence that you have a click for 9 button in hand. So
absolutely. No res on this. Okay, Bran. Okay, this is not unexpected on this remote, but just a 4 credit break on Cleaver.
The first ice res of the game. And another 4 credit break. So we managed to make Bridgman spend a lot of money on this one.
It's just a Rashida.
Interesting.
So it seems like the King's really prioritised keeping his agenda flow under control, not drawing too many agendas, and going for those, set up that board, as we say, to prepare for the fully operational, where you can burst up in credits and cards and then maybe move to scoring from there.
Bridgman able to draw and get that lat draw, so click to draw 2 doesn't feel bad.
It's any ID that gives you 3 clicks worth of value is usually good text, and Bridgman has 2 in play currently.
So if you're looking to get Aesop's value next turn, which card are you thinking about selling?
This is a great question.
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, this is something I've struggled with this deck myself, of when is it appropriate to, for example, sell this Parisia. Is this Parisia, you trash 2 more assets, then it's giving you more than 3 credits that you get for Aesops, but Aesops gets you those credits right now.
And we do see that fully up.
We found the fully up, okay.
Yeah, speaking of getting those credits right now, here we go.
5 modes of fully up, so we're going to draw 2 and have a think. Right now, this remote server looks like 5 credits to break for Bridgman, depending on what's on the outside, which is effectively 1 overclock. There, I think, I assume there are 3 overclock in the list. Only 2.
Oh no, I'm confusing my decks. It's 0 copies of Overclock.
0 copies of overclock.
Yeah, the previous
my
iteration, Bridgman's previous iteration of this deck was on multiple overclocks, but they've left, I guess, because we've gone to the price and Muse over overclock and SMC as your choice of how to get your breakers into play.
It's true. If you're not playing as many SMCs, it can be hard to make use of those overclock credits.
That does also mean that the amount of credits that Bridgman is going to have on any given turn is pretty much face up here for the king to play around.
We've got all 3 short gambles in the bin. We've got 2 crazy commissions. So yeah,
all 3 in fact, and all 3 coalescence. So,
oh wow!
Yeah.
So Bridgman's money looking kind of finite.
Yeah, and when you choose to have a game where you're DJ for somebody other than Steve, as these kind of shape of decks, that's how your money will run out at some point. So got to start thinking about maybe pivoting to that conduit sooner than we otherwise would to get this game over with.
We do sell the Parisia, which may indicate that pivot that we were talking about. Now, do we think there is an agenda in server 5?
I think if you
drew 5 cards last turn as the king.
Yeah, as the king there, you really wanted to draw an agenda and a skunkworks to go with it, and then you'd feel pretty good about this server. As it is, I'm not sure. What's your read, Jay?
Given the number of Rashidas in the bin, still one got shuffled back quite early on, and it's so tricky. I do think that this is an agenda. I think this is a project with Truvis, and I think that the king is probably gambling that. Ironically enough, I think the king is gambling that Bridgman isn't going to check this remote, given that he didn't commit anything to it other than the single install. I think if there was maybe like a 4th ice or an upgrade going down at the same time, that Bridgman would be more inclined to check it because it's more likely to be agenda because of the effort involved, of course. But I think it's, if the king can push through Vitruvius this turn, possibly with a counter. Oh my gosh!
I was looking at that. So Bridgman's played the price and saw 4 installables off the top: turbine, simulchip, inv testing, and propeller. Now simulchip, incredibly important. Propeller could have given you a one-time break of brand for very little money, but I didn't think about the second propeller and how cheap this remote server now looks. There is no ice in the deck that Bridgman doesn't break for 2 credits, if I'm not mistaken. So that finite amount of money is going to go a lot further with the second turbine.
Yeah, 1 credit.
So this is a 3 credit remote now, notwithstanding this res, which is not happening. All right.
Yeah, I mean, even a fresh gatekeeper is 1 credit now. So.
Yeah, the game for Brandon has now changed quite a lot, right? It's that he can no longer rely on taxing out the economy of LAT, probably, although
as a cohort.
Cohort.
Yeah.
You start to think that this conduit would probably start to see some agendas if it comes down. If we have the MU for it. I suppose we do.
Yeah, 2 credits per ice will add up eventually, but more likely Brandon's way towards winning this game is by making Bridgman make suboptimal use of his clicks, and just use the efficiency delivered by the assets he still has on the table to do more than Bridgman could reasonably deal with.
Bridgman deciding to trash that cohort, which I think is like potentially unnecessary with the amount of crits. Like Brandon's going to want that server soon.
Potentially, yeah. It denies fully operational value.
It's true.
It is interesting to think of like how the king wins from here. Like if we accept that Bridgman is going to be able to check the remote every turn for the rest of the game, whenever the king jams through it. There is, I believe, a single copy of Biotic Labor in the Arthur deck. Very
nice.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure like how he intends to get there, considering maybe with like wage workers and powers, we can try and loop this Biotic Labor enough times, try and fast advance Vitruvius into Offworld, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, notably with the wage workers in play, you can do that and get Vitruvius counters, which are more copies of Biotic.
Exactly. And what I'm noting is because all 3 Spin Doctors are out of the game, so any moment you try and fast advance the Vitruvius without a counter, that's it. That's the last Biotic.
That is true. Relatively few face down cards in archives. This cohort's been able to run all game, which is why the king is as flush as he is, and I suppose having only res 9 credits worth of ice.
Yeah, but this is kind of how you draw up the matchup as the Turbine deck, right? Shaper Turbine.
Yeah.
You're actually, unlike a lot of the Anarch decks, the way they beat HB tempo is by interacting early, making them commit their resources, trashing their stuff. But the Shaper Turbine, if you can hold your nerve for long enough to sit off and set up, then once you're running, the ice is almost non-existent to your big rig here, and you just need to make the right calls and find where the agendas are.
I mean, it's entirely possible that the correct way to interact versus this double turbine ASUP spec, right, would have been to try and push more aggressively, perhaps, instead of playing as KG as the king did with the early agendas and spinning them back as aggressively as he did, as we saw earlier. It's entirely possible that the hand that he was dealt with. We saw that there was 0 fully operationals in the top half of the deck, and that probably factored quite a big deal into the decisions that he's made up to this point.
Well, here we go.
Okay, here comes the first fully up, Vitruvius. All right.
Biotic into Vitruvius, the play that you two exactly described. So
yeah, is it enough to get us there? As Jai said, this kind of leads you towards a plan where you're trying to score 4 agendas rather than 3, which means it's going to take you quite a bit of time, and that gives Bridgman the time to find those agendas for himself.
We do put something into that remote server, and the onus is now on Bridgman to check it.
Okay, we do know it is a known cohort guidance program.
Oh, it is a cohort. Interesting. Yeah. We're just looking to race through the deck, draw into the agendas.
Yeah.
Install the Muse.
This will fetch conduit, I'd assume.
It is somewhat notable that the king can just win in 2 turns from this position just by going Vitruvius counter into Biotic, Vitruvius counter into Offworld. So
is there a world in which you have to take the wage workers out because of that? Does that sever the recursion game plan?
Yeah, in theory. There are more wage workers elsewhere.
There's one face up in archives, I believe.
Oh, okay, in that case, maybe not.
Yeah.
No, just 2 wage workers in the deck. So yeah, if you can trash this wage workers, then that plan does start to look a bit more dicey. So you draft an HQ and make the R&D run. So just trying to find those agendas here.
Yeah.
Not trying to go for the conduit win con, interestingly.
No, I think Bridgman's anticipating or getting the sense that the king is light on agendas. He has theoretically a 2-turn win, but if he doesn't draw into them, it's not going to happen. And he wants that late game engine. You know, we were talking about how quickly these credits could dry up for him, and if he's not getting that Aesop's trigger, then the Boyd Tatters are looking a lot less appealing. So I can totally understand taking the more long-term line.
Yeah, although...
And stealing the second Ichor off the top.
Wow, that's a big one. That's a big one. And yeah, now that we
That's
have
game
that,
one.
we have Music Coalescence was the choice earlier in the turn, which is a play that is only one. You're only gaining 1 credit when you make it, but you're gaining 6 more over the next 2 turns. So it's a 7 credit click that's potentially, now that we're at 6 points, going to carry us through as much of the rest of the game as we need to play.
But yeah,
Going after the cohort here, as opposed to wage workers.
an ablative barrier res does throw off a lot of this decision making potentially very quickly.
That's a great point.
Not an upgrade, it's just a gatekeeper.
3
this
to
is
res the
one
gatekeeper
credit
costs 1 to
break.
break.
Yeah, but now you have a server, you can just stick more things in and try and waste some of those Hannah clicks. And it actually costs something at least for Bridgman to run.
Yeah, and the king's still holding on to the ability to fast over advance a visual risk from hand. I believe it's credit perfect after the second cohort rest.
Interesting.
Bit of a think here from Bridgman, potentially deciding whether to challenge one of these remotes. Just taking a card here. Interesting.
What are you drawing for if you're Bridgman here? Is it the fact that we just don't have the conduit?
Could be conduit, could be more things to sell to Aesops.
Okay, there goes the cohort rest.
Yep.
So this will break RD lock. Okay, not that the top card of RD was known. It was a Ikawa that was stolen.
Yep. So 2 new cards for the king here. Good odds, I'd say, of being able to pull out an agenda. But the question is, can you afford to fire it?
Yeah, you can score an off-world here as well using the same technique, but that, as we've said, leaves your Biotic stranded in archives. So pretty tough to find the 4th score from that position.
When I played a fair amount of the King's deck in the past week as part of testing, and I found the games where I was trying to score 4 agendas so much harder, and they were the games where my opponent stole the Ichor from Centrals, you know. And having 3 of the Ichor means that it happens a lot less often. You are able to find and land that Ichor a lot of the time, but it can be tough.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we are
this
picking up
kind
the
of
Biotic.
ties. Oh, here we go. This would take him down to 0 credits if it's the second Vitruvius.
And it
And
is.
it is the second Vitruvius.
Wow.
Right? So that is a path to victory here for the king, but being on 0 credits, resing this Rashida, sure, why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you need to be on 7 credits in order to threaten the win here as the king, is that right? Or
That's
8?
right.
Yeah, absolutely. So even this Rashida plus cohort is not enough to it's not threatening the win already yet, so to speak. Installing a DCMC on Muse. Okay, I guess we are getting the conduit now, huh?
It does feel like it's the time.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for Coalescence here, though.
He does.
The man just loves credits.
And does that mean that you're contesting these remotes? We are checking archives. It is the mark.
Yeah, it's free.
What do we see?
Just 2 Hagens and a seamless launch.
Okay.
Not unexpected. We do know there's still a drafter in HQ. Not that it matters that much.
Yeah. And we are running R&D. Wow.
Yeah, you run R&D with the click for Ichor, and then you go after the Rashida next, presumably.
The pause.
No action.
In this board state, there's almost nothing that you'd consider trashing, right? You don't want to let the king draw
Yeah,
through to
I
the
think
agendas.
like Like
Yeah.
the second Malia, you let them have it. Third cohort, you let them have it, most likely.
And fully operational here is going to be big.
Yeah. And you
Oh my
what did you
lord!
say? Running last click, the best way to get them to show up.
That's right.
That is the last tower project.
So we have 3 cards in HQ right now. We're going to have to discard one of them, or we may discard one of them to get into credits. You've got to feel like that's something the King's not got much of an option about.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you have to find a fully operational tier this turn, right? Just to threaten the win.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to draw another agenda, that means it's like going to be at least a 40% chance for Bridgman to just rip one off HQ, and he's got multiple clicks to do it with.
Okay, we have the 5-minute call.
And as a reminder for the audience, this is, both of these players are, if they lose this game, they are out of the tournament.
Yeah.
This is a big deal. This turn is going to be very, very important. Now, is there ever a world where you cohort trash the Echo into archives?
It's tough.
It's so risky. I think
you've got that Vitruvius counter.
all it takes is the archives mark to be rolled, and you've cost the runner literally nothing to call your bluff there.
Yeah.
I think not. I think you're better to draw up like this. Hopefully you draw fully up. That would be ideal. But even if you don't, you're keeping that Ikua protected. And you do need to click for credits here. Actually,
you need to click for at least
install.
Yeah, it's not...
yeah, you're going to struggle.
Are we taking the fully operational here? I wonder.
We're just taking the credit. Yeah. Wow.
So that's a time waster.
The HQ mark probably feels alright if you're Bridgman here. I'm sure you don't mind that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's probably ideal.
Yeah. You're going to be checking here at least 2 times here, I want to say, if not 3.
It's almost certain that the King cannot afford to res. And if you see anything you can trash, you're going to trash it.
You'd imagine so. Looks like we have a think here.
He's using the Vitruvius to antibiotic, and he does still access the Echo Project. What a great game.
Wow. 3 agendas each, 9 points to 6.
Turn
Not
12.
Very often you see this kind of winner score area.
Yeah, and I think, as I was saying before, for the ASA group, when you see 3 Echo Project in your opponent's score area, that's not uncommon for the games you lose. You do need to score one of those.
Yeah.
Wow. Absolutely wonderful. And I assume, given that we had the 5-minute warning on this table, that is probably one of our last games for the round.
Yep.
And it is the last game for the 3 of us, who will be stepping down off of commentary after this one.
Yeah, we also have a break for the players now for about half an hour, I believe.
Lovely. Jai, is there anything you wanted to highlight, talk about before we go? I wonder if we have an updated graphic for the bracket that we could just take a quick look at before we go.
Not yet.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with the 2 of you. Hope you all enjoying your breakfast.
Yeah. And I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, if I just hop us over to the Cobra, I wonder if we can get... Oh, the Cobra was down last I looked. I wonder if that's been resolved. Don't know that it has been. So we might not be able to go and quickly check the standings.
We can... Oh, okay, I think we have the bracket in fact.
Let me just get that up on screen. One moment, please.
Yeah, it looks like we have our top 8, actually. And I'm not sure. Remind me again, but there was a prize for the top 8 of CBI, correct?
I believe that's they're required to get a mat. Yeah.
Yes, the play mats. Yeah. So
yes.
Congratulations to Amaru, Kikai, Daojin, Jonal, Yantuno, Bridgman, Devs, and Sebastian K for making it to the top 8, and of course commiserations to I believe. Pouch of Lavender, the King, Not Again, and Aruzan, our reigning world champion, of course. But I mean, of course, I mean, big ups to everybody for making it this far. 9th through 12th at the CBI is still something to be proud of.
Yeah, and so if we look at it in our next round, we have on the winner's side Amram, first placing player from the APAC pod, still in it, going to be playing a game against Kikai to decide who will have a place in winner's side of finals. And then in the chase bracket, we're going to see the reigning Circuit Breaker play against the opponent we just saw in the last round, Bridgman.
That's a big game.
That is a big game. And on the other table, Daz131 playing against Sebastian K. Another kind of that'll be interesting to see. And then we have two players who are in the chase bracket but waiting to find out who their opponents will be: Diogen and Jonald. So still very much all to play for our 8 remaining players, and a lot of good netrunner left yet to come. And yeah, I believe we now have time for a break. Is that right?
Yep, so the players are on break for the next 30 minutes. So we'll go away for maybe 20 minutes or so. We can pop back and do some chat before the next round.
Yeah. And so, yeah, thank you very much for watching this far. It's been a pleasure. CobraBubbles and I will still be here behind the scenes making sure that everything works. But thank you very much, and we'll catch you later.
Later.
Hey, we're on, I think.
We're live! Probably. Maybe. Who knows?
Surely. Let me check the
Um,
Twitch chat. Are people saying yes? No one's saying yes. But
I
it's fine. We're
unmuted us
talking.
for a second, and I could hear us. And so probably other people can too.
Superb.
Oh, we should probably introduce ourselves. Hi, I'm
Who?
Rielle.
And I'm Alex, or HaverofFun.
Woo!
Keen. I hope you're all keen. We've already had 3 rounds of this CBI. We're showing the chart right now. After round 1, I'm going to be honest, pretty... also after round 2, it looked a little bit dire for Corpse with just a sea of red. Runners taking a whole lot of these games, which was pretty rough. But, you know, it's kind of turned around. It's turned more even after round 3, so hopefully Corpse can claw back a few more wins here and there.
Yeah, that's really interesting because in testing, which I totally didn't do for this tournament because I totally didn't want to compete in this tournament and missed the deck submission deadline or anything. No, I just decided that I should let someone else win a tournament or two.
Gracious.
Yeah, very, very beneficent. But in my testing, I was really happy with my corp, and I just had no idea what to do for runner. And I also only just woke up, so I'm not super familiar with what we've seen in the tournament so far. What's the meta looking like? A lot of Hoshes, looks like we got an
A lot of
Essa.
Hoshes. A bit of a surprise when we found out who was in this CBI top cut was the amount of Waylands. Like, if you would have asked me what was the least represented Corp faction, I would have been like Wayland for sure. They're always the bottom. It's a snooze. It's horrible. But no, they're all over it. Obs are everywhere. Bridgman has an absolutely wicked BTL list with like Oberth protocols. And also now for the top 8 remaining players that we have left, 5 of those are playing Wayland. 4 obs, 1 of those BTLs is the Bridgman. We've got a PE left with Diogen still in the running, and 2 Asmaris. So yeah, Wayland's absolutely taken it by storm. Obs is kind of like they're just on some sort of like scoring thing with MDOM archers, but I think there's also some decks that are using slightly different slots, which are more surprising, but most are around this general kind of 3-2s, MDOMs, and then SDS and whatever. They also all have a healthy serving of Mavs because some of those Hashigos that we've seen so far have been the kind of mulchy Hashigo versions. Like I know the King was on it, but the King got eliminated last round. But Davs is also running that version of Hashigo for sure. So like virus-based ones. So you absolutely gotta have those Mavs as obs. And I guess that's why they've been doing well.
Yeah, I mean, Mav is such an easy insert into op because it's just a way to tutor a 2-drop. And so you'd probably put 2 to 3 Mavs in your op deck, even if you expected no viruses.
Sure.
Let's see. So the game we're planning on streaming first here is going to be our Circuit Breaker versus Bridgman. What sides are they on? Oh, it's color coded, so presumably Bridgman's corping. So it looks like we're gonna get to see Essa, which always love seeing Essa doing the good old Lamb Begamot deal.
It's a scary one for sure. Single mad dash as well.
Single spark of inspiration.
Can
Heck
lead to some
yes.
absolute ripper plays. We will see what comes about there.
Mad Dash seems excellent into this meta, expecting a lot. Oh, you might have just heard my co-commentator there, Cleopatra. If you ever hear a small cat screaming very loudly, that is the source. But yeah, I think it's one of the reasons why Essa is really well placed in this current meta. I think we expected to see a lot of punitive Counter-Strike style decks, just like a lot of 5/3s. And just flipping through the lists here, that appears to have held true. A lot of 5/3s running around. Actually, specifically against Diagen here, on 3 punitives and nothing but 5/3s. And so with that construction, Essa is so easy to mad dash with because you just mad dash archives. There's going to be agendas in archives. You're Essa, and being able to get that extra point to prevent the ability of the corp to punitive you, to make you run through and find the third 5/3 is huge.
Yeah. I'm really hoping that we get to see something, but we will have to see. Yeah, interesting that you called out the Diogen deck, because that was actually a game that the Circuit Breaker ended up losing in round 1. We didn't get to see that on stream, but interesting. I'm really curious to see what happened there, because Diogens is really a corp deck that has the potential, based on the deck list, to pull out some absolutely wild wins, but also has like a pretty stable game plan in terms of Neurospike, but then it also has the punitive Counter-Strike. So kind of, in a way, reminding me of the Asmari decks that a lot of the people in EA Sports, that testing group, have played and have done well with, like Davs and Kikai in this tournament. So it's a really interesting build that I'm hoping we'll get to see later on. Later on today in action.
Yeah, seeing here Bridgman's list, love me the combination of Eminent Domain and Oberth Protocol. It's been one of my favorite little interactions. And geez, yeah, a lot of these cards look really silly against fully charged Begamot. Just walking through a Surveyor for 3 credits feels really nice.
Yeah. The triple standoff, I don't know what to make of. Like, obviously, pretty clearly Oberth Protocol and like Archer fodder, but I wonder if we'll ever get to see like one of those mutually assured destruction moments where the runner takes on the corporation's dare and just goes band for band, crashing all of their stuff.
No, mutually assured destruction isn't in the deck. But
you got me.
But yeah, oh, that's a really funny thing about Standoff is its interaction with Mad Dash. um, that
True.
might get a little sad.
My lord.
That would be very funny.
But yeah,
That
this
is
is
hilarious.
another matchup where that being able to get that extra point is going to be a big deal. Obviously, it can be a little hard to hold on to the Mad Dash in Essa, since Essa enjoys punching yourself in the face a bunch. But we will see.
We will see. Looks like the round is about to kick off. I've got one last fun stat for all of the stats and maps enjoyers. Of our remaining top 8 players, we have 3 that qualified through the EMEA pod, 2 through the APAC pod, 2 through the Americas pod, and then our 8th space is with the Circuit Breaker. So it's still pretty neck and neck in terms of the people who qualified through the pods. Obviously,
Yeah.
I'm cheering on APAC to try and beat out the 2 from the Americas, but we will absolutely see.
Yeah. Gets harder and harder to root for the Americas day by day.
Yeah. Yeah, mood for sure. For sure. Alrighty. Looks like the timer's about to kick off. What do we have? I'm keen. After
Yeah.
this, we've got Diogen and Jonald waiting in the wings who aren't playing this round, but will be playing next round against the winners of the Circuit Breaker against Bridgman and Davs against Seb K respectively. So keen for those players next round as well after their well-deserved break. Alrighty.
Yeah.
We're just about ready to rumble.
Speaking of Bridgman, I've been reading Wind and Truth recently. Pretty good. Oh my god. Oops.
Unbelievable. Wind and Truth, right?
Right, no, sorry.
Reconnection successful.
Oh, huh?
Looks like the stream has died.
Oh no.
Looks like the stream has died.
Oh no. F.
Oh, reconnection successful on YouTube for sure.
Oh. Not yet, he has joined the game as a spectator.
Might not be on Twitch yet.
We're so back.
Yeah, back on
Perfect.
YouTube.
I wonder if the
Perfect.
I
I don't know if we have audio.
I'm just
though.
checking. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, no. Let's see. Tuno. No. Unfortunately, I'm not feeling that we're not feeling like we're back because our circuit
Builds up early, trashes stuff, M-Dom straight off the rip, turn 2.
Yeah, we got Mystic Mamie. Oh, the stream has alt arts disabled. Tragedy. Truly a tragedy. This is a gorgeous art for Mystic Mamie. However,
Wild.
looks like we are checking archives
Oh
and
my god. And
1-1. All tied up.
so fast. It goes that quickly, folks. Unbelievable stuff. So yeah, Bridgman scored an M-Dom turn 2 at some point in all of this sabotaging.
Yeah.
And M-Dom ended up in archives. We're even Stevens again.
Everything's no. I told you, Steve is not in the Circuit Breaker's deck. Steve is in Bridgman's deck.
True. True.
So we're not even
Not this
Steven.
round. We're not
There's
even
only
Stevens.
a single Steven. Uh,
Ay,
and
ay, ay.
yeah, we are just flying off the handle here. So in
We're
server 2,
flying.
do you think that's an NGO, or are we trying to sneak out the O2?
There
Probably.
are NGOs for sure. I know that. I know that. I checked in earlier round and I was like, "There's got to be NGOs in this list." And yes, true to form for BTL, there is an NGO in this list, or 3 NGOs. I reckon it's got to be an NGO unless there's some sort of way to combo scoring a standoff. Click 1 and then
Oh, there totally is. You
fast advancing.
you install Tucana before you score it.
Oh, true for sure. Yeah, just in a remote. Could do. We'll see if the circuit
Ooh.
breaker challenges. Doesn't look like it.
Looks like we're getting Chestushked.
We sure are. Into a border control.
Into a border
Does
control.
get
Border
trashed.
control gets popped.
Denied.
Makes sense.
Fumbled. We're not ob though. Just
We're not ob,
BTL.
so
So that
that's
border
a
control
serious
does
cost.
does not get a bestie.
Richmond
But we
down
have
to 1
Rashida.
credit, but not for long.
We
Get a
have
Rashida pop.
especially if the NGO
Presumably-
can recover us up. So we're kind of hovering at an almost 9 if that is an NGO.
I'm trying to decide what to do with all 7 of these cards. What is this? Magic the
Finally.
Gathering?
It feels like for the first time after 4 turns, we finally have a break to breathe. A moment to think. Bridgman has decided we're stepping back. We're thinking, ooh.
Oh.
Oof.
Petra, no ice on HQ. Bold.
My lord. No ice on HQ, but we're install advancing something.
Yeah, Essa being down to 2 cards in grip and a grip size of 2. You feel a little bit more safe.
True. But especially interesting what this install advanced card is, because the only agendas are 3 MDOMs, 3 SDSs, and 2 sender messages. So no 4-2s. So we're doing something funky. I mean, of course, yeah, there's 3 standoffs as well, but that also doesn't really require something. So yeah, it could be the Tucana line that you were talking about.
Send a message stolen. Got a Hordem here.
Alrighty. Autumn is what you want to see. It means that the Essa can't just Banha through the Archer and Begamot immediately through the Hordem. That's something you like to see.
That's true. You do need some other way of getting in there, but Essa sort of doesn't need to run remote servers.
Yes. Very true. Especially if this takes
you got
longer
penalties.
at this point.
Looks like second install in there, so looks like could be Resident Oberth. There you go.
It is the Oberth.
Oberth
chaining MDOM into MDOM. Perfect.
MDOM into MDOM. Double Archer. Ooh, let's see if that pinhole shows up. That would be pretty rough here.
Wow, yeah. Bridgman really valuing that remote server defense.
Well, you need the 3rd ice to get past Bankar.
Yes. Yeah. And I guess this also gets around a lamp getting installed.
Speak of the devil.
Is there another? There is a buzzsaw still in this list, though. So the very inside is theoretically possible at the very least.
For sure.
You can definitely break past that.
Looks like it's back to Bridgman. And that Oberth staying on the board is always scary. You can do some stuff with Oberth protocol.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know it's in or protecting? You can double advance that Hordem for a single click.
That Hordem for sure can go pretty wild here. It does. It is really rough though if Bridgman because you can't obviously score a 5, like never advance a 5-3. You can't have an unadvanced card on the Oberth and suddenly bust up to 5 counters. Best it can do is 4 onto an unadvanced card that was in that server. So, you really have to show the runner that this card is advanceable and then they get a whole nother turn to potentially contest it before you can threaten to get out.
However, the other thing you can do, which is what happened right here, is first you install a BioVault, double advance the BioVault, then you advance the agenda.
True.
And the sick thing about BioVault is that, the sick thing about BioVault is that it even works against pinhole threading, which looks like is what's happening right now. Yep. I'm so good at Netrunner.
Yes. You are good at Netrunner. My goat won American cons last year. True. Let's have some applause emojis in whatever chats that you happen to find yourself in right now. Interesting off the Spark though.
Yeah.
Why
what
was there
happened?
no install of the buzzsaw? It just says use
There
a
was no-
Spark to reveal the top.
So what happened there?
Oh, there's no MU.
Spark was played to stop Mystic Miami from dying. And yeah, there wasn't enough MU for the extra card. The Circuit Breaker just played Spark so that Mamie would survive.
Whoa, that is dedication to a friend.
Yeah.
Incredible. And yeah, well, Bridgman managed to get off an SDS score off that Oberth. The window was open. He took it. It's 4-4 now.
Friends, lift your spirits. I mean,
God, that flavor text cycle is some of the best writing in Netrunner, I think, ever.
the companion. I love the companions, and they're so close to being like my favorite designed Netrunner cycle. It's just the fact that they each have different clauses when they get 3 credits that I feel makes them a little too cumbersome. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have opinions about card design. Obviously, hats off to the people who made these cards, but they're so. It's a good axolotl, is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I like axolotls.
True. Or as Axel rudely always calls the mystic, it's a fish, which is not correct.
Actually, I think you'll find if you read our Twitch chat, Axu just called it a lizard.
Wow. My God. Am I imagining things, or has he changed his tune on that? I have no idea. Maybe I am imagining it. Oh no, wait. That's right. The other one is the fish. The one that's the fencer.
Yeah, fencer's a fish.
The fish that's a narwhal.
You got a fish, a rat, a lizard, and a dog.
Fencer is the fish. How did I know? I'm all over that. Okay. Brief disruption. Right. So the card Bridgman was pushing was a Rashida. Nice. Where the hand is stocked up again. Hand is stocked up again.
A weird looking dog specifically. Okay, we've missed so much in this diversion. SDS got scored. Little bit sad timing with the lack of MU. Whole deal. Leon is gone, so that makes getting into HQ a little bit. I mean, you got Bangar.
Bangar always gets it.
Icing Archives.
Install Advance Ice Archives. So this is threatening winning the game here. In server 1 with another 5-3, just triple advancing, even if the Oberth somehow gets trashed. It's all fine. We're chilling. You can still score at a 5-3 and win the game. Icing Archives. I mean, it looks suspicious.
It obviously looks.
It looks very suspicious.
But
it might just be a ruse.
Mad Dash is already in the bin. Essa's doing Essa things and just having an arbitrarily large number of clicks. 6.
Double
Why
running
not?
hot?
Am
I reading that log correctly?
It runs really hot. I don't know what to say.
That is wild. Yeah, and the Banhar is targeting HQ this turn. Oh,
Game.
But This is how you become a circuit breaker,
This is how you do it. And
listeners.
honestly, this is how you become a back-to-back circuit breaker.
Yes. Look, it very much is in the cards potentially.
Yeah, that was
Turn 9, 14 minutes. This was a
it was
hell
brutally
of a game.
fast.
Yeah.
We missed our stream was down for like a couple seconds at the start of that game, and I feel like we missed a third.
It really does feel like it. Blistering pace by these players.
Absolutely.
Really exciting stuff. I mean, what else do we even have? Yeah.
Oh, remote was just a biovault. Oh, okay, the
That
game was
is
not as close as it felt.
wild. Oh, but it looks like the stream has moved on to the last remaining game
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
of this round, which is the top bracket game of Amarum against Kikai. The winner of this will be guaranteed in the finals. Even the person who loses this will be guaranteed locked into third place, at least third place.
Mm-hmm.
So it is not as all or nothing as those games that we were just watching before, where to lose meant you were out. These players are both sitting comfortably at the top here, and it looks like Kikai's runner has been having a hell of a game so far. Up on 4 points.
Up on 4
cruising.
points. Wraparound looks pretty good against Almakua.
Yes. We have had the highlight for me so far of this day, of this stream, of this top cut, was a clutch wraparound in an earlier round getting trashed using Devil Charm, 1 leech counter, and a crew.
Oh my god.
That was an absolutely incredible thing to watch. And I sure hope that we get to see something similar in this game, because wraparound really putting in numbers.
I keep thinking about when I'm building corp decks, I keep thinking about, okay, there's only a couple ice that has more than 6 strength, right? It's like wraparound and tier, and that's basically it. And I always think about that. I'm like, it has more than 6 strength, so it gets past Devil Charm. And then I remember that you can just take a tag and make it lose another 2 strength. It's so frustrating.
That text, for all intents and purposes, doesn't even really exist on crew. Come on. Why would you want to take a tag willingly?
Well, that way you can install another crew because you're playing Seb.
Of course. I didn't recognize that fact earlier, and that was on me.
That's on you.
That's on me. So yeah, even though Kikai has more points, it does look like Amarum's board, at least until the end of Kikai's turn, last turn, is more developed, more set up. This Sviga Tagore Excavator is gaining credit steadily. We're chaining through the deck. It does look not too bad, to be honest. Obviously, the Banha installed at the end of last turn from Kikai there does make a push harder, but here we go. We've got a third ice on that server. We're blocking off the Banha. The 7 strength wraparound is an absolute menace. It does look like Amarum can still get some serious scoring action going.
Yeah, and Vidagor is such good money, especially out of Devil Charm. Are we getting the full go?
The full team?
Doesn't look like it. Looks like we're just poking R&D, keeping host flip.
Ice walls everywhere.
And then you just steal a 3-pointer off the top of the deck, and it's an easy game, you know?
It's gotta be. It's that easy. We haven't seen the card yet. We're still continuing the run. Spin shuffling back. You gotta change those odds at all costs. You know, these people are at the tip of competitive play for a reason.
Only a 1-pointer. You see, if it wasn't for that spin, it would have been an SDS on top.
Exactly. That's the kind of mentality that gets you up to these high tables. You really gotta make every percentage count in your favor. M-Dom stolen. Obviously, Amarim would have loved to have seen it.
Mhm,
But
mhm,
who knows? I think Amarim is on 3 M-Doms. Yep, 3 M-Doms. Could just be the third one right there in serve 1. You
mhm.
never know. Kikai losing the last click, running R&D. Oh,
Oh my
well,
goodness.
it does not matter if that was an M-Dom after all.
Oh,
You simply steal 4 points off the top of R&D.
you just touched you. I'm always
It's-
saying this. People are like, Netrunner is such a hard game. It's so complicated. You just touch the agendas.
Yeah. It's
Very well played by both, obviously. Always rough when you get that sort of rips as the corp.
yes. Sometimes your deck just says no, and you get found out. Oh, and apparently it sounds like there was some sort of misplay with the border control early on in the game.
Everybody's always beating themselves up. This game
Yeah.
is so obscenely complicated, and when after playing for God knows how many rounds last week, and it's intractable. it's impossible to not make mistakes. Honestly, that's a good thing. We're humans. We're humans, and we play this game and we're not robots. Speaking of not robots,
Yes.
Bridgman.
God, this is an
I've been
interesting
reading.
segue. Yes. Yeah.
I've been reading Wind and Truth recently, and that is the 5th novel in Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archives series. It is a 62-hour-long audiobook that I've been listening to, and it's okay. It's pretty good. my review of the Stormlight Archives, it's pretty good. It's okay. Could be better. I enjoy.
That does sound good. I mean, these players have all 3 of those games in that round finished off with 20 minutes to spare. These players at the top level really do know how to have respect for the time of the viewers
Oh gosh,
and
you're
each other.
so right. We have so much time left. I got should I go into a detailed review? I've read other books too.
Well, there is a chance that we
just
just
do?
move swiftly on, unfortunately, for the viewers to be deprived of an in-depth book review.
Well, I mean, it's the 5th book in the series. I don't want to do spoilers.
True. I mean, where are we at?
I recently finished reading every single Terry Pratchett novel, so I could talk about that.
That is wild. Oh, here we go. We've got the updated bracket up on the stream now for us to enjoy.
Exact rematch of Table 1 Round 1.
Of Table 1 Round 1. Also notable, Sebastian K, the one game last round that we didn't see, beat Davs. And now Sebastian K playing against Jonald as well in the other lower bracket, chase bracket. In the other chase bracket game this round. Kikai confirmed in the grand final. Amarim confirmed minimum top 3. Potential to also end up in the grand final and face off against Kikai again. But yeah, just 2 rounds this game. 2 games this round.
I hate to seem like anything other than impartial as a commentator, but I am very much rooting for a back-to-back Circuit Breaker.
That tracks. Unfortunately for my impartiality as a commentator, both of the players that I would be rooting for are playing against each other this round, Sebastian K and Jonald. So some rough go rounds in the pairings.
Brutal.
But
team
what is
kill
it?
table
Sebastian
for Seb
K on the
K,
runner.
T_T. Oh,
yeah.
Is that too tragic?
Really,
is that too tragic to observe? Would you like to avoid that table, or do you want to see one of your friends murder another one of your friends?
See that it's really rough. It's really rough, and you never want to say yes But you also don't want to say no, really, because if you're not there witnessing it, like if you witness the tragedy, it really gives it more weight and more meaning, and
If one of your
it
friends
just adds a
murders
little
another one
something.
of your friends in the forests and no one's around to
Did it really
observe,
happen? It's really asking the questions that matter. So the matchup, yeah, the Circuit Breaker from last year is playing against Diogen. It's going to be Essa into PE on that table, and the other game this round we would have is Sebastian K on Rusty Arasana. Seb has absolutely been cooking Arasana pretty much all the time. This is an Arasana with 2 copies of Diversion of Funds.
Ooh,
So
oh, I want to
absolutely
watch
having
that.
fun there.
I want to watch that.
Well, and Donald is on the type of ob that we have seen kind of dominate. Well, not yeah, but will dominate this event, or certainly do very well so far. But yeah, I don't know. Like we've seen something like that. We have not seen Diversion of Funds. Well, we've seen the Ari in round 1 for a little bit. I don't think that we saw the Diversion of Funds actually being played in that game. So I don't know. I'm definitely, either thing that we watch, either game that we watch would certainly be entertaining. At this point, when it's down to the top 6, I mean, what game isn't exciting?
Oh yeah, unambiguously.
Is interesting.
Oh gosh, now QTM is calling me out for being robophobic and saying that we're humans who play this game. I'm really sorry. I should know better as a member of the EDI team. I just
Oof. Yeah, that is really rough. Where are we at?
we are currently attempting to decide who we're watching. Should we
It's
flip a
fine.
coin or
We'll
something?
figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Well, they're about to start.
We've got 4 minutes left. Surely, right? Here we go. Looks like we've locked it in. I've managed to avoid the gruesome fate of watching friends play against each other. We're leaving that on the back burner, at least until Essa or PE wins in like the first 3 turns, which is very possible for either of those 2 decks to do. Essa might just sabotage exactly the right cards. PE might just net damage, get all the right kill cards early on, and
Yeah.
absolutely smash it.
As much as I have a profound fondness for Diogen and his wonderful janky decks, I must as a prana condenser purist object to this frankly blasphemous PE.
Wow.
That is not using prana condenser. Like, what are you doing? Come on.
That is pretty wild. Blasphemous I can understand, and I might upset some Shell Gamer Joys in the chat for a PE deck that uses mitosis. But seeing that this is not even on mitosis, I think blasphemous is a step too far.
Prana condenser is such a beautiful netrunner card.
I do agree. That Prana Condenser PE decks are absolutely a joy to play as, and also to play against.
Right, like
unlike a lot of other PE decks, it really is an interesting game and matchup every time.
You watch them. Looks like we have a little bit of a false start in our game here. Turn 1 happened, but it shouldn't have. So we're just gonna chill out, just gonna take a deep breath, and talk about Prana Condenser, and maybe we have some time for Rielle's book corner for the next 2 minutes. But like, no, genuinely, like when you see a Prana Condenser and it prevents the net damage, you're like, oh, thank you. Everybody wins, you know? You get 3 credits. I don't have to discard my cards. I like not discarding my cards. I put my cards in my deck so I could play them. And then, and then after you have that moment of relief, you have that slow, settling sense of dread in the pit of your stomach as you realize that they're just going to pop Prana Condenser next turn and kill you.
I was with you. I was definitely with you for the first part of that. For sure. I was following. Yes. Did kind of get a bit rocky towards the end. But yeah, in general, yeah. It's really an exciting one. And I think I'm gonna be brave and in public say I'm happy that when Elevation comes in, Prana is staying and PE is going.
Prana is staying, and we're gonna reprint PE, except we're gonna put it on every ID and every faction. Spoilers.
That would be a hell of a game. That would be a hell of an era of Netrunner to launch us into.
Including all the runners. Spoilers.
Wow. Really, really turning what the card game is on its head.
We're really
looks like we're good to
forward.
start again though.
We're moving fast and breaking things here at Null Signal Games.
Speaking
Looks
of
like
moving
we got
fast,
a raindrops cut stone right into this. Could be dicey. PE has a habit of murdering players that do this sort of
on
thing.
6 credits especially, and Karuna, not the card I would have expected, to be sure.
Yeah,
That
Sakaruna in the
is-
deck list. Looks like we're just letting the first sub fire and letting, the Circuit Breaker did not escape. It was shown mercy.
Yeah. I mean, for those Jinteki deck list enjoyers and understanders out there, this list is on 3 Karunas, no Saisentans. Because who really needs a face check of a conditional up to 6 net damage when you can have your locked in for and always be happy with your 1 credit reduction on the res cost?
Yeah, and you get +1 strength even, you know?
It just can't stop winning. Karuna. Put it in your
Karuna.
decks ASAP, team. Alrighty. Now we do have to be careful. Diogen went draw, YDL, discard a card. And now we've also seen Sabotage trashing 2 cards from HQ. Because kind of like the older punitive RH decks, Diogen is not, or I would imagine, would not be the most upset at having a 3-pointer or 2 land in archives. Because if the Circuit Breaker does check that before having 7 points in there, a nasty punitive could end this game early. So always something to be careful of, which might be why Tuno does not immediately run archives, at least until building up more of a credit lead.
Credit lead, a secret extra cards in hand thanks to Steel Skin, or getting your maximum hand size above 5 with whatever it's called. Oh, we are checking archives.
Never mind me.
No
my mouth.
fear.
No
Fearless.
fear.
Well,
and
to
no
be fair,
agendas.
after getting PE down to 2 credits, not that much of a concern, honestly.
True. Very true. And there we go. We see a classic PE turn in response to going down to 2 credits.
Credit!
Nice click for 3.
Good old-fashioned
way to play.
econ.
Best way to play. Banha targeting HQ. Good. I mean, Banha, for me, I'm always terrified. I wouldn't, often, I just don't have the mental game to install a Banha against a Jinteki deck, because the worst case scenario is just rush through my head, and I'm like, am I really ever targeting any ice with Banha ever
This
because
this
the
is
capacity
fair.
for things to go wrong is high.
Is high, but we know we're on 0 Sysintons. So you don't have to worry about it not affecting Sysinton. But I mean, also 5 credits. It's a little hard to res an Anansi with 5 credits. It has been
Well,
done before, but
I
usually
mean,
resulting in a game loss.
also more fool me. I thought that there was an Anansi in this deck. No Anansis.
No
The Ice Suite
Anansi!
we're on 3 Anemone, 3 Boto, 3 Karunas, 3 Fenutrias, and 3 Tattoo Bowlers. This
Yeah,
is a pretty tame. Whoa, not tame. They more than half of these ice have net damage written on them,
that's
but
true.
a
But
pretty
the wor-
unconventional suite for sure.
the worst thing Banghar can do is nothing.
True. What do you mean by that?
The worst thing Banghar can do is turn Phonotria's subroutines into do 1 net damage and do 1 net damage, as opposed to when playing against Jinteki decks normally, where the worst thing Banghar can do is turn Anansi into take 6 net damage.
Right. Yes. You've got me back for sure. The worst cases are definitely not as bad in this against this ice suite as they usually could be with Benhar. So definitely, yeah, worth
Ooh,
doing this.
we got the Thinkig.
We got the thinking. Diogene did last turn install a card in the root of a new remote and ice that server on 11 credits. Can res any piece of ice in the deck. And it looks like the Circuit Breaker favoring setting up over just charging in there and seeing what's up.
Got that
I
land
guess because the
Megamon.
credit lead has picked up again, so Punitive is back on the table as a threat. But Diogen doesn't look like this is any sort of score here.
No,
Just
Daijin
putting
has...
more defenses.
There's no fast advance in this list. It is...
Mm.
You're not that afraid of taking your time.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, agendas, 3 bacterial programming, 3 Fuji, 3 bacterial programming, 3 Fuji asset retrievals, and a sender message. We're on all 3 pointers. I mean, proactive win threats are scoring one of these 3 pointers and then hitting a neurospike right after it for a minimum damage of 4. Fuji obviously boosts that up to 6 net damage in a turn. But otherwise, it's punitive or bust. I can't imagine this deck ever scores out to 9 or would be happy scoring out to 9, but I guess that's also a possibility.
Dirty laundrying into server 1. Karuna is the first ice encountered. Its subroutines are do 1 net damage and do 1 net damage. You do not get the option to jack out, so...
Yeah.
Looks like a Fuji is being
Ganha.
stolen. That's a
Fuji
whole
stolen.
grip of damage there, hitting a steel
Not what you want
skin.
to see.
Back up to 5
Yeah.
cards, 4
Okay.
clicks, 11 credits to 8. Honestly,
This does look one of the best positions to steal it in. Yeah.
Not looking very dead. Ashen Epilogue getting played while it's before it gets net damaged out. And we got
For sure.
2 clicks left,
Refreshing
13
everything.
credits. Yeah,
Mad
15
Dash
credits.
removed from the game though, so we're not going to see an early end to this game. We are going to have
That's
to
true.
steal those
steal the full
6
9.
points. The real way. Diogen drawing cards, sim reset to fully refresh that hand. We're picking up a different one. We don't like it.
Yeah, but we're very much not murdering the runner right now.
Yes.
So...
Yes. Essa has gotten into that server, gotten out, and not been counterstruck in response. And now we're just heading into archives. We're seeing what's up. Nothing.
Answer
There were
being
a
nothing.
lot of face downs, but we do see 2 punitives in there.
2
It does
punitives in
seem like
archives.
we've got the permission to run wild here.
Sure do.
And just check everywhere. No fear. What's the harm in looking? Makes a mandatory start a draw. Quick one draw. Diogen, yeah, drawing to find something.
Not gonna lie, this is feeling rough from Diogene's position.
Yes. There's a Neurospike in the bin as well. 2 of those left in the deck. So still threatening some way of winning this game before having to score out fully. But it definitely does look like it's harder and harder, especially with Begamot Lamb up and running now. These double iced servers with Banha to cover the outside ice, and then this 3-credit combo to break any other ice. In the second row, really does let the runner challenge absolutely every server here.
Yeah, just walking in. Simulation reset again. Ditching
we
the
just
whole grip and starting over.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because you really cannot, I think, at this point afford to score out. So it just has to be find those Neurospikes, find those agendas, and probably find a third piece of ice for this server, and there we go. And just start pushing it at some point, and hope that the runner does not find the remaining points in the meantime.
There's only 19 cards left in R&D. This is getting spicy. Because we still have what? Yeah, we still have 3 Chestushkas in rotation.
3 Chestushkas is what we've got left to access. We also have...
And that's before labor rights as well, like...
Yeah. No finalities, which is interesting. Some ESA decks have been ditching that card for sure.
You don't need it.
True. I mean, R&D
Labor
does
rights.
end up in archives most of the time anyway.
Labor rights got net damaged, so that does decrease the total amount of Chestushking that can occur this game.
There we go, 1 fewer. Still no agendas. There were 4 new face downs in archives that time, but no points.
But that does just mean that they're stacking up. We have only 1 of the agendas so far out of the deck.
Here we go. There's a card at least hiding in server 1, although with only 6 credits, it does seem this is very challengeable.
Pinhole? Pinholing
Gonna
the
check
Rashida.
it out. Pinhole the Rashida, perfectly incredible. Banha still an HQ though, so there was not really a...
Yeah, just how it drew it up this...
in.
I'm just gonna take a guess and say that the first version of this matchup didn't quite go this way.
Yeah. I
But who
mean,
knows?
the game was also much shorter, I feel like.
Maybe this is
It
the
ended up
exact
significantly
game
earlier.
state. Who knows?
Could be. Could be. There's some
Rielle?
points. There's some points.
Okay.
Interestingly, though, the only sabotage this turn was Diogen trashing 2 cards from HQ.
From HQ, and it looks like... But how is Diogen gonna get the... looking for... Is there a third Yodel?
There is a third Yodel in the deck, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's a third of YDL.
But you're up against 22 credits.
You're up against 22 credits, and the single punitive that is left... no, wait, because all the punitives got shuffled
All 3
back.
punitives are back in.
They're back in.
It doesn't matter, you just can't get enough
credit
credits.
lead, yeah. And it was only 3 points. And now, after this 6th point got stolen, punitives will not be doing anything for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
because the next time the runner steals, it will just win the game.
And going down to 9 cards left in R&D, you don't have a way to score out immediately. Like, you can't threaten to win on the following turn. And Chestushka is going to be brutal when you're down to this few total cards.
Yes.
This is rough. I mean, this is exactly where our Circuit Breaker wants to be. It's very much in the pole position. Or whatever. Is that a thing? Is that a phrase that people use, pole position? I don't know what that means.
It's a phrase for sure.
It means
I would have said driver's seat, but pole position works. That's like when you're starting off as first in the race.
There you go. There you go. There you go. It's like imagine a pole position, but we're at the end of the race, or we're approaching the end of the race, and you're at the front of the race.
Yes.
Yeah, that.
I mean, at the very least, after that YDL, even if that did not threaten the punitive, Diogen is now at a pretty comfortable 18 credits. 8
This
cards
is
left
true.
in R&D, obviously challenging, but we do still have all of the neurospikes available to us, and it does just take, with a grip size of 3, it does just take scoring a Fuji, or really any agenda, and then subsequently doing a neurospike on that turn
Yeah,
to
with the 3
potentially
cards
win
left
this
in
game.
grip. Icing Archives? Ugh, this is scary. So presumably Diogen's trying to set up for next turn, install advance, a 5-3.
Well, but even then, you're a click off the following turn to score that 5-3 and still fit in the neurospike. It's
Well,
getting
it's
hard to find
advanced.
the.
Oh yeah, you're right. I don't know how Diogen gets out of this.
It's that all 3 punitives are in the bin. That makes sense. All 3 Botos in the bin as well. I guess they won't present any problems for the Begamot. We are going for an install. It does seem like a push has to happen this turn, next turn. 6 cards left. We are double advancing.
You're double advancing. Honestly, maybe the way you win is you install advance, and Urtica Cipher and cross your finger.
Exactly. I mean, the Circuit Breaker called it out last turn or the turn before. There is a
Yeah.
single copy of Urtica Cipher in this list for these
Kostushka
situations.
incoming.
This is a big one. This is going to shorten this game significantly, unless these cards all come from HQ off the sabotage.
Even then, like you're so far from winning.
Yeah.
1 card from HQ, the rest
1
from the
from
top of R&D.
HQ,
R&D's down
3
to
from
3
R&D.
cards.
That is
Click
wild.
2.
And there are still
Kostushka.
5 agendas in circulation here. At some point, something has to end up in archive. Something has to give.
Running into the front of Tria, taking 2. And what do we got? Fuji. GG.
We did find the final agenda. Wild.
Wowza.
My lord. Yeah. I mean, tense for sure. There was an early lead,
every
I
game
feel like,
against
by the
every
runner,
game
but
against
yeah.
PE is tense. It's a beautiful, beautiful ID. Even if you make the absolutely sacrilegious decision to not play Prana Condenser, I still respect the hustle. I still love seeing PE this high up in a tournament.
Yeah.
Love me good old personal evolution.
And with 24 minutes left, we're straight onto the remaining game of this round. The team kill is on the screen now, team. And what a board state to launch into. The runner, Sebastian K, is up on Ari 4-0. There is a MCA austerity policy in server 6 with 2 counters on it, though. So Donald has the tools to go absolutely wild next turn.
This is true, but
Seb
we're down
K does not challenge.
Down to 3 credits, so it's a little hard to defend.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a struggle for sure. Seb K does seem to have most of a rig here, though, although credits are also running short on the runner side.
That Urban could, of course... Are we on Bones? I assume we're on Bones.
On the Arasama?
Yeah.
There is... I don't know where you're fitting in a Bones with 2 diversion of funds. If I of course.
This is true.
This,
Doof is
no Bones. Doof is happening.
Speak of the Doof, and the Doof shall appear. This is
going
got
the Euler, break the Afshar.
This perfectly both drains the corp of credits sufficiently that they can no longer res the ice protecting server 6, and gives you enough credits to trash. Oh no, you're out of clicks though.
Yeah. Nothing is being trashed this turn. but nothing is being scored next turn. You would have to
This is
imagine
true.
wall to wall will get a credit.
Now you pop MCA,
Pop an
then
MCA.
then you install an agenda and you Audacity. Install advanced Audacity.
I mean,
Simple.
there is the spin, so you can get away with an Audacity, pitch some agendas, and be all right with it.
Now it seems like this is
Yeah.
just a value MCA, not going for the score, just going for the what if you had a bunch of extra clicks.
I mean, I guess you have to make some sort of recovery like that, because if you click for 3 credits again and the runner plays the second diversion of funds, it just feels over. It just feels so over.
Mm-hmm.
This Euler getting through the Afshar for I'm
gosh.
gonna say 2 credits.
The
Unless you get the install, because the Cuban refunds the runner loses 2 credits subroutine that has to fire.
That's so beautiful, honestly. But if you run through and you spend your bottom $2 to get through, then it's then you get you don't have to worry about losing 2 credits to Afshar.
Yes. Oh,
You
and
can't
we
lose
see a
credits.
slash and burn.
Slash and burning
Expended from
above the
hand.
law, blowing up. There we go, blowing up the urban.
Perfect. Nice. Cuban not getting us more money in the future. And we get the install happening as well. Corp does end on 0 credits, but at least the runner does not have this consistent source of money to use on installing cards that was provided by Urban Art Vernissage and Cuban.
Yeah, UAV is gone. Above the law in the score area. Definitely making the most out of that pretty rough situation that Ari put him in.
Yeah. And this remote server with Enigma and Sandstone is still at the very least 3 credits to get through, unless the Euler gets uninstalled and reinstalled. But 3 credits when the runner's on 5, unless we can find some money fairly quickly, is still some sort of a thing where the runner has to stand back and think. There are 2 sure gambles left in the deck. But yeah, like, we're checking out archives, forcing the spin. Spin goes, we're shuffling back. Slash and burn and extract.
And extract. Okay.
5 stays in. Yeah, 0 credits. This is a hard one to come back from.
Yeah.
A hard one to come back from. But if any deck can do it, it does feel like it's Ob.
Looks
do
like
we
we're
have
checking
here?
server 1.
Yeah,
Which is
extracts are a
interesting
great way to bounce up. It's a Rashida.
getting the Rashida. Beautiful.
Great one to trash, but yeah, now the runner's down to a single credit, and it's there's no obvious source of credits for the runner in the future here. So Corp does
Cuban's
look
money.
like with Walter. Yeah, but on an Afshar, you're spending money to make money, and it's rough.
Capitalism, baby. That's capitalism.
The wall-to-wall ticking down here over the last few turns, though, is getting some value here for sure.
Yeah, truly the full value.
Donald back up to 3 credits. Yeah, Sebk does need to find some credits pretty soon. Otherwise, Donald could flip this script. See what happens. The armed asset protection, unfortunately, I know we were all rooting for it to come in and suddenly elevate us to 8 credits or something like that. It has been played. And unfortunately, there is just a single copy of that card in this 49 card op deck.
Tragedy of tragedies.
A really rough
Double
one.
Cuban. See, what did I tell you? Cuban's money.
Cuban is money. More and more, it's looking like it. We're up to 4, so we're gaining.
And we found a new UAV.
And we found a new UAV. Okay, the money is coming in, although UAV only for installing cards, not for actually anything else. You can't use that to keep getting through ice. But yeah, these allowing it to reposition the Cubans on any of these ice, depending on what server you attack, does help a tremendous amount.
Certainly. Oh, and a
Oof.
regolith.
Speaking
And
of tremendous amount,
we're overinstalling the Afshar to get rid of the Q-bombs.
credits are back in. Wall to Wall was allowed to fully fire again. We're overinstalling the Afshar. Yeah, like you said, Cubans are out. That is almost like a reverse diversion of funds. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, it's a reversion of funds.
Exactly. The Corp is repossessing those credits. The runner is losing that income stream. Urban Art Vernissage was an install for 2 credits that now, well, I guess with the Eka, still does something,
Yep.
but does significantly less than it was threatening to do
But there it goes.
before.
Simple as you spend 2 of the credits on your environmental testing, you're rocking and rolling, you're wheeling and a dealing, keys on the knives.
We're back up. We're back up. And yeah, like a simple Muse Coalescence would get you to 3 counters on environmental testing, and then the money's churning. But we will have to see whether SibK finds those cards. And Jonald has the money and the resources to make a push. And this is an expensive push for SibK to contest, or it very much could be an expensive one, only being on 3 credits at the start of turn. I mean, environmental testing can turn this around quickly, but fast enough?
Certainly
It's hard.
can. I mean, Arisana is the physical embodiment of Shaper bullshit, so it's really hard to count Ari out of anything in any situation.
Yeah. Although the nuker definitely, I'm sure Jonald would get a sigh of relief there.
Truly,
Think, okay, we're fine.
We're maybe fine. We're hopefully
We're
fine.
maybe
We're probably
fine. Dirty
fine.
laundry to run the wall to
Okay.
wall, but we're not trashing. We're just saying hi. Sure
Just-
gamble to top it off. So the money is here. The money is for sure here. But that server was not contested, and it was not a Rashida. And Jonald is having a think at the start of the turn on what to do here. What to do. Thinking. Perfect. Gives us time to check and consult the deck list.
Gives me time to reflect on the fact that I made a reference to something that is so incredibly narrow. Not only is it it's both in time and space. I feel like there's a good possibility that no one watching this stream is familiar with the Van Ives car dealership radio commercial that I was referencing.
We will wait with bated breath and see if anyone shouts out in the chat. I sure didn't, but that's all right. We'll see. Jonald thinking. Interesting. The deck list, this is not one of those Archer MDOM decks. We've got Above the Laws, those 2 MCAs, of course, up to some mischief. We have 2 Slash and Burns, like we saw, 3 Basalt Spires, and 3 Atlases. So a little bit of a different one, but still, you know, you want to get a 3-pointer out there, but the 3-pointer is not SDS. An interesting one, which will also have interesting scoring patterns.
Okay, we getting a Stavka res, popping something here.
Stavka res trashing the 3rd ice that was on that server.
Flopping out a Rashida. Ika coming down, popping E-testing. Ika
No, wait, trashing the wall to right.
Pretty good at breaking Stavka.
Yeah, it has some very nice boost numbers. Very nice boost numbers. Thimble Rig, potential to be punching above its weight class against Euler unless
Yes, 2 credits.
Yeah, unless it's uninstalled and reinstalled. That is
and we gotta
bit of a break.
Watch out. We gotta watch out. That is a double advanced Thimble Rig.
One of the stronger forms of the Thimble Rig can take. Although 2 credits is fine.
Not even close. Have you ever put an eavesdrop on a Thimble Rig?
I have never done it myself or seen it, but I have heard so many people talk about that.
thimble drop, and you
About
do it
the ability to do that.
out of game net, and every time they pay for the trace, you get a credit. It's brilliant.
Oh, speaking of brilliant, an absolutely diabolical play from Jonald, putting a Hollow Man in a serve with a pad
Bad
campaign.
campaign.
Unbelievable scenes here. And a Rashida just empty, undefended. We were really
Rashida
pulling
came
some
from
mind games here.
Rashida came from the Stavka there, so just eating the extra click. MCA is charging up behind what is 4 credits to break.
Does not look like we're resing that pad campaign. Really devastating news.
Real devastating.
Really
So
unfortunate stuff.
sad. Oh my gosh.
I mean, maybe Jonald just doesn't have hope that this game will be going on long enough for that to really cash in.
Or just not planning on leaving
MCA
it installed.
counting up, though.
Overinstalling the pad
Overinstalling.
campaign. That makes a lot of sense why you didn't res it.
Question is, do we think the Jonald is fast enough on that mouse to have installed an upgrade and pretended like JNet prompted to fast drag away that pad campaign and absolutely clown on people assuming this was an agenda or an asset because of course.
The truly incredible and brilliant play. I love that that's just a thing you're allowed to do in Netrunner.
It is incredible. It's much easier to pull off in person when you can just put the card into archives. A little bit harder on JNet when it's kind of, if it's really fast, then it's more likely to have been auto-prompted.
My favorite is when you overinstall a resed upgrade, and they're just like, wait, huh? That's not even unique. That's not a region. What do you do? Don't worry about it.
Really, really playing the mind games. Sebk just taking a cheap run. I mean, the Stavka was res and had big strength before. Just a Rashida, as we see.
Yeah, getting through Stavka for a single credit with that Ika. We got Cubon coming
This
down.
final Cubon, third Cubon, is in. It's ready. It's a relatively cheap entry. This does put Sebk back down to low credits. Sebk was riding high there for a while after popping that environmental testing on like 18 credits. That was the third environmental testing, so we're all out of those. This MCA is gone. That was the second MCA. Both of those are gone. But yeah, Sebk down to 5, Jonald up at 11. Cubons and UAV is a combination that is back in action though. So unless Jonald has some way of dealing with that, that is going to be some pretty consistent money.
Jonald down to 9 cards in R&D. Just going for the classic no-win con shaper. Just what if you just were never allowed to have a remote server? Just I'm never going to multi-access. I'm never going to do crap. I'm just going to sit here and I am going to outvalue you and run your remote every single turn, and you'll just slowly get sad and run out of cards in your deck.
Yeah, we might be heading towards that. But where are we at in terms of time? I think we've got plenty. 8 minutes until the round ends. 9 cards left in R&D. Which one will run out first? Put your guesses in the chat.
We're running HQ, which is not diversion of funds.
Not diversion of funds. Credit neutral though. Euler, Cuban refunding that. Thimbleweed swapping away. Atlas. That is a very aesthetically pleasing score area from the runner. Delightful. The full set, as Jonald calls out. Incredible scenes here. My lord. Huzzah, even.
Seb smacking the top of his score area. You can fit so many Atlases in this baby.
It's incredible. That was just the first click. Seb on 5 though, but from now on, this Cuban on archives not going to do a whole lot this turn. We can't get into HQ again for free to just kind of check out what's happening there. This board is going to cost credits to contest. Yeah, we're at the point where the runner clicks for credits manually. A true low point, but you got to do what you got to do sometimes. Oh, undoes
we're
it
undoing
because Seb K knows what a shameful play clicking for credits is.
Because Subgate overheard. You gotta be careful with your commentary. That you
They're-
can't talk
they're
too loud.
everywhere.
The players can hear. They're right over in the next room. Like
Very true. We're checking that
Hearing-
server.
hearing how
Any
shameful
agenda
that
from
was.
this point on wins the game.
I mean, most agendas win the game.
Mav. Wow, Jonald is in a mood today. First, the pad campaign with the Hollow Man. Now, a rezzed Mav to do a net damage. What won't he do?
The map for 1 damage here is so spiteful.
Wild. Seb K does manage to recover though. With grace, clicks for credit, creative commission. The money is still here. Jonald gets a Sviatogor, so his money is also not taking too much of hit and can tutor out. I mean, at this point, not much left in this slim
Nine.
R&D.
9 cards left in R&D. It's honestly searching for anything here. You're like, is it worth? Is it worth removing a non-agenda card from R&D?
Yeah, a really tough call
Yeah,
with
looks like we use it to search for a 1 cost and fail to find.
2 slash and burns and 3 basalt spires left in circulation between HQ, R&D archives, and potentially the root of server 1. So 5 agendas. 5 agendas around. That doesn't mean that Jonald has the hard task of either scoring 2 3-pointers or scoring a slash and burn, which is not a place that you want to be in
Yeah.
ever. We see an Audacity from hand, which makes scoring out for cheap easy, but yeah, the lack of 3-2s
And there's the
does
slash
make
and
it
burn,
hard, and there's the slash and burn. It's over, it's rough. That was a hard position that Jonald was pushed into there. And this Ari picking up a win against one of these obs. The obs are going down. Basalt in the remote, basalt in the hand. Basalt's absolutely everywhere.
Basalt's everywhere. Basalt as far as the eye can see. But let's hope Jonald isn't too basalty after this game. Always
Yep,
sad
Jonald's-
to get knocked out by another teammate, but also it's happy because either way you win, right?
You win.
Either way
you win.
and either way you lose.
That's confirmed. Seb K into the top 4 will be facing.
What was that?
Yes, where we're looking to throw into a short break after this round.
Short break.
We will. Yeah, the next round is the last year's Circuit Breaker 2-0 against Seb K. For the fight for who gets into the top 3. I'm Alex.
You are Alex. I'm Rielle.
And we'll see you after the break.
And
We're
we're
so back.
live. We are so back. Unfortunately, we are again not so back. No Steve gonna be in this game. You gotta stop saying that. When there's no Steve.
However, no Steve, counterpoint. This is the 3rd game in a row that last year's Circuit Breaker champion will be playing SR. So, in some ways, We
In
we
some
are so
ways,
back.
we are so back. And speaking of being so back, we are so back that there's become a third of us now.
Hi, I'm here. It's Eli. I
Hi,
get to
Eli.
watch. Hi, I get to watch the Venti game.
Let's
Venti.
go. Venti. What is Venti? Tell us all about it.
So Venti is a 74 card monstrosity whose sole goal is to mutually assuredly destruct your very juicy board state in order to end the lines for the runner.
Perfect.
Succinct. I love it. It's incredible.
So it's 74 cards. And
Mhm.
my question to you is that for agenda density, or is it so that when you're waiting to decide if you want to keep your opening hand, it says R&D 69?
I believe both are valid options because theoretically you could play 59 cards. However, then, as you said, Rielle, you wouldn't get the R&D 69.
It's important. Hold. Please pause. The
Oh.
runner is acting. I think
Runner is acting.
we got a ley line.
Oh no. Oh no. That for those cyberpunk pilled amongst us
Oh, no,
is a
no.
yucky fantasy Magic the Gathering card.
Okay, yes, but
not something
no,
we need to concern ourselves
not a ley line, a hand trap. Okay, this is Yu-Gi-Oh territory. We gotta discard a max C.
Yeah.
with. And looks like the second game that the corporation is a little bit too keen to get into the action. That they start a little bit before
I know
the game
a-
timer starts.
it's a little bit. It's really tempting when you know you're the only game going to be just
Yep.
like, why do we even got a timer? Come on, we're the only ones playing. But whatever, we gotta have rules because
It's rough for the people running, I guess.
It's funny you mention time because I did actually play Seb K at, I believe it was East Coast Nats on Venti, and he actually ended up conceding because he couldn't find any end of the lines, and we were like, I think we were like 2 or 3 minutes away from time.
Oh,
So
brutal.
yeah.
Oh, what a champ. Having respect for your 2-3 minutes that he would rather
know.
concede than play it out to the bitter end.
Exactly. Yeah, it was like I had like one agenda, and then it was like, yeah, he was like, yeah, sorry, I can't win this.
Wow, what a treat.
Yeah.
Core in the chat here totally gets it. Like, why should we have rules? Like, come on, this isn't what like. I mean, look at it. It says Anarch right there on the card. Like, we shouldn't have rules. I shouldn't have to have a bedtime. You're not my dad. Like, come on.
It's way too much. Way too much. Horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, we're in the last 10 seconds. We're about to kick off. God, how exciting! 6, 5, 4. How fast are they going to be on that mouse? 1. Bang. We're off.
Are we off? We don't know.
Seb
We're
K
not-
being the polite as ever and putting in the extra time that he would have taken to draw that card.
Judge,
A true champion.
We gotta call a judge, issue a slow play warning. Come on.
Yep. My hero, confirming all good to go. Yes. Nice.
Woo.
GLHF's in the chat. We are going.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see some Venti versus Essa. Very big deck energy coming from Venti. You got makes the sabotage a lot less inevitable as it is in smaller decks.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like this is often like a 50-50 matchup, because if Essa does sabotage the right cards at the right time, it can make it a little more difficult. Though on the other hand, if Essa plays too low in terms of the hand size and cards in hand, then it can just easily go the other way very quickly.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and you have to worry about the corp just murdering you out of nowhere. You have to worry about, well, it's a bit harder to get your spin doctors when your deck's this much bigger, but also your obs, so you can tutor for them. So whatever. It's
Yeah.
nonsense. It's we're gonna get to see some number wang.
This ob does at the very least, I mean, obs in general, but this Venti as well, because it's playing Drudge Works, is a little bit safer against the sabotage just hitting agendas, because of the fact that now there are, as we see, a Drudge Work in the bin. But there are more assets that you can tutor to get agendas out of HQ, but also out of archives using Drudge Work, instead of just relying on the spin doctors.
Yeah, and just speaking about the lack of inevitability that Essa normally has, where you can spin for your Drudge Works, which each Drudge Work is in and of itself a 3 agendas coming back, and the game can just go on and on and on and on and on. And on and on and on and on.
And on and on and on. And here we go. We see, I mean, it's still a...
Ooh, we're retrieval running. Hell yes.
Oh, my lord.
Begamot.
Already. We do have a Begamot in the bin, yeah.
Out. Yeah.
Straight out there.
And retrieval run, and we immediately ditch another program.
The only way to play, really. I'm sure we'll find
so
another.
many things. There are so many things
Sabotage
happening
2
in the
will
middle
still,
of this
after
retrieval
this
run.
retrieval run, I mean, we won't see the cards because retrieval run is instead
Instead of accessing, true.
But still, you're straight on those triggers. Strike Fund, not immediately checking, but it doesn't look like we're Drudge Working immediately either, so it looks like Archives is still clear.
Drudge working away at Sam.
Drudge Work Sam from HQ. Okay, it's okay. Staying steady,
Yeah.
Banhar targeting HQ. All these servers are very gettable, but the amount of upgrades make this a hassle, because that upgrade could be a lot of annoying things. Probably most annoying, especially with the credit lead, would be forced connection, which is a way of cheating those tags in early and getting an end of line kill before mutually assured destruction would usually be online.
Are we looking at Crisium, or is that not on the list?
Crisium is a single one is in the list, but
Crisium is
not
also a good thing to put in
heavily
the
invested
HQ.
into it.
Yeah, you probably want to check HQ before you do like a blind Shatushka run.
Yep.
Yeah.
And raindrops
Perfect one to
being
do it with.
last click here is a little bit scary with the aforementioned whatever the hell it's called.
Heist.
Forced connection.
Forced connection. Yeah. I mean, Corp only on 11 credits, but for sure this could be a biggie.
Yep.
It was
There's our addiction, so I think that works in our circuit breakers favor just because I think you want to get down the marrow as soon as you can, but like in the meantime you're pretty safe
until 6 or more 6 or more to guarantee that the runner can only clear a maximum of 4 tags. So it's always like a very 2-turn combo kind of thing. There have been obs in this meta that have used wage workers or biotic labor to do a mad kill with end of line in the space of a single turn. This deck can't really threaten that. So yeah, the runner is a little bit safer in general. Like you can always see the kill coming from further away.
Yeah, there was a tournament during Thanksgiving that was all cards are limits, or all cards are consumer grade, so you can play 6 of everything. Unless it specifically says limit 1 per deck or something. And my girlfriend built I want to say 300 card version of Venti, which was very fun. In that nobody ever won or lost any games. They all just went to tie. Because as it turns out, shuffling 300 cards in real life multiple times a turn is a good way to lose on time.
Yeah.
That I can believe. While I was yapping last turn, though, we missed the absolutely stone cold call from Seb K. Using the expendability on Angelique to do a single meat damage, sniping that marrow from
Sniping the
hand.
marrow.
Yeah.
Absolutely reading that. And yeah, making it take significantly longer to find more copies of marrow.
Yeah, and seeing
Yeah.
the Ashen and one of the labor rights in the bin, you have that high roll of what if you just hit the other labor rights, and what if that is all those cards in the bin stay there forever.
And a
Forced
last click
connection.
forced connection
Last click
access.
force
Corp
connection.
dumping
Uh-oh.
absolutely
Strength to
everything
12?
into it. My lord.
Oh.
My lord.
Oh no, is this it?
As this game ended. Laundry.
Oh no.
Oh my
no.
lord. Trace is up to 12, so the runner cannot contest this trace. Essa does not have a link. So we are taking 2 tags.
Taking 2
We're
tags.
ending on 2 cards in hand. If there's credit and a line,
There it
And the
is.
line! Oh my
Oh.
goodness!
it's all over.
Wow.
Wild.
Wow. And
Oh my god.
the dream of the back-to-back circuit breaking has ended. The circuit remains unbroken.
Ugh.
Seb moving on.
Nice 9-minute game.
Whoa.
Top us off.
Yeah, again, it could just be like a 50-50 match. Like,
Yeah.
that I think it's sniping the marrow was so critical. And like
yeah, that did
that's
that.
yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. I think like that's the dream as the Venti player to force the runner to get the last click force connection access.
Yeah.
So
Ooh,
wow.
who would have guessed? Force connection, Dest's netrunner card.
True.
Pretty brutal.
True. And oh my lord, that leaves us with 3 players left. Sebastian K, Amaram, and Kikai. And is this not the most perfectly planned top cut? Kikai qualified through the EMEA pod. Amaram qualified through the APAC pod. And Seb K qualified through the Americas pod.
There you
This
go.
is written in advance. Incredible stuff.
Incredible stuff. Yeah, that's funny. Our top 4 was all 4 ways of qualifying.
Yes. I did not pick up on that at the time. Oh, wait, is the stream down again?
Completely equalized.
Oh no, we're back.
Just
Yeah.
Essa is, honestly, pretty messed up flavor fail. It's Sundog who dies on that card, not Essa.
Unfortunate.
True.
Just putting that out there.
Circuits have been broken, lines have been ended.
Devastating.
Tragedy.
And it
But who
looks
would have
like-
guessed Venti Ob in the top 3?
Ventiop in the
three.
top 3.
Wild.
What a terrifying
TBI.
metagame.
It's incredible stuff. I know we're all cheering on that deck, even if we would not publicly admit it. We all want to see this underdog who has been much maligned for being toxic and big and rude and unshuffleable IRL. We want to see it come out ahead.
Yeah.
Coming coming from playing Magic the Gathering, I always find it very funny how much babies Netrunner players are about shuffling a 70 card deck. You know, Magic players just shuffle like 100 card decks all the time.
Oof.
It's a
Yeah.
bad game. I don't know why
Devastating.
people play it.
Really devastating. For all those following it along at home, because that round ended so fast, the 30-minute break for the players has started now.
Oh, sick.
So they will be back in 30 minutes.
So then
for
do we have...
the top 3 to go on.
Do we have time to hear about Rielle's gay romance?
Oh,
we
no!
half an hour. We can yap as long
Right.
as we want. They can't take us
So-
off the airwaves.
So here you have tipped your hand. In fact, you have fallen into my trap. You being a phobic. It is a straight romance. I'm sorry to say.
Ooh.
Sorry. Can I say queer?
Yes. Yes, you
Queer
can.
romance novel. I meant gay as in generally queer, but yes.
You meant gay brackets derogatory.
No.
No, I've been reading this novel, A Lady for a Duke, which the bit that I was gushing about before we got on camera is like kind of spoilery though, so I don't want to say that.
Nah, we can't
can't.
get into spoilers.
Well, so
I'm
I'll
very
just-
excited.
I'll talk about the premise, though. It's so good. Okay, so 2 Victorian fancy lads go off to Waterloo. One is presumed dead and uses the opportunity while they're wounded and presumed dead in France to become a Victorian fancy lass instead. Then, later, she discovers that her old best friend, Lord Gracewood, the Duke of Northumberland, she discovers that he's got PTSD real bad and is real sad about his best buddy dying in the war. And she's like, oh no, I'm that best buddy who died in the war. And I want to help you because you're my best friend. And also I secretly realized that I've always been in love with you, even though I couldn't admit that to myself because we were boys and that's not allowed. But I'm not a boy now. I'm a girl. And also, I'm worried if I help, then what if he recognizes me? And then, what if he has to grieve me all over again? And what if that makes things worse? And like, he's in this depression spiral and he's on laudanum. It's a whole thing. Oh my God, there's so much yearning. And there's so much, oh God, it's just, it does so many little things that do such an excellent job of capturing these experiences of in particular being like a stealth trans woman, especially in a time period where that's not a thing you're allowed to be, and not all that unlike our current time period, but you have like her waking up early in the morning and walking along the castle and going back to spots where she used to hang out with her friend when they were kids. And then he comes up and is also up that early. And the first thing she does is put her hand to her neck to make sure that she's wearing her choker to like thinking that, oh gosh, she's not worried about the fact that she's in a morning gown, that entirely unseemly for Victorian fashion. But she's, immediately worried that she remembered to be wearing her gloves and her choker to make sure that she's not clocky. And it's like, oh my God. And then, and there's so many wonder. It's good. It's good.
Sounds
good.
Keen for historical romance. Good rec.
Good rec, and yeah, that is one of 3 books that I've been reading.
Okay. I'm gonna have to stop you right there. We are gonna throw it over to the break.
No.
For real. I'm sorry. I know you You can continue it on after, but the players are taking a break, and some of the commentary, the stream will also be taking a break over the next how much is left? 24 minutes.
24
So we'll
minutes.
see you back when the top three duke it out. We
But
will
I could
see it's
talk about
between
so many
Sebk,
books over the
Amarim, and
course of
Kikai.
24 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Start a. Oh,
No,
there's
very-
a podcast. QTM. Any shout outs before we throw it over to the break?
I mean, the QTM podcast. Yeah, obviously.
Get more
We-
QTM stuff.
Yeah, we got to make more episodes of that podcast.
More episodes.
Potentially book reviews coming up.
Potentially QTM book reviews. Who knows? Maybe
Incredible.
I'll have to start my own podcast with blackjack and hookers. Anyways, we're really excited for the finals and the semifinals and the
Top three.
top three.
Top three.
We're excited for the top three.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Go.
We are here. We're not back. I don't think. Is there a Steve in our Asana? I don't think I'm seeing. I'm not seeing a Steve. There may not be Steve. Regardless, we are live. Huh? Okay. We're live. We're not back because there's not Steve. And we are looking at we're gonna get to see our Asana again in the next round. That's exciting. That
Very exciting.
that beautiful Doof Ari.
Yeah, so it's Dufari versus Facet Ob or Facet-ish Ob.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the is this let's see. We got
Amarim.
MDOM, we got
Mm-hmm.
do we have Oberth? No
No.
birth
No, this is-
protocol.
Yeah, this is like the standard Hollow Man-ish
Yeah.
deck. I think for this, this is the typical Facet MDOM Archer deck with a little bit of spiciness. I think that the key, I mean, it's essentially like a rush deck, and that I think is the key against Arizona is going as quickly as possible, because I think we saw another game with Sebk on the Doof, and that dragged out a little bit and was pretty hard to recover. I think that was Jonald, and I believe this is a very similar list, if not the oh no, that was the MCAP deck actually. But I think yeah, with this one, it's similar, but at the same time, also I think the same idea of rushing a little more. And I think the one advantage you have here is that you have Archer rather than just Stavka.
Yes.
But yeah.
Archer being a bit more annoying, especially just multiple sentries always being annoying when your plan is Ikaing.
Yeah.
All that said, going fast is definitely an efficient anti-doof maneuver. Oh, I am so sorry. There is a DJ Fenris. We are so back. I'm feeling we're back.
Yeah.
We're back. We're back.
And I think, like the one Chrysium probably for burner, maybe sometimes a sneaky thing for overclock, but mostly for burner. But
I don't have to worry about putting it on R&D for trick shot anymore.
Oh, and of course the Doof. It's of course for the Doof as well.
Yeah, for the Doof. Chrysium,
what did I say, burner?
Chrysium versus Doof is a classic. Classic answer.
Yeah. But I think that's definitely the key here, is that there is a certain point at which if the game goes for too long, you're sort of left in a very difficult position. Whereas the runner, the longer the game goes, the more it leans towards the runner, I would
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, good old, again, classic Shaper. There's a couple extra moving parts, but it's basically you just have you have Magnum Opus again.
Yeah.
Good to start whenever. Timer has started. Okay. Big excite.
Yeah, I mean, the faster you can score out the MDOM, the quicker you can get to your path of victory as Ob. But I believe there's a lot of love for Seb K in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I'm always on the side of the Obs. Ob is love, Ob is life. We just
Of his love, of his life. It's hard. It's honestly hard to root against Arasana anytime I see
Mhm.
her.
Yeah, I mean, the whole CBI has had, I think, about like 4 fairly different lists. You know, last round we saw Venti. We've seen the MCAP. And then there's a couple variations. There's obviously Ben Development's list, which is similar to Facet, but different in that it has Arella and is a little more glaciery. But yeah, it's your
Totally.
classic Ice HQ remote.
Yeah, we got
Hitting R&D, getting down the SMC.
Clicking to install your program, says Arasana.
Yeah.
Can you believe it?
I believe that must have been
An
a mulligan from, yeah, but like that was a keep from Seb K, so probably some other good cards.
For sure.
Yeah.
Oh, we got the classic overclock self-modifying code. Heading into server 3.
Yeah, you know, that might have been a trick shot, but you know,
Yeah,
you don't need to
well, we
exploit
can't
it.
have nice things anymore.
Well, you know what? I think it's fine. Uh Amarim not resing, denying that value as much as possible.
Yeah, now you have to think about if you want to spend overclock on SMC or save the credits for the trashing or just you know, but what if it's a Rashida and you don't want to waste the credits?
Yeah, I think you don't want to waste the credits, but I think a lot of the times as the core versus shaper, your big premium is information. That's one of your biggest advantages. And so Deb K choosing not to use the overclock credits on a pretty decent credit advantage either way. And then just getting the draw out of it, letting Seb trash it, because you know you really just got that Rashida in the bin. So I mean, this very much feels like top level play. Oh, can I undo and rerun?
Not 100% what's going on here.
Maybe just not. Oh, I guess. Oh, I see.
Okay, must have been some flavor of miscommunication.
Yeah, I think maybe just forgot to. I think JNet timing is a little weird in that. So you res the spin doctor before access, and then the priority should have passed back. But I think maybe it was just like clicking through it.
Something like
Forgetting
that.
to use the SMC and not wanting to lose those credits.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think. Oh man, This matchup is always really interesting because I think, like I said, a lot of the times your biggest advantage as the corp is information. So it's like you're sort of tempted to maybe res, but like for the most part, you're just trying to get the runner to waste as many resources as possible. Because again, Amram, I believe, had a mulligan. So there might be a little bit of, not having the 100% ideal situation, but then the way you come out swinging is to be able to, like, pressure the runner as much as possible into making moves.
100%. And that is really what Amram's hoping to do with the op here, is to try and stop Ari from establishing her engine, stop Seb from getting Ari all set up and ready, and get those agendas into the score area ASAP.
Yeah. And of course, getting the full value out of wall-to-wall 2 turns in a row.
That is always nice.
Mm-hmm.
Wall-to-wall is often just a pad campaign that only costs 1 to res. But sometimes it does more things.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, looking at Amaram's list, believe it's mostly ice walls that would benefit. Yeah, it's 3 ice walls. Nothing else. I know there's some lists that sometimes play, I can't remember. There's some other ones, but are like Hordem maybe, but I think, we're firmly in the ice wall camp here. I've been saying, I feel like there's essentially 2 camps of 1 cost ob players, and that's ice wall versus Tithe.
Yeah. That is.
I think a lot of times, I think it just depends. Like, there's some people who will swear by including at least 1 Tithe, and then others must play 3 ice wall. And it's always some variation between them.
I do think Tithe is probably the most annoying to break 1 cost ice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's usually going to cost you 2 credits to break.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only a 1 credit res. So, like, that's good. But ice wall says end the run on it.
It does say end the run on it.
And also, you have wall to wall. You can ice wall to wall.
Yeah, exactly. There's some times when, if you get it high enough, you force them to boost their cleaver. Like, if you cut that ice wall to 3 counters, you might have to boost their cleaver.
What a
unless,
world
of course,
that
you
would
get
be.
Yeah.
And
Unless,
until they get a turbine, and,
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. But, it's early game. Turbine's not here. Hammer, I'm doing a big think here. Again, worth noting there was a mulligan, so there might be a bit of a tricky hand to play out of. So we got 2 cards in the server.
2 cards in server 3, and Ari is immediately checking it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sandstone.
Yeah, I don't think you break that here. I mean, you could, but I don't think it's worth it. You could be one of those players who continues to run the sandstone until it gets to the right strength and then break it.
I'm not gonna lie, that is the same thing as clicking Magnum Opus.
Running into the sandstone to get it down to 3 strength.
Yeah,
it's the
clicking for
exact
2
same.
credits. It's clicking for... Seb just clicked for 2 credits.
Oh my god. All right, I guess that's what we're doing here. We're clicking for 2 credits. It's literally the same thing as clicking for 2 credits.
Literally identical to clicking Magnum Opus.
Yeah. It might be a Trank card here, so I think the overclock is a pretty good play. Yeah, like Amram looking to try to get into a solid credit advantage type place. But, of course, again, second overclock. Maybe
Oh my
hoping-
god, the math!
There you go.
Oof, okay, maybe slightly worse than clicking Magnum Opus.
Yeah. Amazing. Totally worth that 3 credits. Wow.
You get in, you trash the Hollow Man,
And
office down to
7K.
0 credits, and you're checking
Not-
HQ.
Yeah. Not going for the Maryland, though.
Not
So at
going to the
least-
Mary.
Good bet that there might be an agenda in HQ, but I think as the corp, I'm always sweating bullets if I do the big brain Mav play and then the runner just trashes the Maryland. That's always frustrating. But
to be fair, when you have the wall-to-wall up in this at the same time, losing the Maryland's not that bad because it unlocks the card draw in advance with wall-to-wall.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, though, I think in this situation, you kind of want the 2 credits more than you need the draw or the advancement counter. But yeah.
Well, I mean, it looks like Amram chose to draw 1 card and gain 2 credits instead of gaining 3 credits. So
yeah. And then we're extracting the
Maryland.
And just like that,
for a Tranquid,
Bob goes from 2 credits to 8 credits.
And we install an ice protecting Trank grid instead of another card in the same server as Trank grid. So maybe something else is hoping to get popped before the start of Amram's turn.
Yeah, I think you just want to protect that Tranquid because that's basically your credit advantage, and that'll keep you up for as much as you need to.
Yeah, but you see, Tranquid says first time each turn.
Right. So you don't get it that turn, but you were at 9
each turn. What if server 2's another Mav?
That would be hilarious. That would be absolutely hilarious.
The good doctor draws us 3 cards. And we ponder all of our possibilities here. Oh, a doof.
And here's the doof.
Coming at HQ.
And of course, you still have the Arasana ability, so if you have to install the...
Yeah, we're doing no action before res. Maybe we got... Yep, it's Fasirum. It's always Fasirum.
Yeah, because I think you always assume that it's going to be Afshar and HQ.
You pay 1 to res, powers the B just to save a credit here. And Ari has 1 click left. We can't trash Trank grid with that click unless we got a pinhole or the other.
How many pinholes are in this deck? None? No, there's actually no pinholes in this deck. It's just Fizera, Cleaver, and Doof. So yeah, that's a problem.
So the Twitch chat has corrected me. It's actually free Xylem Entangler because you installed it without paying a click. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, then you don't also have to... You're bypassing it, so you basically only pay 2. So it's kind of better than another breaker to use it. So now you're not losing 2 credits, you're just bypassing. But yeah, again, Tranquid, pretty good here, especially knowing that Seb-K doesn't have pinhole, so gonna take a bit before we can deal with that.
Looks like there's some visual glitch on the stream. Server 1 is wall-to-wall for anyone who can't tell that is obviously wall-to-wall.
Missing no asset income.
What are you talking about? That's a wall to wall, obviously.
Mhm.
Obviously, it's a resed gaslight. Okay.
Come on, don't do that. Resing the.
Let's see what just happened. We got a Svidogor out because
I was wondering why the powers was res, but that was because that was after the doof.
yes, the powers was resed to deny 1 credit steal from Duve.
Still worth it.
And on HQ, we either have the Crisium or a second Mav, which is obviously a nice thing to have with your Fasirum Entangler.
But again, Ob bouncing right back in terms of the credit total. You know, doof me once, shame on you. I'm Ob, so I get back up to money.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Doof me once, shame on you. Doof me twice, doof me once, you ain't gonna doof me again.
Exactly. Exactly.
And we are overclocking the Svidogor because a very common thing. Oh, actually, we are undoing before we overclock the Svidogor. Very common thing in JNet casual lobbies is people not trashing Svidogor Excavator.
Always a mistake. Now, I will argue that that was technically new info because now you know that there's a overclock in hand, but you know.
Well, I mean, no new info from Seb's perspective.
I mean, that is technically new info from Ob's perspective, but you know. But yeah, no. It's so funny. You can go like your entire game, and the runner will literally never touch your Svidogor, and you're like,
thanks. I mean, the runner looks at it and they're like, "Oh, I mean, it costs 4 credits to trash and only 0 to res. Who's got that kind of time?" And it's this is a must trash on site.
It's like, what's the worst that can happen? Like, they're just gonna gain 3 credits every turn. They're trashing their own cards.
Yeah. A thing that Optics famously don't want to do.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a border control and a sandstone. Looks like we are paying 1 to break border control, presumably paying 3 to break sandstone. And then Op will have the opportunity. The opportunity? Is that why they called it that? Do you think that's why they called it that?
So you can have the opportunity
Yeah.
to border control. We'll see what happens.
Let's see.
Obviously not overclocking that remote, assuming that that was a border control on the outermost. So that was probably why they saved the overclock. All right, we're gonna use the border control.
Border control for another sandstone.
Double sandstone action.
Druid sandstone.
Yep. Yeah, I wonder if you overclock the remote here, because I think you have enough to, because you have enough to get out like K2CP, and then just break the sandstones for 1 apiece. I mean, that is what you do here, right? Unless it's another map.
Unless it's another map. The second sandstone is already 1 credit to break. So maybe you just boost the first one and save the credits so that you can trash Trank Grid.
Yeah, that makes sense. But again, theoretically another Mav somewhere on the board.
Looks like we're popping for Cubon, which is basically the same thing as a K2CP turbine.
Yeah.
Oh, and we're putting down a Pisha Sal. We're going off.
Yeah. So now I guess you would have enough clicks to go trash the Svidagore if you need to.
So true, so true. This is interesting here. If Pishisao was in the runner's grip the whole time,
Mm.
Seb could have installed it on the first run on the second sandstone and
Mhm.
gotten an additional click and returned Pishisao to grip.
Mm. Yeah. Maybe just playing it a little closer to the chest, maybe.
Yeah.
Just to sort of test what the corp would do. But yeah, I mean, I guess you could have done that, but I think
I guess you
not.
didn't know for sure that was getting popped.
Mhm. Yeah.
The border control. We got a overinstall to get rid of the Trojans. Always a sensible thing to do against Ari. It's
Yeah.
one of those things. It's one of the things like playing with Ari's Trojans. You always feel kind of sad when they overinstall your ice, and then you realize that your Trojans just became parasites, and you're like, oh, parasite's a pretty good Trojan.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, I think here, obviously, Amarim getting out the descent so that you have two different types of ice on the field. And until you get the urban art down, that Fizzarum staying on the Afshar, so descent be dissenting. Yeah, I get the sense that above the law was a bit of bait in order to sort of make this play of here's the real agenda in server 3 now.
Yeah, and above the law is a pretty good bait in that way because you sort of win either way. If the runner, instead of contesting, chooses to set up, you just score above the law and murder their whatever they tried to set up with.
Yeah, and notably, all the overclocks are also gone.
Ooh, that is very true.
Yeah.
So every indication is that this is not a yep, and it is a Crisium grid on HQ. We're now aware of that. Every indication is that it wasn't a virus by virtue of it not being popped during the server 3 runs.
Preventing
SDS drone deployment, eating Fizzarum up to 5 points.
Yeah.
Definitely a rough spot for our corp. We talked about wanting to go as fast as possible, and it appears that it has been going fast, but in the wrong direction.
Yeah. I mean, at least you still have your Svidagore, you know?
At least you have your Svidagore. Oh, pulling out Hollow Man. Looks like we are getting a score.
Yep. This might be an SDS, actually.
Yeah, 5-3 off the board, murdering that cleaver.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no, it's an M-Dom.
Although you can get... Well, no. I was trying to think if there's a way to get... I think you could theoretically get another M-Dom, and then if you have, like, an Audacity in hand, you score it.
M-Dom for M-Dom for M-Dom?
Yeah.
No, or M-Dom for Archer.
Yeah. But you can and of course you also get your powers that be trigger.
Yeah.
Calling from HQ.
So we should get it's a shame that Archer is about to rotate because I've just realized that I need a very I need a very femme alt art of Archer so that we can rename the deck Femdom.
Archeress.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of, you could get put like Artemis or somebody on there. She's an archer.
Or you could put Lana Kane on it instead of Archer.
You could put Katniss Everdeen.
You could put Katniss Everdeen.
There you go.
But interestingly, that that powers that be could have reinstalled the border control, but Amaram opting to install from HQ. I believe you don't have to reveal it, so
You do not. This is presumably the next agenda.
Mhm. Yeah. And I think Seb K having not having a sentry nor a code gate decoder out, so Amram in a good place to potentially score another agenda.
Yeah, I think by far the best way to get past Archer is in the bin.
Yeah.
That Zyrum Entangler?
Yeah. It would take a little bit of
A little bit of shaper
True.
bullshit to get
Yeah.
past Archer right now. And it
Yeah.
looks like we are not having that.
Yeah.
He's 3 to res Chrysium Grid. Oh, presumably because it's getting speed agorded.
Yeah.
For Tucana, value.
Value! Amazing.
It's the circus of values.
Amazing. Yeah, and I think you probably get another border control on the remote just so you have the most annoying server possible. But yeah, another MDOM. Archer likely on HQ this time, since you already got rid of the Chrysium.
That's rather possible.
Mhm. Or you do some nonsense and then score another agenda in the remote.
Yeah.
All right, border control. Interesting. On R&D, Afshar from the Tucana on HQ. Double
many
Afshar.
triggers.
Oof. You don't even need, because you don't really need the Archer at this point. I think you'd rather save it either for a surprise res or just, I don't know, maybe there's an Archer in hand, but I think, you've got your bases pretty well covered here.
I'm sorry, can we just take a minute to deal with what just happened?
Mhm.
What on earth was that turn? I'm so... there was one click to install how many cards?
If you'll recall,
From how many zones?
I believe Ob has also been referred to as shaper bullshit.
Yeah.
Ob just out bullshitted the most bullshit shaper of all.
This is incredible. What a time to be alive.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, no, I mean, you know what? I get it. People are cheering for Arisana, but honestly, as an Ob apologist, that is exactly how it should work.
As an Ob apologist, yeah. Just how many times would Ob have had to shuffle their deck that turn?
Yeah. Yeah, I think also, I mean, you know what the thing is? Seb K could go after something either the powers, but it's not even worth it. I think as Arisana, he kind of are just turnabout's fair play.
I feel like I don't know, I feel like installing a card from every possible zone in a single click should just win you the game, right?
Yeah.
That
Yeah. Well, I'm seeing it's the thing is Amram only those are
has 2
probably
points.
So it's you need another agenda, and it's I think you theoretically could get another. I mean, I think you're hoping for an SDS at some point, especially since there isn't a simul chip on the board. But you got to play what your R&D deals you. But without a pinhole, Seb K doesn't have an easy way of dealing with that Hollow Man.
Yeah, that is a rough remote.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even HQ is pretty rough. Double Afshar and no, decoder.
And the second Afshar's advanced.
Yeah, exactly. The most advanced Afshar of them all.
I've seen more advanced Afshars.
Yeah, you could have 2 advancements on it.
Yeah.
So is this going to be the 3rd MDOM?
Maybe.
I mean, if it's a 3rd MDOM, I think you get an agenda at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, Seb K's ahead on points, but, it honestly, it could go either way from here, but, oh,
Ooh,
it's the Azef.
Azef.
Ooh. Hitting the K2CP and the Urban.
And the Urban, losing Urban's rough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think,
Up to 4
don't think-
points.
Seb has seen a simul chip this game.
And we
Or at
get
least
an
hasn't
install with powers.
Oh. And the Tucana. Don't forget about Tucana.
Okay, well, mercifully, it's a spin doctor, but still, like that Hollow Man on board, you can just score another agenda from hand.
Yeah.
The Sphedagore is gone, so you won't have infinite money, but
Mm-hmm.
you'll still have the 2 credits a turn from.
Yeah.
Still have the 2 credits from Tranquility.
I mean, I think it might be a good idea to go after the powers, but I think that it's not really an attractive target.
I mean, it's gonna trigger a maximum of 1 time this
Mhm.
game. So,
Going after archives just to hit the Cubone on the sandstone.
yeah, and just check, might as well.
Mm-hmm.
Let the purge happen again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
you knew
yeah.
the Spindo was in place, so there was a chance that the Spindo was gonna get res popped on the archives run.
Yeah. So I think, it's like a might as well sort of situation.
Wild how much this game has boomeranged.
I know. It's really, I mean, that's basically what Ob does.
Yeah.
I think, how differently would that game have played out if, Seb K hadn't taken back that overclock on the Sphedagore and had just let Amaram have the above the law, which wouldn't have done anything when it was scored.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think, like, stealing that agenda felt good, but I feel like that was such a key sort of bait that kind of led to everything else because it expended the last overclock. But yeah, it's always interesting to see how the Ob versus Arizona turns out because, sometimes everybody gets all their cards, sometimes one person gets their cards. Yeah. Oh, there's the 3rd one.
3rd MDOM.
Yeah, and again, I think you just get an agenda here.
Yeah. Just say, what are you gonna do about it? MDOM gets you anything, including agendas.
Yeah. I think unless there's like an agenda in hand or like the Azef,
Yeah.
I would say getting the Azef, just putting it in that remote's pretty tasty.
Hell, even if you have an Azef in hand, you put the other one in server 3 and it's like, what?
Well,
do
no.
both.
You know what? You install the Azef from hand with the powers. Oh god. Okay, so there's the border control.
Okay.
And then what's
MDOM border control powers for Rashida.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So Emram here thinking that there is still any chance of Arasana getting into server 3. Something which I guess e-testing has 2 counters, like but
Well, you know what? It's I will say though, you haven't seen a simul chip come down.
That's
Emram's
true.
only on 4, so that's a little vulnerable to Doof. So I think it's always fair to assume that Shaper has something up their sleeve. And I think playing it safe, isn't unreasonable.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when you have a decent chance of just scoring out of hand.
Yeah. I think Seb K's best shot is probably trying to attack HQ.
Only a single click left.
Yeah, I think I think HQ might be your best shot. Although maybe, I mean,
Just thinking that you don't have it this turn, you need to cross your fingers that they can't score out. Or maybe Seb has found, maybe Seb has committed a tournament violation and put a clot in there.
Yeah, I was about to say, is there a secret clot in here?
Maybe they just hope Amram doesn't read the deck lists.
Yeah. Yeah, I think. All right. So what do we got here? Is this it?
Presumably, this is the game. It's possible it's not, but there's only 7 cards left in deck. Oh, and install in server 7. I guess the game isn't over yet.
Okay.
Unless that's a moon pool in server 7.
You know what? I think maybe, again, I think they were playing it safe, not trying to score an agenda with MDOM. And then R&D, you sort of over-indexed on R&D in terms of protection. So you have you have a border control there. So I think you're feeling pretty safe. All right, need a big think.
Yeah. I guess the scary thing about what we were talking about with them doming for a 3-2 is that's game if Seb can shape or bullshit their way in. That is kind of going all in. So
yeah,
playing it safe is definitely respectable when you have a pretty high chance of winning off the Rashida anyway. But
yeah. And I think just the server itself, I think you had the border control, but I think there was a potential there to doof and then try to get in or something like that. But yeah, I think playing it safe, not unreasonable. 4 minutes. Ooh. Okay. So this game is coming down to the wire, really.
Yeah. Game point for both of them. I don't think there's any 1-pointers left in the deck either, so
it's just the
much an agenda forehead.
I don't think there's an agenda in HQ.
I mean, there could be a 5-3.
Yeah, you're right. There could be an STS. Although I think you would install it in just to Maryland.
To Mary. Last click, you're going back HQ.
Yeah. Because I think that's your best shot because at least you don't get locked out of R&D if you try to run R&D.
Going down to 0 credits. Do we see it? Rezzing a Spin Doctor. There is an agenda in hand. Oh, it's not it. That's not it. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay.
Now, seeing that res, that was scary.
There it is.
There it is.
What a game.
What a game.
Seb calling it with the potential for an SCS in hand and then seeing that Spin Doctor res. Oh yeah, my God.
That tells you there was something in there.
Terrifying.
Shows cards in HQ. Audacity, Mavirus, Rashida, SDS, Slash and Burn, Svedagore, Powers That Be.
There was 2 agendas.
There was 2 agendas in HQ.
Dang, that really could have gone either way.
Really, yeah. Wow.
My God. Wow. Yeah. I mean, it was just the back and forth. Again, I feel like the key turning point was that Atlas or the above the law bait. And then, that which enabled Amaram to have both the powers and the Svedagore for so long. And then it just snowballed into the Tucana. And then wow, that is That is that sure is some netrunner.
That sure, I mean, yeah. Out Shaper bullshitted Arasana, so there you go.
Yeah. Was it that one turn, like you said, that it was one click to install like 4 cards?
Yeah. And again, just the fact that the one click was to install a card from 2 cards from R&D, 1 card from archives, just
From all of the zones.
just all the zones, all the cards, just whatever.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Wild.
Absolutely wild game, and we're going to have 1 or 2 more wild games depending on who decides to win the next match.
Maybe Amaram thought HQ. Yeah, I think HQ was like, I don't know. I think, yeah, maybe you could have gotten Agenda out of hand, but I think that HQ was a little safer just because Seb had to find a way in first, right?
Yeah,
but
wasn't there a border control in R&D anyway?
yes, that was the point, is that so like, I don't know, maybe you could have tried to dump an agenda out of hand, but yeah.
Okay,
like,
regardless,
honestly, anyway.
it looks like Amram's going to be running into Kikai's court. See, what is Kikai's court? We got, as Asmari Tech.
Yeah.
And it is doing exactly what you think Asmari Tech is doing.
Yeah.
Got a Neurospike or 2, doing some punies. Fun time for the whole family.
Yep. Yeah, wow. No, but it's like you said, Shaper bullshitted out BS the Shaper.
Versus Hosh, it looks like we are having the reggest of possible.
Yeah. The Lago Cam.
Yeah, I guess, it is Logo Cam, isn't it? Okay, that's a little bit less than just hyper reg. A little bit of spice.
Yeah.
No,
It's got one tread lightly.
No, it's not Lago Cam, it's Keiko.
Oh, is it? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Sorry. You're right.
Yeah, Keikai's on Lago Cam. But,
yeah.
We will only be allowed to see that if Keikai doesn't. I hit join game again.
You need to tell me on Discord.
I am a fool of fools.
Hello.
Oh yeah. We're getting extra commentators here for the finals.
Yeah. As reintroductions, I'm not Yeti, he, him.
I'm CobraBubbles. Any pronouns you like?
And yeah, we're back. We streamed the first 3 rounds, but thought that it would be worth coming back, given that we know a little bit about this Asmari deck.
Yeah, you could say that.
So for some context, we're both members of EA Sports, so we're teammates with Kikai, and it's pretty much the 2 of us who kind of I don't know if we'd say invented, but revitalized the kind of re-education Asmari deck earlier last meta.
About I guess less than a year ago, 8 months ago or so now. We were in the pub and you were playing Education Asmari, and I ran the remote and stole the education and thought, I've won this game, and then you played two punitives. And I thought, damn, why didn't I think of this before?
And we've been doing it ever since.
You sure have.
I will say that Amaram's Hoshko isn't quite so rigged, because it does have one very key tech card against the EA Asmari, and that's Class Act.
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
Well, this is actually
5 influence.
CobraBubbles, you've been playing pretty much, or you're like 1 card different from Amaranth's deck when you played this tournament during Swiss, right?
Yeah, so I mean, I can't speak for Amaranth, but I'm assuming that he did the same thing I did, which was look at Brandon the King's mulch deck from UK Nationals, and try and thought, this is 49 cards, and that seems like too many. So Amaram's cut down to 46. I was at 45, but we've made almost exactly the same cuts, which is quite interesting. It feels like I feel slightly vindicated in my choices. But yeah, so this is a deck I'm familiar with. It's a mulch deck. It's going to be the main card actually for the matchup is Imp, because if you can trash the agendas, then you don't get negatived.
That's extremely true.
Yeah, so
This
that's
is
going to
true.
be the big one to look out for, along with Botulus, because it can let you contest the Rashidas early to slow down the Asmari.
Yeah, and it's fair to say that like this matchup is very tight. It requires a lot of thinking, and whilst this probably won't be a particularly long game in terms of time, it might well be a long game kind of with lots of pauses and thinking and.
Yeah, it's untimed finals as well here. So
Yeah, which is convenient for all of the thinky thoughts that have to go into this.
But again, I think that TCA is a very clear tech card where it's like if you really just want to like go ham, it lets you have a little bit of safety. Although, in addition to the steel skins,
it can be difficult against the Neurospike decks, or against the Neurospike, which gives Asmari like a little extra reach. But it also just like it does so much work in terms of the additional card filtering and card draw, like the tempo that it can really give to these decks. It's a 5 influence one of is often like a difficult thing to swallow. I feel when building a deck that can't really tutor its cards, but I'm pretty convinced by the class act in this archetype. It seems very, very powerful.
Yeah, it feels pretty hard to lose a normal game when you have class act down, but when you're playing against a corp that can kill you on as early as turn 4, that's not always the case.
Yeah.
It's like you avoid dying and then you have card filtering for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and so we have a keep from Kikai and a mulligan from Amaram, and click 1, draw for Kikai, click 2, install card in server 1, and then click 3, we are having a think. Now, the ideal keep for Asmari, and often this is often the ideal turn 1 if that's a Rashida.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of ways that Amaram could get to it. As CobraBubbles mentioned, Botulus can be scary. In terms of tech cards that the Asmari is playing, it's on 3 wraparound, which can be very effective against the Audrey stuff, although this deck also plays the Reg Breakers, so you can't necessarily rely on that. We play a Magnet to try and deal with the Botuluses. And then there's plenty of other spice in there. I think Kika's on Rotor Turret. It's on 2 Unsmiling Serevna, which can be difficult.
Yeah, and he's on Mavirus, which can be very
the one of Mavirus, yeah.
You have to be careful at what point in your turn you install your class act, because Klavetnik is very funny.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I have not yet killed anybody with Klavetnicking a class act. I've Klavetnicked Stone Ships, Bankars, DJ Quetzal even, to win various Asmari games over the past year, but I've never yet Klavetnicked a class act.
And worth noting, we see Kikai naming program here, which is pretty much the standard against these mulch decks. It's possible during the mid game that you might switch to event. It very much depends on their opening. But often in this, in a 5-6 turn game as Asmari, the really impactful cards that this Ashiko is going to be able to play are all programs. And if they try and deny you the value by installing programs, often that means they aren't getting the pieces they need to contest and win the game. So it's that's kind of why we're seeing the program call, and I would be surprised if we switched away from it.
I'm really interested about the wraparound as tech. Like I can see it being for like Audrey, but I was wondering if it was also like, were people expecting a little bit more criminal maybe?
It is good for the criminal. We see the Botulus come down, which is the one thing Kikai doesn't want, and then decides not to res.
Yeah, the wraparound really is for the crew. You can have a cheap ice you can res that doesn't immediately get crewed. Force them to have some other card like a Devil Charm to get through.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because the more cards you force the runner to have to install, the more time they need to take to do that, and the more time you have to execute your combo.
In terms of like the significance of this play, that turn was huge for Amaram.
Yeah.
It looks like we were drawing for that botchless or maybe something else, but to be able to get to that Rashida, absolutely huge. And click 1 to draw for Kikai.
Notably, though, because of the way that turn sequence worked out, Kikai wasn't forced to res the ice, or it does install behind it again. So often what you'll see is that the botulus ice gets, it looks like we might be fixing this, because the botulus ice, you just don't res it, you don't commit the credits, instead you just install a new server and let that botulus go to waste. So it's not the worst for Kikai, it's not the best, certainly.
And really, we're looking. Kikai is still hoping to resolve a Rashida, and exactly how we do that is an interesting question. Just the fear of simul chips from this point on is pretty real. Being able to recover or manipulate that botulus will be pretty significant. And taking the click to ice HQ, that's pretty interesting. It's something that I've done in the matchup quite a few times, but normally if I'm specifically worried about Imp, and Amaranth hasn't shown that threat just yet, so it's kind of preemptive, quite a slow start from Kikai, or at least a very defensive one.
Yeah, Ben does tend to play this deck more cautiously than you're right, though. I think he's a slightly more methodical player in that way.
And he's doing well with it.
I don't think you pre-install an imp typically, because I think you play it and then you use it. Just because I've many a times as like in terms of a combo deck that like if you see the imp come down, you immediately purge it if you can.
Yeah. Wow, and this is a fascinating turn. So we're going for that flip down, leaving whatever it is in server 1. It was a spin doctor.
Yeah. So clearly Kikai trying to bluff to force the use of some botulus counters here, and not Amaram not taking the bait.
Or just clicks,
Just clicks as well, yeah.
So we res that spin doctor, click 1, we're going to play Sudden Commandment. Kikai's looking to resolve a YDL this turn. But it can be a fickle thing, and deciding at this point if he doesn't have a YDL in hand, if he's going to continue to draw to try and find it, or if he's going to course correct and start installing cards so that he has less to discard at the end of turn. We hit the predictive to draw 3, so we do get the YDL for 10, and the second YDL.
Yodel.
The double YDL, big money play.
Yeah, starts the turn on 7 credits, finishes the turn on 21, is not bad, and that Spin Doctor should potentially help us clean up if we need to.
And that winds up being all the credits you need for this deck. You get that early spike, and that tells the runner that you can't go running, because if you accidentally touch a 3-pointer, you just die.
Yeah.
Turns out that touching the agendas doesn't always win you the game.
This is why I cannot wait until this card rotates. I'm too good at touching agendas.
Well, you just need Imp installed, and then you can touch them all you like.
Yeah.
That's what
I
Amaram's
know.
looking for here. Most important card in Amaram's deck at this point, definitely the Imp, I would say.
Yeah. And Kikai is now basically has the credits, and on the combo turn, the credit total we're looking for is 10 if we have an advancement counter on the re-education. So that's kind of where we're getting to, and the ice is for the most part designed or chosen to be as cheap as possible to res. So yeah, I think you're right. 21 credits should get us through to the end of the game. It's just a question of, are we going to is this Ashiko going to get spun up to the point where it can really prison us out? And Amaram, I think, is making a lot of the correct decisions, which is that what we need is to draw cards and find the pieces to contest the server when it comes online. We imp a Rotor Turret. Rotor Turret, one of the important cards.
Kikai
Classic
just
card in
purged
Comber.
Yeah, I think purging is not unreasonable, like I was saying earlier, especially if you're, well, I guess not purging, but
Yeah, it's pretty hard to purge when your deck is built to take maybe 15, 18 clicks total in the whole game.
That's
Spending 3
fair.
of them to purge is a bit tough. We just have to kind of eat this imp. I hope it doesn't find too many agendas.
Yeah, and with the Spin Doctor on the table, he might well be feeling okay about it.
That's true.
They're setting up our second server, so we're not over installing the botulus. We are starting a second server. The subtleties of when that is and isn't the right decision are very interesting.
Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Saviour N6?
There are currently no programs in the bin. And if we're to overinstall this ice, we'd put a program in the bin, and we would be allowed to use Simulchip for all of the crimes that Simulchip commits. And this is just just trying to play around the incredibly technical deck that is Mulch.
Yeah.
Yeah. The imp does give you liberty to just kind of keep smashing R&D.
Yeah, that's definitely a line here, and it lets you stay on the front side, or sorry, the back side of Hashiko as well, which means you're drawing for the pieces you need. But you're pretty poor, so you've got to be careful.
Lago down.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's an interesting
Lago.
And we do fire a shield.
Lago does.
Yeah.
Lago definitely messes with some of that kill math as well.
Yeah, it can do. Although, if everything goes right for Kikai, ideally he'll only be triggering Lago once this game. He just wants to carry his tools, re-education, and Hollow Man, and then kills the next turn. So the Lago might not get tons of triggers.
Yeah, and we're really just. It seems like he's looking for that ice. He's looking for. He wants to build a remote server that the Hashiko is going to have to be forced to produce a lot to deal with, and. It seems like that's been the major struggle, is just finding something that we can be content with. And it's like borderline impossible to set up a remote server that on any given turn you're 100% guaranteed that is impregnable to Mulch. But magnets, things like that can really do a lot. And we are playing that YDL, which is interesting.
Wow.
Maybe we have a triple punitive line in mind.
Yeah, one thing to talk about as well while Kikai takes his turn is
Fermenter in the heap.
Oh yeah, this is a grand final, but it's not quite an equal playing field because Kikai has not lost a game yet today, and Amaram lost one earlier to Kikai. So if Kikai wins this game, that's it. We have a circuit breaker, and if Amaram wins, we go to a game 2.
Yeah, and they'll be running back their Ob versus
Hashiko,
Kruhosh matchup.
Mm.
We're drawing
cards. YDL's gotten about, out of 3 YDLs, it's almost like 30 credits total.
And now this
Audrey
is
down,
interesting, that Audrey
HQ.
coming down. Messenger chest for Res on HQ, that is expensive for both players.
Maybe that's why we played the third YDL. Got expensive ice on the table.
We chuck out. We did get a program there, and we did.
What a puny out of hand.
Oh, hello.
One punitive out of the way.
Yeah.
And more importantly, that's Audrey on the board with counters. That's like the first part of being able to contest the remote.
And we
And
are
apparently
spending an entire
there's
turn to
a
purge.
Wow.
It's a lesser spotted purge from Asmari.
I don't know if I've ever done that. That's very exciting.
I mean, there might have been like a triple punitive in hand, so like losing the 1 punitive means you only have a 2 punitive hand.
Yeah. I mean, an
Only
important
15
thing.
cards left in deck.
Yeah, I think an important thing in the matchup is where is the Mavirus, right? And when there are 15 cards left in R&D, a lot of the time the Mavirus is in hand or in the server, and we've got a strong read that that's not the case. So and we're just taking a slow turn. 24 cards left in Hashiko's stack, and still no Simulchip hitting the table. I guess it's a card you don't need to show until you need it, but Kikai could quite possibly push the kill this turn. Install advance would be threatening lethal.
Yeah.
But we're drawing.
Yeah, I mean, and I think, at this point, the credit advantage is so wide that just installing the programs doesn't make that much of a difference, and you just kind of want to keep hopefully getting enough money on a fermenter.
Yeah, and holding those Steelskin Scarrings in hand.
Yeah.
Install.
Get
the logo. We
Steelskin
hit
for
Steelskin off the top.
beautiful.
Got 3 cards in hand. That's the first Steelskin out of the game. Last click, and we're probably debating between advance and ice, I think.
I mean, yeah, assuming this is re-education, it might be that the first quick draw suggests to me that maybe Ben hadn't drawn the re-education already, so we've got,
That was just some number of the pieces. Because if there was re-education in the remote but no Hollow Man, you could have just triple advanced.
Another card. Okay, so we're guessing there's a Mavirus in Servitude?
Yeah, so this is the kind of fork, right? The double upgrade is a fork in the matchup because it could be Hollow Man, re-education, Mavirus, in which case you're going to really struggle to get to it as the runner because the Mavirus is going to purge your Audrey during the run. Or it could be Hollow Man, re-education, in which case for quite a lot of credits, but significantly less than Kikai has with all those YDLs, you can actually kill next turn without having any pre-advancements.
That's very true.
So we could be seeing the runner's last turn here.
Yeah, we are threatening lethal at this point. It costs 15 credits, and I don't think there's a way that Kikai spends 15 credits this turn. So it's really a case of, do you have it, and do you have a way to get in here and then survive through punitives?
Or just rip 9 points of R&D.
Yeah.
Or just rip 9 points after out of R&D. It's tragic that that's an out the runner is allowed to take, but I always forget they can do that.
I think if there was a Mav, you might have just like tried to use it to get rid of the fermenter, because it's at that awkward position where you don't always want to purge it, but it's like you want to make sure the runner has no outs whatsoever.
Yeah, I do wonder if starting the turn on 3 credits would have been too little. It's difficult to know because if you can make them make a run where you end up like purging an imp at the last second, it can be pretty massive. The timing windows aren't favourable for Asmari on that if they've got a single chip installed, but it is a line to get a punitive kill. Although it really looks like Kikai is hoping to get the combo kill here, but with the amount of the deck that this Hashiko's got through, I can't help but believe that there is a world in which they get in, but maybe we've got something.
I mean, it's tough just clicks wise, right? Like, assuming there are 2 different kinds of ice on the remote, which you would hope there are, probably a barrier and a code gate, because the only end run the sentry on the deck got imped earlier. Then we're looking at needing to click fermenter, install 2 different icebreakers,
or a single chip or something,
and run, or maybe a single chip, but still, even then, you need 2 tools for 2 ice, right? That's 2 clicks, and then you also need an imp to imp the agenda if you're going to not die. So
I mean, if you're able to get the maximum cards with the class act by installing it, like if you get what would be up to like 9 cards, can you still avoid? I would assume that still avoids the kill, right?
It would do, yeah. Without an unresed spin doctor, it would. I think we're not on threat, so we wouldn't be able to do any shenanigans with Sudden Commandments unless we kind of double punitive line with this credit total. It's possible, but it would be a niche out at that point.
Yeah. So I think you're able to not die this turn at the very least.
Yeah, if you have class act, it should buy you a turn. But if you don't, this is a really tough spot for the runner. You've got a lot of thinking. You have to try and figure out, is there any way at all that I get into this remote server and live? And if there isn't, what's the best way for me to just get as many accesses as I can right now?
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, if I was the Asmode player, I would be sweating bullets right now, because with 8 cards in hand and 3 credits and this fermenter, Mulch can do a lot.
Yeah. I think thing we were talking about earlier about purging, about popping the map at the start of the turn, when Hush has 8 cards in a hand, I don't think that's really viable. Moshing could easily just gain... True. Like, moshing, discarding 2 strike funds is entirely possible, and that's so much money.
It's true. Yeah, I was just thinking, like, if it was, like, a very, very sure thing, maybe it would be, like, a line, but, like, yeah, there's still potential for moshing, and it kind of would reveal a little bit of the game if you show that one of those upgrades is or one of those cards is a map.
And we know that Amarum is a very calculating and careful player. We saw that in the last game. A lot of time to think, and this is an untimed finals, but we're only 20 minutes into the game. There is like no reason to rush these turns. Taking it taking your time to think through and make sure you're taking the best possible line is what the Asmari deck requires of you, right? It requires pretty much zero mistakes, but with a deck like Mulch, if you make zero mistakes, you absolutely can do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because there really is like this is still like it feels like it could be the end of the game, but it's also still early game, you know?
Yeah, we're definitely threatening the win. And like a turn 8 game is about as long as Asmari can stand to go. If it goes much longer than that, your odds get pretty slim. CobraBubbles and I played this exact matchup on stream 2 weeks ago.
Yes, 3 weeks ago now in the New Year's showdown.
That's right. And there was a lot of thinking involved. A lot of thinking.
I had so many decisions to make that I forgot there were 6 points in archives, which is always a tough one.
Yeah.
I've had several games against Asmari in testing where the Asmari player, if the game goes again to like turn 8 onward, they wind up in serious risk of decking.
Yeah.
Just the deck is very well tuned to score a single agenda.
To draw it as fast as possible, to score it, and chuck a bunch of cards in the bin on your way there. And yeah, especially in the ESSA matchup, your odds of decking are very high.
Even here, with
notably
trashing things out of our
notably
some games.
Notably, the buffer drive is in the bin, probably from a Lago, if I had to guess, or maybe just thrown out. But yeah.
Yep. Cleaver in the bin.
Matchup's way too fast to bother installing buffer drive.
Cleaver in the bin makes the kind of wraparound threat potentially like pretty significant.
Yeah, if we have the symbol chip here.
But if we're using that symbol chip, we're not using it for other stuff. You know, it's tough. And yeah, you've got to think, just as both players here, your heart rate is going to be pretty high. As Kikai, you know exactly how dangerous this is for the runner. If you're the runner here and you don't, and you're worried about Mavirus, do you ever call their bluff? Do you?
What, just say, you don't have me dead, I'm just going to do my own thing.
Yep.
You could try. I mean, look, it's possible. I think if you're really reading between the lines, that click one draw, the previous turn suggests that he didn't have the education already, so
he didn't have some part of what he needed.
Yeah. So either he got lucky or he's bluffing.
Click one paladin is very interesting. It does imply that we aren't necessarily going to be challenging this remote.
Yeah. Click one paladin is definitely in line with
surviving a turn. Yeah.
With having class act, you want to play out your cards, pop fermenter, play class act, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and I think you're really, really focusing on the speed here because, like, I guess it's 2 labor rates already gotten thrown out earlier, and you're really just focusing on getting, or 3 labor rates got thrown out early, so it's like you're really focusing on the speed as much as possible, but like also at some point you have to take a break and say, okay, I got to prepare to win.
Yeah, this is the only corp that can run its deck out before Mulch runs out theirs.
The price got ditched there, which again, if it indicates, in my mind, indicates that class act is in the grip, right?
Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah, I think that's a good read.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, because I think it's like you pop fermenter and then install class act and then, you know, see what happens next turn. But it's a very delicate balance here. Because I think in some way, like, labor rates and buffer drive can be like kind of out, but it's like it's still not fast enough for what you're up against here.
Install the symbol chip.
Symbol chip.
Do we have the class act? Do we think we can challenge this remote server?
Oh, maybe they don't. Maybe they're just.
Like
We are running the Spin
Running
Doctor
server
last
1?
click.
Spin Doctor.
It's very interesting.
So this is saying,
Hmm.
I don't believe you have
Fascinating.
it. I'm going to get rid of the spin so that I can input genders and steal
Yeah.
them later.
Yeah, just you
Yeah.
are bluffing.
And what are we
Yeah,
gonna shuffle
maybe-
back?
Maybe that was part of why the
Punitive and an unseen card.
why that server stayed was just thinking like, okay, I can just have liberty to throw out agendas in case they decide to check archives.
Yep. And Kikai takes mandatory draw. We're seeing the Hollow Man. This implies that we have it.
Second Hollow Man.
The second Hollow Man.
Oh
and
my
that
goodness.
looks like
God.
it should be...
Oh,
Ooh.
Wait,
Wait.
We're looking to trash a
Wait
steel
for
skin
what?
with the order here.
Yeah, Steel Skin.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Audrey.
Before Audrey. Yeah.
Yeah, has to be action after the Hollow Man.
We
goes,
could
but
do
that's
it-
fine.
2 Steel Skin would get us safety.
Yeah, because I think one steel skin gets you at 6 cards. Oh yeah, because you still need to have at least a neurospike in hand.
And we're going again. So we have 7 cards in hand. That is not enough to make us safe.
Shouldn't be, no, because we bottom 5. So this has one minor application, which is if Ben doesn't have the neurospike and is digging for it, he can only dig 1 card fewer, I think.
Yep.
But
We score the re-education. We're putting back 5 cards. This could be the tournament right here.
Oh no.
oh, Amaran doesn't like
Doesn't
his
like it.
chances. We'll see. I mean, it could be a like digging for neurospike here rather than having it in hand.
He says, I think so. He is... Do you know the resolving re-education on JNet is not as easy as it looks? It is it is the kind of thing that you need to check and double check to draw.
That's 5 cards.
5
down,
cards.
down.
5 cards.
And do we have last click?
Press the button, Ben. Come on, man.
Oh my lord, my heart is in my chest.
There it
GG.
There
Oh.
it is.
We have a circuit breaker.
We have a circuit breaker. Congratulations to Kikai. An absolutely stellar
Congratulations.
performance. I think we're going to try and get Kikai on the line.
We can try and do that. I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
how, but let's give him a couple minutes.
Yeah, we can give him a couple of minutes. What are your guys' thoughts at the end of that wonderful tournament?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kill decks are sure decks.
There was a lot of it around.
Yeah.
Yeah, as much as I'm still really sad about missing the deck registration deadline, I am not too sad about not having to play against punitive Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like punitive PE also being like a thing. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, the expectation coming into this was that punitive would be a huge amount of the corp decks, and that seems to be reflected in reality. Punitive's very good right now, and yeah, it is a very mathy netrunner that is absurdly fast, and it's something that I've talked about a lot that makes me really love like playing Prana PE decks is you force the runner to make risky plays where the deck is so fast at scoring and has this perpendicular kill condition such that the runner is forced to interact in times which it has a chance of leading them to die. If you sit back, if you let the corp do their thing, if you don't put your life on the line, you risk the corp just winning before you can stop them. And if you go too fast and go too out there, then they just flatline you the other way.
And I think it can kind of be a bit of a cheesy line of play to like force the runner into a mistake. But on the other hand, there's like, it's not always about just forcing them into a mistake. Like you're saying, Rielle, it's like, it's forcing them to make a mistake, but then also having a backup plan in case they don't make the mistake that you thought they were going to make.
Well, it's not
with-
so much forcing them to make a mistake, it's
Right.
forcing them to take risks. It's
Yeah.
either way. They have to make a calculated risk either way.
And with this,
And-
and with the PE deck, it's a hard fork between Neurospike and Punitive a lot of the time.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We
Yeah.
are going to hop to a different channel to have the final interview with Kikai. I would say thank you to the two of you so much for doing the commentary, and thank you to all of our commentators that we've had today, Jai and HaverofFun, and all of the commentators we've had over the course of the event, all of the players we've seen on stream, everyone from No Signal, Craw for organising the event and doing all the work. Thank you, everyone. Did you two have any parting words?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on here. This was wonderful. I love Netrunner. This is awesome. Congratulations to our new Circuit Breaker.
Yeah, congrats to the new Circuit Breaker, and I'm looking forward to more decks in the future that are doing fun things. Hopefully more ob decks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We're going to hop on the line with Kikai. Let's try that. Any moment now, we should be joined. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you loud and clear. How does it feel, Circuit Breaker?
Are we live or is it just you and me?
We're live. It's me, you. We've got CobraBubbles here, and we should be
Hello.
live on stream.
Oh man, I'm glad I had a cup of tea before that last game. My nerves are a little bit shot.
I can only imagine. It looked like quite the tough one.
Yeah, we had 4 commentators on for that game, and there were still moments where we were all completely silent for the suspense. Yeah, really hell of a game.
I got a notification that my heart rate hit 150 beats per minute whilst watching that game, so thank you for that. Talk to us about the whole tournament. How does it feel? This is by far and away the largest tournament you've ever won, right?
Yep, definitely. Yep. Feels weird. Yeah, no, so going into the top cut, I wasn't really sure about some of the choices that I made. Like, for example, in the Ismari, we make jokes, right, about how the Ice Suite doesn't really matter. And I made the choice to go with the second Unsmiling because I thought it would be better against the Shaper matchup. I didn't res Unsmiling once in the entire tournament. The Hashiko, I thought, is like of 15-15, and Torpedo Tyrus played this Anakam Crew Hosh from the New Year's Showdown, which I thought was super hot and fixed a lot of the problems we'd had with the Crew Hosh previously. It went 2-2 in Swiss, so I was kind of coming into the top cut thinking, I kind of wish that I was playing Steve. But that Hosh deck did so well today.
It looked amazing.
It played so well. Yeah, it's such a cool deck.
Nice. Just to confirm, sorry. So Hosh went 2-2 in Swiss. Asmari went
4-0.
4-0, and you didn't lose a game today.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 2 Asmari wins
Yeah.
in the cut and 3 Hashiko
3
wins in the
Hashiko
cut?
wins, yeah.
Sounds right. The strat in Swiss was to dodge all of the Shaper matchups and just play against Anok and Criminal. That worked really well. And then the one Shaper I played in the top cut was against John Ald on Arasana. That was a heck of a game.
I can't imagine
Like
anything
that,
more terrifying. How did that game go?
There was a lots of you're in my head, but I know that you're in my head, so that means I'm actually in your head. There was a lots of like bluffing a spin doctor naked turn 1, but then icing it to make it look like re-education, but actually it was spin doctor all along. Like it was fun. It was fun.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, that's so good. And yeah, I mean, congratulations. You had a quite the year in 2024, and it looks like 2025 it's getting off to a good start.
Yeah, now you just need to somehow write the Surveyor recap of this tournament in a way that doesn't make you sound like a massive big head.
I usually just stick to the numbers. I think that's pretty safe.
Yeah. Circuit Breakers won by Kikai, won. Circuit Breakers won by other competitors.
Yep, that sounds about right. Well, thank you so much. You did incredibly this weekend. It's been an absolute pleasure. And yeah, go have yourself a second cup of tea to celebrate, I think.
Would you mind if I did a quick shout out before I head off? Is that okay?
Do.
So I wanted to do a shout out to Craw and Axu and Radiant and Off 1515 and everyone else that was involved in organising the CBI. Thank you very, very much for putting together a great tournament. But I wanted to do a bigger shout out to every single other tournament organizer in the world, because if it's a huge amount, like time investment, it's a huge effort investment. A lot of the time it's a financial investment, and like you're the unsung heroes of Netrunner. And if you didn't put on those tournaments, none of us would be here playing the CBI, and none of us would actually really be playing Netrunner, I don't think. So like just huge shout outs to all of the tournament organizers everywhere.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, and just to come in on that, district championships are starting in many parts of the world very soon. So yeah, go support your local tournament organisers. Get involved. There's a lot of, as we've seen in this tournament, there's still a lot of fun to be had in standard, with Elevation not yet out until April. So yeah, lots of exciting narratives to be played. And yeah, go join in your local events. Win an invite for yourself, maybe, and maybe you could be Circuit Breaker next year.
Absolutely. Is there anything else you wanted to cap off with, Kikai?
No, that was it. I guess Dice to open deck list, but no, that was it. Like, awesome.
Perfect. Yeah,
he said it. He said it. I didn't.
On that note, thank you everybody who's watched. It's been an absolute blast. Yeah, we'll see you for the next one.
Hell yeah!
Congratulations, Kikai. See you all later.
Thanks.